Большая часть нашего увлекательного марафона.
Most of our journey is behind us, but we're still gaining steam.
Второй день Positive Hub.
On day 2 of PhD Fest, we've talked about in-depth changes that the digital era is bringing into our lives, new professions, the demand of the society, and the challenges for the entire humankind. We talked about the contemporary cyber threat landscape. Techniques are getting obsolete while the shadow economy clouds are surrounding us. We analyzed the laws and the technologies that will change the situation for the better to counter cyber crime. We talked about the antiviral solutions and the role of the Russian developers in the international market. We deep dived into cyber insurance. We talked about the obstacles that prevent the market from developing and how to establish collaboration between the public authorities, the insurance companies, and the market. We talked about the burnout and the psychological balance for the cybersecurity guys. We also talked about the investment opportunities in the Russian high-tech market and the companies that deserve attention of the investors. At the end of the day, insights were shared by the Positive Technologies team. We talked about the projects and the ambitious goals of the Positive Technologies team for the upcoming years. Day 2 was quite intensive, but there is more ahead of you. We are ready to kickstart Day 3, the final day of the most exciting Hack Fest of the year. Russia is one of the main targets of attacks for intruders for many reasons. We know that the technologies are rapidly developing and the tools used by adversaries are always improved. What's going to happen to the APT attacks in 5 years? What's going to affect the cyber threat landscape? Experts will try to answer these questions and share their forecast with us. I'd like to invite to the stage Anton Gorelkin, First Deputy Chairman of the State Duma Committee on Information Policy, Information Technologies and Communications. Irina Zinovkina, Head of Analytical Research, Positive Technologies. And Denis Maslenikov, Deputy Head of Analytical Research, Positive Technologies. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Well, it's a beautiful early morning, and I believe that it's awesome that we are here. Today, we decided against sleeping in. We arrived here, and we're going to learn about how Russia is going to be attacked in 2030 and what is happening. Right, we've been introduced, but let me introduce the speakers, the panelists to you once again. We have with us Anton, who's going to be addressing our questions, and he will share his views on the issues that we included in the agenda. Well, another panelist is myself, and the last panelist is Denis Maslenikov, who is a great expert on the IoT, and he's going to be talking about that primarily. What we're going to start with is as follows. What cyber attacks are we going to see in 2030? There are 3 main categories I'd like to touch upon. The first one is automation, the service models embraced by the adversaries. Well, I can name it all as a service because they offer everything. Exploits, access to the dark web. If you have the money, you can get access to anything. You can even rent an exploit. It'll be way cheaper than to buy it. Oftentimes, an exploit costs several million US dollars. Therefore, attacks overall are going to be more automated, and adversaries will just push a button and the attack is going to be launched. In the future, beyond 2030, I guess they will be able to automate not just cyber attacks, but also cyber criminal companies. As far as the adversaries are concerned, I would say that their qualifications will go down because they will no longer need any skills, any advanced skills. Given all the features, bells and whistles offered by the more qualified cyber criminals, I guess the entry barriers will also be lower, and therefore it'll be easier to attack our critical infrastructure. And the last column is the cyber war. So I'd like to address this question to Anton. Anton, do you think that the cyber war is already raging against Russia? Good morning, everyone. And well, thank you for coming here to Luzhniki at 10 a.m. on a Saturday morning. You are my heroes. I like The only reason I came here is that I'm a speaker, I'm a panelist. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come. Well, actually, I love soccer. I'm a huge fan of soccer, so I would prefer that all the battles would happen on a football pitch. But as far as the cyber war is concerned, you know, humankind has existed for less than 10,000 years, while our brains, our emotions, our hormones have been developing for millions of years. We're talking to you here on the stage, but we are all a product of evolution, and it's been a long time since we've been constructed like that. Despite the fact that we build beautiful sports arenas, beautiful cities, despite the fact that we all live in such a pleasant urban environment, we are all still a product of primeval era. And of course, conflicts and wars. Well, I would not say, I would not go so far as to say that it's part of our DNA, but we are great experts on how to wage wars. There have been multiple wars, there have been bloodbaths, and we're going to see more wars in the next thousands of years. 10,000 years from the viewpoint of the evolution or the universe is nothing. It's just
такой уровень глобального сотрудничества.
It's just a piece of sand, so we're going to be torn apart by the various contradictions, and it's quite obvious to me that
Еще раз хочу сказать,
wars is something that we're going to see more of in the future. As far as the cyber wars are concerned,
станет реальностью.
It's going to be a reality.
Она может быть через 5 лет.
It's going to be a reality in 5 years, in 10 years, in 100 years. But I have no doubt whatsoever that it will happen sooner or later. What we're experiencing right now, I would say it's like reconnaissance operations or sabotage operations. But we are getting ready for a full-scale cyber war. And oftentimes, what we mean by preparations to a cyber war is as follows. We tend to hear the following buzzword in social media, which is import substitution. And import substitution is perceived as being a way to calm the public psychology. We are getting ready for a conflict. That's why we're engaged in import substitution. However, it's important that our import substitution reaches a top bar as far as the quality is concerned. Not only should we fend off Somalian hackers, but also some serious hack groups that are funded and sponsored by the adversarial nations. Oftentimes, they launch reconnaissance and sabotage attacks and undermining operations against us. Therefore, the quality of import substitution is important. I'm talking about hardware and software alike. I'm talking about import substitution of social platforms and social media. And by the way, this is a very common topic that has been talked a lot. As far as the hardware is concerned, we don't tend to discuss it that much because we have nothing to boast in this domain. Indeed, we have ran into difficulties as far as the chips are concerned and the microelectronics are concerned. And I don't want to be trivial, but it's very important to substitute hardware with our own hardware as opposed to social platforms. We need to have nationally manufactured hardware to be able to fend off cyber threats. And when the public officials report that the import substitution efforts reached 80%, that's fine. I mean, it's a great figure. But how about quality? How about efficiency? And I believe that there are still a couple of outstanding questions in this regard. If we want to get ready for a full-scale cyber conflict, we should be frank and honest rather than lie in our reports and misinform our bosses. We have to be frank. Well, I'm not saying that we have to go public with that, but at working meetings we should tell each other what needs to be done to get ready for the upcoming wars. The wars and the conflicts are part of who we are, and there will be more wars in the future. Let's be clear on that. And the cyber war is going to happen. The only question is when. It might happen in a decade. It might happen in 50 years, 100 years, 300 years, whatever. But it will happen. And it's not going to start with our being banned from our favorite social media. We're talking about well-controlled attacks against critical infrastructure so that we are bombed into Stone Age. This is what we're talking about. One of the markers of a cyber war, or a full-scale cyber war, when your foreign-made gadgets, such as smartphones, are rendered out of order all of a sudden. That's going to be one of the markers of a cyber war. Thank you so much. Well, of course, we don't want that because, you know, we use smartphones on a daily basis. It's part and parcel of our life. We're not talking about cyber wars right now, exactly. There are certain standalone operations aimed at attacking critical infrastructure, but these are, like I said, standalone attacks, and we have yet to hear about an attack that would render ineffective an entire industrial facility. But sooner or later, it's going to happen. I do agree with you. It's only a matter of time. And by 2030, I believe that the adversaries will be ready to attack us on a large scale. And we're going to see what happens with the geopolitics by 2030. If the geopolitics are bad, then the consequences of such attacks are going to be way more severe. As for attacks against Russia, we'll be talking about various technologies, digital in import substitution, and so on and so forth. And to follow up on what you mentioned in terms of import substitution, Russian developed software is great, but it still poses lots of threats for Russian companies, and our counterparts identified lots of vulnerabilities in Russian software, and the number of vulnerabilities has gone up. And the more import-substituted software we're going to offer by 2030, the more attacks we're going to see against software. So this is the persistent trend. As for the APT hack groups, I would say that even if the geopolitics improve in 5 years, they will keep on launching espionage attacks, and they will keep on preparing for a full-scale cyber war. Again, it's just a matter of time. There is no doubt that it's going to happen. As far as the consequences are concerned, as for the cyber war markers, these are attacks against critical infrastructure objects. We're talking about attacks against nuclear power plants, against industrial facilities, transportation industry, and a colleague of mine is going to be talking a lot about digitalizing our whole industries. Of course, we will have a chance to talk about that at length. These attacks are going to be more devastating for multiple reasons, and it goes without saying that the cyber hygiene level will have to improve by 2030. Well, we don't expect much as far as the public is concerned. Maybe the level of hygiene will remain on the current level, and most of the attacks are going to be automated. The more digital we are, the more point of access we're going to provide for the adversaries. Information wars is something that we're already seeing nowadays, and well, I would not call such operations hostilities in the digital domain, but there are lots of fakes, lots of disinformation and misinformation, and by 2030 it's going to be even more difficult to differentiate between fakes and non-fakes. Deep fakes, by the way, are going to come up to the forefront, and we're not talking about just videos or photos. Oftentimes they are not of high quality. We're talking about real-time deep fakes and entire platforms that adversaries are going to use to hack and attack various companies. Another interesting idea that I just recently saw is that our critical thinking level is going down because we're overloaded with too much information. We tend to trust information. You ask a question addressed to AI, and then we trust it. No one does any double checking, and the number of deepfakes is going to increase by 2030, and information wars are going to become part and parcel of our lives, and it would be interesting to see what the public authorities are going to do to counter fakes happening all around us. As for the techniques, malware is the top vector of attack, but by 2030, its role is going to increase even more, and there are a number of factors that will have an impact on that. For instance, technologies, geopolitics, and technology development will have an impact on malware. Adversaries will no longer develop their own malware, and the dark web market will embrace new models. For instance, there will be pay-per-use models, pay-per-victims of an attack, you name it. The adversaries already have these models, and malware as a service will reach the level 2.0 by 2030, and it will be much easier for the adversaries to use them. As for the cyber wars, of course, malware is going to be used for gaining remote control, remote access, and of course, they will be improving their technologies. They will. As for the supply chain, this is a reference to what you mentioned in terms of the fact that we lack our own hardware, and the process is still underdeveloped. As for the supply chain attacks are concerned, by 2030 we will see more of software attacks against IP addresses, and right now the focus is put on software to a greater extent. By 2030 we will see more attacks against hardware, clouds, IoT, and you name it. There will be backdoors in microchips. In other words, the focus is going to be shifted to hardware, and the non-friendly suppliers will use all these tricks. This is something that we're going to have to live with, and I think this risk will definitely be implemented by 2030. Dennis, we talked about the cyber war in general, and I spoiled part of your presentation, I guess, but nevertheless, will you give us more details on the IoT and how will it impact the attacks by 2030? Good morning, everyone. It's not by chance that I decided to decipher the acronym of IoT as the Internet of Tragedies. If you are engaged in IT security, you probably know the reason for that. It's been a decade since we started talking about the protection level of IoT, but it's still at a very low level. So, by the way, Anton, my next question goes to you. What's your evaluation of the IoT penetration in general in various industries linked with the critical infrastructure? And what do you expect to see by 2030? Well, I already mentioned that public officials love saying that the level of digitalization is high. They give you some percentage points of digitizing things. Of course, digitalization reduces the share of shadow economy. It makes lives of our citizens more convenient, and there are many advantages for businesses. For instance, streamlining OPEXs, improving production processes, and both the public and the private sector agree with each other on this particular issue. And it's very rare when we see such coinciding views. And, positive technologies knows what I'm talking about. Nevertheless, this is one of the examples when everyone is happy and everyone agrees with each other. And, of course, you want to maximize digital to make money on everything. And we see the multitude of various contractors and suppliers who want to digitize everything. As for the critical infrastructure, some of my counterparts believe that critical infrastructure should remain analog. It should not be digitized. This is my personal view, but for instance, I wouldn't want to see our nuclear weapons digitized. I trust people more. I'll be frank, I'll be honest. I'll be against digitizing our nuclear weapons. I will even protest against that. So there are some critical aspects that are linked to the life and death aspects. I believe that you would agree with me that we should leave things like that undigitized. So we should be quite critical about digitizing a critically important industry. We should be very careful, and we should be asking ourselves all the time, and be able to answer them. Well, if I try to implement any project, first and foremost, I identify the scope of work, and if the probability of a risk is 1,000%, we'll still take it into account. So we have to be very careful about that. Of course, you can enjoy the process itself, but I don't think that would be the right way to go forward. I don't know what's going to happen with digital by 2030, but given the ongoing rates, I guess we're overdoing some things, and we're going to have to, we will probably pay dearly for that. This is the unhappy forecast. When public officials state facts and figures, do they ever tell you about the level of protection? Well, they don't report it to me, so I have no clue. I only see some of the public reports that are published and are in the open access. Oftentimes, I'm unable to address the questions that I would like to address to them. But, we are at the Luzhniki Arena, and 80,000 spectators are following us, and that's why I'm, posing the most relevant questions. Thank you so much, Anton. As for the number of IoT devices, by 2030, various analysts say the number will reach over 30 billion devices. IoT, both in Russia and across the world, is used in various industries, including retail, trade. There is such a thing as the industrial IoT, infrastructure IoT. Smart devices are deployed almost everywhere, and that is why adversaries and hackers will try to attack them, because these devices feature a lower level of protection as compared to the devices we use on a daily basis. Cryptojacking would be one of the examples, and devices will be hacked for mining reasons. DDoS attacks and botnets. We believe that botnets based on IoT devices will be something we're going to see in greater numbers by 2030, and adversaries will steal big data, process it with the help of AI, and then use it for their illegal purposes. By the way, as far as the public officials and digitalization are concerned, Sergei Tsivilev, Minister of Energy, was so inspired about digitizing the energy sector and using AI systems that we were also energized as well. But he also touched upon the necessity to protect smart grids. It's one of the priorities for the energy industry. It's one of the top priorities, I would say, because he realizes that adversaries will pay much attention to misuse, digitalization of various industries, including the power sector, to inflict as much damage damage on the industries and the country in general as possible. An adjacent topic would be edge computing. And it goes without saying that IT technologies can help you isolate some of the domains, isolate some critical infrastructure, but at the very same time, the adversaries, the hackers, will still have a chance to attack even them with the help of the edge computing technologies. Irina, the floor is yours. Right, this is my favorite topic, digital twins, and that's why I'm going to take the floor as if I were a meteor. Digital twins are used in many domains, in many industries, and it'll be hard to name an industry which does not use digital twins. We're talking about agriculture, machine industry, and so on and so forth. But by 2030, the digital twins will probably use open data links, and it'll be easy to link them together, and they will operate in an ecosystem. Digital twins will no longer be standalone systems. They will work as a group. The quality of their work will be improved naturally, but of course that will result in more cyber threats. Attacks against digital twins are going to be en masse, and I don't think that Russia is going to be an exception by 2030. By 2030, digital twins are going to be ubiquitous, and I guess I can give you the following examples of attacks against digital twins in various industries. For instance, if you attack a digital twin of a gas turbine or a smart building or, I don't know, any intelligent system, it'll result in the fact that you can fool sensors or predictive analytic systems, and the system will no longer consider and perceive a critical event as a critical. And these attacks will evolve gradually. It's not like the hackers substitute the entire set of data. They will replace temperature readings, pressure readings, and then the system will stop operating functionally. Well, it's one thing when an HVAC system goes down, is shut down in a building. It's not that important. However, if an industrial facility has to be shut down because of an attack on a digital twin, it's going to be a very sad story. Thank you so much, Irina. Well, I decided to name the next part of the presentation the destination point, just like the horror movies. Do you expect any unmanned vehicles driving on our public roads by 2030? Well, actually, they are already driving on public roads. And back in 2018, Innopolis tested the first such vehicles. And, if I'm not mistaken, there is an unmanned freight train, freight trucks driving between Moscow and St. Pete. We have experimental laws to this effect, and car manufacturers boost their production capacity and smart capacities to develop such vehicles. By 2030, we will be ready for such things technologically wise, but of course we're talking about the richest cities in the world. However, the cultural background of the humankind is less than 10,000 years. We are quite conservative, no matter what they say. And the main obstacle to deploying the unmanned vehicles everywhere is the psychological and the emotional. Well, I asked my own self whether I was ready to fully trust an automated vehicle that would drive me from point A to point B. I love driving, by the way, but nevertheless, people tend to distrust such technologies. I'm not talking about experts. I'm talking about your ordinary citizen. So the lack of trust will probably become the most important obstacle. Well,
помогать, который может
automated assistance will be integrated into cars, and in an emergency, for instance, if something happens to the driver, this assistant will start controlling the vehicle. So it's going to be an advanced automated assistant. The technologies will become cheaper, and ultimately, not just expensive cars will be fitted with such assistance, but also lower-end cars. But I'm not sure that by 2030 we're going to see unmanned vehicles driving everywhere. It'll take a generation to happen, and it's going to happen just like a cyber war, but it's going to be in a more distant future.
Thank you. Frankly speaking, I would not be a passenger in a unmanned vehicle. And well, we are moving towards automation and assistance and infrastructure. Probably everything that's related to transportation. We are looking at the emergence of infrastructure that is going to help drivers. That is going to help passengers, like Moscow is testing pilotless tram cars. So probably onboard computers will be, or cloud control systems will be under attack. City infrastructure will also be under attack. Obviously, by 2030, many things in the cities will be better connected, and cities will become smarter. Autonomous driving compromise, assistance compromise, what you were talking about, maybe smart vehicles will be a way of obtaining information, because even now they are capable of many things, and probably they can be controlled with voice commands. It means that they have certain hearing. So cars can be an access point to get information on humans in the car. Geolocation, another related topic. Different options are possible here. Geolocation and autonomous driving is probably what comes to mind is spoofing and damping of the systems and many other options. Speaking about IoT and healthcare, we have already had a discussion around that before the presentation. You said that you are a proponent of AI implementation in healthcare and wearable devices, IoT devices in healthcare. What is the future of this industry in Russia, do you think? Well, speaking about healthcare, healthcare is one of the industries where I'm all in favor of a more active implementation of state-of-the-art technologies, artificial intelligence, gadgets of all kinds. I am a great enthusiast of this technology, because the benefit is several times greater than potential risks. Today, the leading high-tech companies around the world are investing billions of dollars into advanced technologies related to extending their lifespan. I'm talking about American companies primarily. It's one of the more popular ideas. They're extending lifespan, long lives. I don't know whether Positive Technologies is investing part of its profit into projects like that. I expect not, but probably the day will come when your investors and the visionaries will realize that this is the most important thing for any human. It's the essence of life. It's the main driving force behind life, to have a long life, to be active, to keep developing skills and grow and advance your intelligence. So the healthcare of the future will be focused not only extending the lifespan, but it will focus on using technology to fight the most dangerous diseases. So I think that we need to introduce a special experimental regime for AI in healthcare. Elon Musk is implanting chipsets, enabling people to recover eyesight. And in Russia, you can only test these technologies on monkeys, not humans. Why is that?
Я здесь выступаю за снятие барьеров.
There shouldn't be any barriers there. I think that barriers must be removed. So once again, profit is much greater than risks in healthcare.
В медицине очень много и
Of
устаревших
course, there are still many outdated devices and software still in operation in the whole healthcare industry, and we are lagging behind in this respect. We should be more actively using and developing tools to fight Alzheimer's, to fight cancer,
тяжелейшие заболевания,
to win over other dangerous diseases, to return the eyesight to people who are blind. And I think I'm absolutely positive that devices will enable that. They will make that possible in the next 20, 30 years.
глобально ориентировано на
If all of humanity focuses on solving this problem, the entrepreneurial community, of course, this will require a lot of money. And I understand when the businessmen, the tycoons they are buying yachts, I don't know, jewelry, watches. I never have had a watch, a wristwatch, because I don't understand the value of an expensive wristwatch. Really, I don't understand that. When the humanity is facing such global issues, why do I need to spend 5 million rubles on a wristwatch? What's the point?
Человечество пока вот до такой глобальной
So I think that humans are still not mature to get united over the same, with the shared goals. Well, I totally agree with you. And outdated software and devices, yeah, it's true. At the same time, in certain parts of healthcare, AI is already in use. I will not give you examples, but if you want to learn more, you can contact me. And I'll tell you how AI is used today in Russia to diagnose diseases. So when we have IoT medical devices, of course, hackers will try to attack them, to get the information, to mine for information, to also pursue some other more dangerous goals. So protecting medical IoT devices should be a priority for those who develop them, because it's human health that is at stake. Human-computer interfaces. Well, actually, you refuse to give us examples right now, but I'm going to do that now. There are technologies that healthcare is already using, like prosthetics and exoskeletons. Brain-computer interfaces are cool technology which is used not only in healthcare but in other areas as well. In particular, you can use it not to understand if a dispatcher, the critical production facility, is tired. It's important to monitor the tiredness of people operating aircraft, operating turbines, etc. And by 2030, I think we are going to see a much broader implementation of that particular technology. Again, it's important, it's useful, and this technology will definitely be used in smart homes. Homes are already pretty smart, but of course it will be very useful to control your house with this technology. And the autonomous vehicles, we can also drive autonomous vehicles using brain-computer interface. Of course, I can't imagine too many autonomous cars on the streets of Moscow. And whenever I see such a car on the street, I try to get away from it as far as possible. Although there are humans in pilotless vehicles, even now controlling the driving, but I'm still trying to get away because I'm not sure that the car will be able to react fast enough to my movements. As to the attack vectors, of course, there will be spoofing DDoS, side channel attacks, and the version updates attacks. Biometric data. Biometric is not exactly healthcare, but for some reason I keep associating biometric data with healthcare. Of course, biometry is already used a lot, and you know that Russians do not usually smile. They only smile when they need to make a payment for a purchase in a store. Probably Russia is one of the more advanced countries in terms of introducing biometric payments, and biometry is evolving and probably will be able to get on board of aircraft when we are traveling without the documents, without the passports. People tend to leave them at home. Often it makes people worry. They don't sleep well before the day of travel. So once again, biometry will be under attack, and the attacks will be varied. It will be a problem for those who are designing this technology. Mostly here we talk about attacks on the contractors and the quantum attack. Well, actually, I have my own opinion about that. I'll keep it to the end of this session. And just like in other industries, the biometric technology attacks will be automated and quite sophisticated. Web3 and around. This technology is developing fast. Blockchain, cryptocurrency. In Russia, too, blockchain, given the pace of its development, of course, intruders will be abusing it to attack infrastructures mostly. As to digital currencies and their active implementation, there is talk about having a digital ruble. It's been around for the past couple of years. It's one of the priorities. But as soon as this currency is launched, I don't mean in the test mode, I mean a full-scale launch, the adversaries will be those who will try to hack it. Ира? Extraterrestrial attacks. Yeah, exactly. I wanted to keep this part of the presentation to me, to myself. Well, actually, I want to bring you not down to earth, but rather up in the sky. By 2030, there will be extraterrestrial attacks. At the moment, we don't have many records of those. They are more targeted. They are not really on a mass scale, but because the whole infrastructure is critical, it must be attractive to the attackers. And if something like a cyber war happens around 2030, 2030 plus, the satellites will be attacked by the attackers because they are running old software. We also have a lot of terrestrial infrastructure that supports the satellites in space. And actually, satellite attacks can lead to lots of problems in daily life and in the development of the potential of a country, in particular of Russia. Just wanted to mention that, of course, if satellites are attacked, there will be no communication in some remote regions that are using satellite communications will be totally disconnected. Probably we should also mention disruptions in geolocation and navigation services. Denise talked about that. Military risks are also pertinent. We've been talking about autonomous vehicles, and you hear about that every day. We know what these drones are capable of. They shut down airports, and probably the infrastructure will be left without control if satellites are attacked. And you can even undermine the defenses of a whole country if you attack a satellite. Probably this will be a super efficient means of starting, continuing, and finishing a cyber war. Satellites will be target number one, and these attacks will exacerbate the already difficult geopolitical situation. So satellite attacks probably will be the second factor or sign that will enable us to tell that cyber war is coming. Once satellites fall under the attack, we can say that, yeah, we are approaching a cyber war. We are talking about 2030, and I'm not sure that in 2030 we are going to have a super threat of or the quantum computing will be a super threat or a super target for hackers. Recently, our colleagues published a study where they researched the probability of encryption losing to quantum technology. In 2030, the probability is still low. It will start growing only in several decades' time. So I don't think that we need to start thinking about that or worrying about it around 2030. And quantum computing, of course, those computers will be under attack, but they need to leave labs when they do so. And I do not expect quantum computing to be outside of labs by 2030. And in particular in Russia. We mentioned AI on multiple occasions today, so to finish the presentation, let's go back to AI. Anton, what do you think AI, has it penetrated all aspects of our lives? And you talked about attacks of critical infrastructure. It's best not to digitize anything, but to be protected. With AI, do you have more advantages, or we have more, or we are facing more threats? Well, AI is an endless, limitless topic to discuss. I mean, you keep hearing about AI on every corner, all the visionaries, all the futurologists. I believe it's their duty to make a pronouncement on AI. AI is a simulation of biological neural network, a simplified version of a biological neural network.
Давайте вот ответим
And let's answer a question that we can, I think, that we can all understand. Can humans be hacked? Yes, of course, humans can be hacked in many different ways. You can use psychology, you can use chemistry. We know of cases when nations were hacked in Germany in the 1930s, in Ukraine in 2010s. The human brain, unlike technology as it exists now, is a much more complex system. AI helps us understand better the operations of a human brain. But the more complex AI technology becomes, the easier, the more susceptible it will be to hacking. So my prediction is by 2030, we will see first hack into a, say, generative network, some AI technology. And I think that is going to happen pretty soon. Again, the more complex it becomes, the easier the target it gets. I'm sure that it will be hacked in the foreseeable future. So on the one hand, these technologies will be deployed. And there is a romantic notion of this technology. Many visionaries say that, yeah, let's have it everywhere. It's so cool. We'll be granted a new level of comfort with this technology. But the risks that emerge in this context are out of proportion compared to the current benefits. So you have to be cautious. And at the moment, I don't see that the leading experts are cautious enough. So I'm against of using a lot of such technologies, say, at critical infrastructure facilities. Thank you. I think we need to round up this discussion. And to finish it off, there's a question I have. We discussed many things. Which of these predictions are most probable, and which of these predictions are definitely not going to come to life? Well, I believe the most realistic prediction is that the cybersecurity company profits are going to surge. Oh, great. Great news. Yeah, I have no doubt of that.
киберармии.
We are at the verge of cyber armies emerging. This is quite realistic, and we are going to have it 100%. This is assured, this is guaranteed. I will also risk predicting. I've been looking at your slides, and I agree that deepfakes will be produced in real time. And maybe even biometric data will be forged one day, and the services that we are all getting remotely today, in 15, 20 years, probably will have to go back to the offices, to the whole office infrastructure, and the remote format will disappear because the technologies will be able to forge human biometric. And even the vintage cars maybe will come back into fashion, and maybe those who are buying them now and putting them into their garages to store are seeing something that we don't. Thank you very much. We are done. I'd like to thank the speakers for the expert overview of the future threats. Let's break for 10 minutes to discuss the career or how to become a top-notch incident response specialist.
Друзья, просим вас занять свои места. Мы продолжаем. Автор следующего доклада сегодня...
Our agenda. The next speaker has managed to evolve from a novice into head of the DA4I team. And we're going to learn what basic knowledge is a must for a newbie and what challenges might one face on a career path. We'd like to give the floor to Lada Antipova, head of the Digital Forensic and Incident Response Team, Angara Security.
Тут вроде бы принято, я вчера выступала на треке Defense.
Well, yesterday I was a speaker at the defense track, and it's a pleasure to see all of you here today. It's great to see that on 11 a.m. day 3 Saturday morning, there are so many people in this room. Some people are still following us online. Thank you so much for that. Let me start from the very beginning. When I started thinking about the title of my presentation, it took me a very long time to think this over. My imposter syndrome prevented me from pushing the submit button so that the organizers would even consider this particular speech. Just like many of us, oftentimes I look like this, which means that on the one hand, you're a success, you start being happy, but then all of a sudden you think, maybe this is not enough, maybe I'm not doing something that I should do. And to the guys who are facing similar situations, I want to say, guys, I'm with you on that. Actually, I will not be talking about my own self, but rather about these guys, not just them as well, but I'm going to give you more details later on. By the way, this is my team. And this is just half of the headcount that we have right now. But I tried to get the best picture into my presentation so that it looks good. Another important thing I want to mention is that this is the first presentation that I wanted to prepare, despite the fact that I've been talking at various conferences for 3 years on end. Usually, you just come up with some technical text, and then, based on your experience, you can just follow up on that. In this particular case, I had a hard time finding the right words to drive the message home. But since the honors were given to me, I decided to first introduce myself. My name is Lada, and actually, this is a standard slide. It describes my brief experience. We are here to discuss education, among other things, and I just wanted to mention that I graduated from the Altai University of Technology, specializing in information security. And this just goes to show you that there are information security programs offered in Russian regions, and they're cool, they're awesome. Because, when I thought that when I would go to Moscow, I'm not going to be on a par with their experts. Actually, Barnaul offers a great educational program. Then I was hired as a simple engineer. I moved to Moscow, and then I specialized in monitoring. I passed through levels 1, 2, and 3. And by the way, another interesting detail, right next to the defense track, there is a blackboard where you might want to write something that you wish the organizers or other guys. And one of the wishes was, don't go to work for a security operations center. Maybe this guy was unlucky because SOC gives you tremendous experience, and which is quite unique. At least I'm speaking from my own experience, because I worked for an in-house SOC for a very long time. Then I decided to specialize in digital forensics, and now I was invited as a speaker to this conference. I run my own Telegram channel, and I also teach at a facility. What is digital forensics? We are like Sherlocks in the digital world, and indeed, this is right. This is so. We come to put out fires when an incident has already occurred, right? Much damage has already been conflicted customers come to us and they say, well, something is happening at my infrastructure. Do something. This is a fact, by the way. And by the you can answer this question in the following way. It's quite normal when you get up in the morning, you have some coffee. On a Saturday morning, it's a warm morning, the weather is fine, and in a couple of hours, you catch a flight to some remote location to investigate an incident. You have to get ready for that. It's difficult. You know, when you have to fly around all the time, it's difficult. And this is the same problem when you face when you have to be transferred from one project to another project. There is a reverse side to this coin. When you investigate real incidents, when you are at the forefront, when you spearhead this process, other things start to seem boring to you, and you gain experience at a high rate. So when you start thinking of what to do next, you say, damn, I cannot give up this exciting work. So I already mentioned having a cup of coffee early in the morning. So this is the first hint that I want to share with you.
Акцентируйте свое внимание на свежих публикациях и читайте
read the most recent publications, read as much as possible whether you are specialized in incident response or not. We're talking about information security in general. By the way, when I only started my career, that was one of the pieces of advice that was shared with me. When you go to any news channel or a Telegram channel, you are overloaded with too much information about hacking attacks, incidents. Ralph Hacker publishes an article on 10 more vulnerabilities or new exploits. So what do you do to cope with so much information? Out of this overload of info, I would suggest that you read just small pieces that you're really interested in, and step by step you'll understand how to use it. Don't try to read everything as you would read Wikipedia. Just allocate 15 minutes per day or any time that you're prepared to allocate for reading these resources. By the way, this is not an exhaustive list of the resources that you might want to read through. I just highlighted the major websites run by local InfoSec and Cybersec vendors, blogs, reports, you name it. Since I'm talking about the digital forensics, I also listed some of the personal blogs that I highly recommend. Telegram channels. It's common knowledge that there are multiple Telegram channels with very useful resources that you might want to look in. One of my acquaintances said that he should probably run his own Telegram channel because everyone seems to be doing that. And there are large-scale bloggers and large blogs run by several people. So these are my personal recommendations. This is my personal list of favorites. If you have no idea what to start with them, and then you will identify your own priorities. Attend conferences, watch videos that you're interested in, and step by step you will gain some understanding of what needs to be read. All the conferences that I have attended so far, it's not about listening to people, understanding everything they're saying. It's more about networking. I'm here to network. By the way, as far as this PhD fest is concerned, I just at the defense track, I only listened to about 30% of all the presentations, not to mention other tracks. I will definitely spend the entire next week to go over the screenshots that I made during this conference. When you talk to your counterparts in the community, you'll see more exciting things that you can look into at your leisure time on your couch, eating potato chips or anything else. I went at a tangent, but now let me go to the main part of my presentation, which is how to become a top-notch incident responder. Basically, I'm a nerd
Я очень люблю докапываться до
in
мелочей.
this sense because I pay much attention to detail. InfoSec for me is part of IT in general. So if you come and tell me that I did this or that for the sake of security, and then it'll be up to the admin to do the rest, you are not going to be part of my team, because this is my personal experience, by the way. I used to work for a monitoring center, for a SOC center, and by the way, that helps me a lot, and I tell my students the following. Back then, I was a 25-year-old young girl. Right next to me, there was an expert for database management systems, InfoSec, Cybersec, anti-fraud, app security, and so on and so forth. So if something happens during your shift, and your shift operates 24/7, you have to come in, and me, a 25-year-old girl, had to explain to the experts responsible for the product what happened. You have to describe the incident, and you have to describe the follow-up steps. And if he says, I don't want to do that because it doesn't work that way, you have to speak the same language with these guys to be able to explain things to them. And the very same thing is happening right now. Something happens, and someone will tell you, I'm not going to do this. You have to prove your worth, and you have to be able to explain the follow-up steps. Digital forensics, well, it's quite clear-cut. You can replace it with any applied domain that you want to develop yourself as an expert, for instance, app security, info security, whatever. And the last but not least, bullet is the soft skills. You have to know how to speak to people. This is important. And I'm going to give you examples to show the importance of soft skills. So let's go over these three bullets in sequence. These are some smart books that I recommend reading, but books are not the only tool. The best way to deep dive into information security is as follows. We InfoSec guys need to know more, and by reading smart books, you are not going to be a top-notch expert. Though I do recommend reading smart books. The best way to become a top-notch responder is to deploy your own lab, assign multiple roles to virtual machines in your domain. You will have some pain points. The machine is not going to see everything in the domain, and you will understand what an admin, an ordinary admin, faces on a daily basis, and you'll be able to speak the same language with them. By the way, using my personal experience, I've always dreamt of having a great CV at a website. I thought that it was a prerequisite for any top-notch expert. I still don't have a CV or a website, but the very experience of buying a domain with a beautiful domain name, because you have to focus on your personal brand. Then you deep dive into DNS entries, backend, front-end, your area of responsibility, the way you're gonna develop your own website. Well, in the past, I didn't have much time to complete all of that. But again, this is a useful experience because DNS entry is linked to other things, and you can use other pieces of knowledge to assemble a puzzle ultimately. So basically, hands-on experience is what I do recommend. And the books will help you out on your journey. By the way, despite the fact that I graduated as a major in information security, much time is spent on studying IT and networks, and we programmed a lot, which means that I ignored many of the subjects taught to us at college, despite the fact that I was an A student. Now I have to learn this on my own. My experience shows that all these stuff are important. They are, trust me. And you try to tell an interviewee that this is important to know the difference between the different systems. And it's not just because the interviewer is trying, to ask a tricky question. Now let's move on to the digital forensics. Again, this is a vast domain. For instance, if you read any book of the ones shown below, for instance, The Art of Digital Forensics, of Memory Forensics, you wouldn't want to do anything with the digital forensics because this book is that thick. So eat an elephant piece by piece. Start with simple things. If you don't know what to start with, then go to more seasoned experts. They will give you a hint. They will give you a piece of advice. And we start using digital forensic terms from the get-go without understanding the details. If you try to deep dive into them from the scratch, you will not be able, to surface. I've been in digital forensics for many years, but as soon as a new book is published, I read it. And one smart person just told me once, how come you read so much? You know all these things. Well, it's awesome. It's cool. As soon as a book is published, even if it's 300 pages long, you just skip some parts of the books because you're already familiar with it. Every author has his or her own vision. They have details to share with the audience, and when you find the most important thing, you're happy. Or it could be just the opposite. You read the book and you understand that there is nothing new for you in there. But nevertheless, read books. As for hands-on practice, this is something different from reading books. Oftentimes, when you investigate an incident, you cannot say that I read in a book that this should be this way and this way. It doesn't happen that way. Thoughtwell is one of the resources listed in the slide. Back then, the Handbox was not as popular, and there were very few tasks pertaining to the digital forensics, and you had to look for specific tasks and problems to be solved. So at this stage, you have to be clear about the following fact. All the CTF resources, for Red Team, it's way easier. They just hack things. And in our case, what you're going to find in the CTF is going to be totally different from the things you're going to see in real life. The diagrams are going to be complicated, and you will spend days to decipher the diagrams to understand how it works. And when you come to investigate a real incident, you will be totally dumbfounded because the top 10 listed on one of these resources are not going to be used in real life. So you have to be proficient on sources of data and so on and so forth, but just keep this in mind, that in real life it's going to be different. As for training courses, I cannot but mention that, by the way, this is not an exhaustive list of resources. These are resources that I listed off the top of my mind because I hear about them on a daily basis. And just like most of my colleagues, I undertook some of these courses. As for the Kaspersky X training and Sense, I love them. CyberRed, PTBar, these are cool resources and awesome resources, but be smart about picking them. You cannot take them just to get a certificate. And I always tell my students that, these are great training courses, but there are people who do this on a daily basis, ask them, shoot your questions to them if something is unclear. Even if you ask them a stupid question. By the way, when my students ask me questions, they set me thinking. I start thinking, I've never even thought about this particular way of attack or defense. So it's important to be able to address questions to people with hands-on experience. Another important thing, which is not mentioned in the slide, but I cannot but mention it, that's mentorship. I know that there are whole mentorship movements, a Menti platform, or I forget the name of the platform, which offers the relevant services. I had mentors back in the day. Back then, they did not use the term of mentorship, and you didn't have an official mentor. But I worked for a security operations center, and the senior expert acted as a mentor. He just told me what needs to be done. And the same held true when I started specializing in digital forensic. And you're going to be lucky if you find a person like that. That doesn't mean that he or she will read you hour-long lectures. These guys are always short of time, but they will share with you pieces of advice. They will give you hints and tips, and there are great examples of top-notch experts who had no mentors and who just gained experience on their own. It's up to you, to identify your own journey. Let's move on. And like I said, the most difficult part of the work we do is communications and soft skills and being able to talk to people. You might think, well, she's right here on the stage. It's so easy for her to say so. Well, 3 years back, if you saw my very first presentation, when I was so nervous, my voice was trembling. And when I had to talk to customers, and the customers would ask you questions, I was like, Jesus Christ, I cannot cope with that. I'm an IT to my core. I love sitting behind my laptop. I like searching things. I never liked public, and I still don't like public speeches. Oftentimes, I hate people so much that I put on my headphones not to hear anything. When you research something, I just put on my headphones. Some people will listen to music. I sometimes listen to classic music, or I just activate the noise suppression in my headphones. People think that I'm listening to something, but I don't. And that fends people off because they think that you're busy, that you're deep into whatever you're doing. And this actually reflects my internal essence. You might think that I'm an extrovert and that I love talking to people. It takes experience to become one, but I could recommend lots of books, a ton of books on the soft skills. Before my first speech at the first PhD Fest 2 years ago, I actually read this book titled Kama Sutra for Public Speakers. And there is a ton of books that I can recommend to you. However, without experience, without, without making your own mistakes, you're not going to be a great public speaker. Let's move on to the traits which are important for an expert and the incident responder. Patience and focus. No matter how trivial it might seem, given the huge amount of information such people have to sift through, and then go over the same data set again and again, because new details might come out, new specifications might be handed over to you. If you're not patient, if you're not focused, if you're not that, it's not going to work for you. System thinking is about an ability to see the forest for the trees and identify the causality. What happened before that? Are these events even linked? This is an important skill. Oftentimes, I see the following situation. You get a notification from the Security Operations Center or a notification about any event, and you have to interpret the raw data into simple Russian. Very few people, many people can do that, but very few people can actually say whether it's a malicious event. It's one thing to state the facts, and it's a totally different thing to be able to interpret them. Staying curious or curiosity. Actually, I did not know what term to use in this regard, but when I prepared my PPT stack, Alexei Lukatsky, who supervised this track, looked through my presentation, and he asked me the following question. How do forensic and incident response experts hone their skills? And if you've been following the presentations for the past 3 days, you probably know that incidents tend to repeat themselves time over time, and this is true. For instance, we work from incident to incident, and 60 to 70% of the incidents are basically the same ones. That's roughly speaking. For instance, when you see a dozen encryption cases, you're going to be proficient. By the way, project leads in my team know what needs to be asked for, what an amount of data they need. They are more. Sometimes they are more proficient than we are. Encryptors, encryption attacks are the threat, are the #1 threat, and oftentimes you tend to miss things because you're too used to certain types of threats. So being curious will help you out. Ask any member of my team, and they'll tell you that our profession is never boring. You complete an investigation, but you see something interesting, something that confuses you. For instance, you don't fully understand what happened in a system, even if it's not linked to the main event, to the main incident. Something was not clear to you, and it was something awesome. We have the research time allocated for experts to deep dive into something interesting in a vulnerability. And first and foremost, that increases your investigation time threefold, and you are not going to be burnt out. By the way, this is something that I will be talking about time and again. Being hard and being soft at the very same time. If you know me well, you probably heard the story that I'm going to share with you, but I believe that this is a great example of what it means to be hard and soft at the very same time. Just take myself as an example. I go as a responder on site, and by the way, this is a real case. I arrived on site to investigate an incident. You get a phone call at 7 a.m. You're just out of shower, no makeup. You have just got out of bed. So an hour later, you come on site, and the IT administrator says, Are you the one to investigate the incident? Maybe we should call someone more senior. And you have to fend off such offenses. Well, I am a female, but it happens to everyone. You have to be confident in what you say and what you do. Regardless of anything, you should be confident. But at the very same time, you should be softly spoken, because these guys have just experienced an incident. They chain smoke in their smoking rooms, and you should be the one who come and say, the most dangerous thing has already happened, or you have to expect this or that. Let's try and do and think together about what needs to be done. And that's part of the soft skills that you should have.
вторая часть.
Right. And the second part of my presentation already covered soft skills and hard skills. So now let's move on to my favorite part, which is best of the best. It's titled Best of the Best. I already said that I would mention my own team, but we are not the only DFIR team. We're not the only ones specializing in defense, digital forensics and incident response. But the title is Best of the Best. So I consulted with some of my counterparts to hear what their take is on how to become a top-notch expert, how to be in the middle of the fire, but still staying relevant and up to date. And let me cross the T's and dot the I's. So I would say that the first thing is to keep on learning from your own mistakes. You will make mistakes all the time. You will think that I should have done this or that. I should have done this earlier. I should have done this better. That's what we live for. This is part of our daily lives. This is a norm. And let me share this this quote with you. It's my favorite quote.
Почему? Мне кажется, то, что вообще смысл.
Don't think that you are the smartest person in the room. Never let yourself think that you are the smartest. You have to trust your team. They will help you out. And I know that people have different opinion of that, but as to me, I believe that it works better if you are not pushing yourself forward, but instead, when you are delegating to people, when you are relying on your people. And another thing I wanted to mention in this context is you have to know how to talk to people and how to write reports. So you have to be competent in Russian, in your native language, and you will have to address different people. Some of them are tech savvy, others are not, and you have to be able to explain what happened and what is being done to different audiences. You need to demonstrate that, this is an area for prevention, this is something that you could have done and you better do next time. So I'm not talking about typos here, I'm talking about using appropriate language. So some people have technical assistants who do reports for them. Some of you will write reports yourself, but I suggest that if report has been prepared for you, you still read through it before you submit it to the customer. And also, you use facts, you are being constructive in your wording, but you have to be kind. You have to be careful, and you should not submit to provocations just because some, I don't know, CEO thinks that you should have done everything differently. Well, no, you have to stick to your point, you have to stick to your principles. And I'm going to list several more ideas, give you some more, messages that I think are very important. The imposter syndrome is something that many people are familiar with, but once you gain experience, when you've seen many incidents, not just unicast, but real incidents, big ones. Sometimes you get thinking that, well, you have seen it all. But it's very important to stop yourself and not be presumptuous and not put on airs. Because, things happen and there is always someone smarter than you, more experienced than you. You should also take every incident as an adventure. This will prevent your burnout, and it won't let you close your eyes on to things you don't want to deal with. You have to be consistent, and you have to ask yourself questions, and if some data is missing, first you have to find the data, and only after that answer the question instead of skipping that question or being superficial in answering it. We shouldn't forget about the goals of the adversary. We have to walk the talk, you know.
Вот тут тоже на самом деле мне было очень приятно, потому что по факту
This is another very important slide here. We have already talked about reasoning. You have to make use of logical, systemic, analytical reasoning. You have to. It's something that we've talked about.
либо должны уметь разбираться в чем-то и иметь максимальный багаж знаний по работе.
You must have the knowledge. Why do I love SOCs? Because when you work at an SOC, you can try out many different tools and understand how they are connected and what applies where. If there is a system that's not familiar, give yourself time to understand how it works. Because there isn't any other option, really. You have to know how to translate from the technical language to human language and automation. Actually, people ask me, does one need to be a programmer to go in cybersec? Well, this is probably not that's not a mandatory prerequisite. Well, of course not, but with time, you will get there. There are reasons why we study programming, coding at the university. You should be able to do at least some automation because there are some things that will repeat over and over. So you need to have, of course, you have to have the team, but you are a response expert. And if you see that there is a certain thing that you keep doing in and out, you need the same script over and over again in different incident handling, probably it's a good idea to automate that particular script, that particular scenario.
Следующие нюансы. То, что во всем должен быть баланс.
You have to find the balance. When you've got experience, you will know when it is time to stop. Someone who's into forensics, there is a big risk to overload yourself with data, especially in criminal forensics. You can dig and dig and dig, but only experience will allow you to understand that you've reached the point when you understand that, okay, the pattern of this incident is not going to change, even if you add more and more data on top of everything that you've already uncovered. Be cold-blooded. Be emotionally stable. And self-control. Self-control is yet another very important soft skill. This is a message that I love, and I keep telling my guys that forget there is Russian. Well, of course, I know I'm again simplifying things. It's okay if you Google stuff in Russian, but the most critical knowledge that you will ever be able to obtain is in the English language. This knowledge is in the English language, so please, even if you can't talk English, you need to be able to read English. There are so many resources out there. You will limit yourself. I mean, if you Google in Russian, why is it limits to yourself? I mean, you will be losing a ton of information. English. English, period. You have to trust, but you have to control. Sometimes you arrive at an incident site and someone tells you, well, leave that system out because my admins have been through it already, there aren't any traces there. Or sometimes you hear, and my colleagues are going to really appreciate that because it happened to everyone. Like, RDP? Do you mean our RDP looking outside? No, can't be. No, who do you think we are? And then you go back to this guy and say, oh, here's the evidence. And he says, oh, okay. Now we'll have to clean everything out. Another important point, my colleagues, myself, we get to face that regularly. You have to remember that communication channel access should be limited because it can be compromised, and especially during incidents. The Telegram bots and everything, colleagues have demonstrated how easy it is to get our Telegram sessions, when admins receive messages from the accounts of their own employees, but these messages are sent by the attackers. And then, okay, what do you do with that? So it's very important to be mindful of that, and response experts will definitely advise you on how to act best in arranging your communication with your team. Cognitive distortion. Well, usually it's about threat intelligence. There is a lot of stuff there. This is basic theory that you get right at the entrance point. And colleagues saying that, yeah, we are actually getting that as well. Cognitive bias. You have to remember that humans by nature are biased. We usually try to find information that we already know in every new situation. Our perception of reality is subjective and is based on our prior experience. So it's very important to ask oneself, why am I so sure that I know that? Why do I know that I know? Next, there is propensity to action, even if it's not going to assure positive results. So we tend to act when there is no need, or when we're not sure where it's going to lead us. Sometimes you arrive at an incident site, you get there at, I don't know, at 12, and then in an hour and a half, someone comes to see you and says, how's it going? Well, what was it? Was it phishing? It's been an hour and a half. Only. We have only had time to talk to the admins, not more. And people are already expecting some every minute report and everything. So again, it's very important to find the right balance when your client or an IT director wants to get these every hour reports. We need to explain to them that there is no rush. Well, you can report to them every hour, it's okay. But the important thing is you need to explain that we are currently at the stage of such and such, and we have found this and this, but we aren't going to do anything about it, or we are going to only do these things on the list that I'm handing over to you. Why? Because if we if we rush into action, then we may inflict more damage. An incident can be really hurtful. It can leave a trace. And every time you see an antivirus alert, the only thought that you have in the mind, we'll need to call forensics now. I'm being hacked. So this is also an important piece. Well, yeah. No, you have to be on alert. That's true. But again, don't overdo it. And
аномалии с артефактами. Это по большей части, несмотря на то, что мы не про супертехнические вещи говорим, но мы
anomalies with artifacts.
Прям точно не можем. Абсолютно в полной мере.
This may sound super technical, but I need to talk about that. If you see an anomaly with artifacts, if you feel like there's something weird there, probably your gut feeling is right, and you need to double check, do reverse engineering, do additional analysis. It's better because our tools are not perfect, and as forensics, we need to remember about that always. You have to request the disk image, the drive image. Sometimes it helps, even if the system is encrypted. There are still cases when not all data is lost, and the data can still be retrieved. But this should not slow down your investigation. There are some things, you come to the customer and you say, let's take images from all drives and also operate memory. While you are doing this,
сожжется второй раз.
the infrastructure will burn down the second time. So you have to remember about that. Triaging methods, well, not only triages images to
Сетевки не помогут,
CTFs.
помогут развиваться.
CTFs will not help develop much in the response skills, but they will definitely boost your reverse engineering skills. CTFs are more about algorithms, that's something different, and you can take Aristotle and get the working samples, and you investigate them, research them,
Ну и дальше, в основном, кстати, этот слайд тоже
boost your skills. Again, this slide sums up everything that I've said. Soft skills sometimes turn out to be more important than hard skills. You'll have to act fast, and it's okay if you don't something right away. Spend another hour, you'll get the knowledge, you'll find things out, don't worry.
нужно быть всегда дотошным, дерзким в своих
Well,
решениях.
you have to be thorough, you have to be bold, you have to stick to your principles, and you have to be dynamic and actionable.
Это не про
If you are responding, if you are a response expert, you have to remember that your work is not 9 to 5. You may get a phone call sometime late at night or sometime over the weekend. You may be called to work away from a lovely breakfast with your family. You have to be ready for that. And another thing, check any information. Do not react before you understand what you deal with. And another thing, I need to mention, one visit to the customer may actually serve a better purpose than 10 phone calls.
Когда нужно представить паяльник, и вам администратор все сразу расскажет.
This is when you put a hot iron to the butt of your customer, and sometimes your presence there will enable you to get the data much faster than trying to request it remotely. So a response specialist, just like anybody else, needs to work for pleasure. If your work gives you pleasure, things will get better, you will grow, there will be the right people around you, and your skills will grow. There is no doubt about that. And please remember also that your success story may be different from other people's success stories. It's your story. Stick to it.
Аплодисменты спикеру.
Let's have a round of applause to the speaker.
Сразу переходим к следующему.
And we are moving directly on to our next presentation, which will be on the balance between the InfoSec career and private life. Many people are capable of finding the golden middle, and the speaker will share strategies that will enable you to combine in good balance different aspects of life. Please welcome Ksenia Akhrameeva, Head of Development Lab and Cyber Competencies Lab with Gazinform service.
Коллеги, добрый день.
Hello, colleagues. Well, it's a pity that many people left. Well, I understand. There are so many exciting activities around. Before I start, let's have a quick interactive session. Please raise your hand if you are in IT or if you are in InfoSec. Oh, almost everyone. Wonderful. And the same people who has anything to do with education. You either study yourself still, or you teach others. Good. Do you work in IT, in Cybersec, or you study, or you teach others, and you also have family and friends? Look, this is amazing. This is pure magic. With every next question, I was seeing fewer and fewer hands up. The more jobs you have to perform, the more difficult it is to wear different hats. I traveled here together with my 14-year-old daughter. I asked her, would she want to travel with me? She said, oh, no, Mom, you're going there for work. And I told her that work is not always routine. Sometimes it's fun. And that's exactly my situation. Today, I will try to share with you the life hacks and the principles that allow me not to burn out, but instead to move forward. So my name is Ksenia Akhrameeva. Eva. I'm
кандидат технических наук.
a candidate of technical sciences. I'm an assistant professor and the head of the lab, one of the labs at the gas inform service company, and I also teach at the telecommunications university in St. Petersburg. I have 3 children. I'm a mother.
Более 15 лет.
I've been in this business for the past 15 years. And to tell you the truth, Gas Inform Service, I joined this company about a year ago. First, I joined the company as a senior technical analyst. After 6 months, I was promoted to a lab manager. I actually expected to get more money. That was my main drive. I wanted to have a big salary. But it turned out that to be a lab manager means more responsibility, more tasks, and more fun. So when people tell you if you turn your work into your hobby, you will not spend a single day of your life working. I enjoy going to work, and I enjoy going home after work. I feel the same enjoyment. I'll share that enjoyment with you today. I'm told that we've got screens here as well. I could be looking in that direction. I had the lab
И одно из направлений – это образовательная деятельность.
for
Мы обучаем наших заказчиков, наших партнеров.
cybersecurity competence development and promotion at Gas Inform Service.
Такие моменты, когда клиентам нужно
Sometimes the customers
сразу много.
want to get everything everywhere all at once. My team, at the same time, is limited in headcount. We've got tracks, we've got tasks, we've got a roadmap, we've got our own deadlines and our own reporting schedule, and I can't violate them. So I need to coordinate between different tasks and find a balance not only at life, but also at work.
Вот здесь и возникает слово «баланс».
Balance is the key word of this talk.
Я так очень скоро закончусь. Просто
If I try to do absolutely everything all at once, I will burn out. I'll burn down to ashes. That would be wrong. And balance means taking good care of oneself. And at the same time, that's part of your professionalism rather than an opposition to professionalism. We must take care of ourselves and we must set priorities
сохраняя себя.
To preserve ourselves, to preserve our own being, and if we maintain the balance, we will be able to enhance our performance. Our productivity will be higher. The quality of decisions will not be sacrificed. And what's more important, we will have good relations with colleagues at work, with our superiors, and also with our family members. What helps me? Well, frankly speaking, as I was getting ready for the talk, I even started laughing to myself because when I tried to answer this question, I realized that it's not that simple. Well, first of all, we need to set borders. We need to define clearly the borders when we are online and when we are not online. Many people are 24-hour online 24 hours a day. It's wrong. Guys, don't listen to me, but actually, we need to allocate time for work chats and my teaching chats, for instance, when I'm talking to students, when we are working on their thesis. The time for our families. In the last 2 weeks, this is something that I've been doing for the past 2 weeks, and it really works. Then, delegation. Of course, as a manager, I must delegate some assignments, but you need to learn to delegate at home as well. You can't be the locomotive at all times of your family. For instance, my husband gathers kids for the kindergarten and takes them to the kindergarten, and I take this time to go to the swimming pool and then go to work.
Дальше. Необходимо нам строить мини-планы.
We also need to write mini plans. Again, you can't do several things at once. We must set priorities.
Нельзя за все сразу хвататься.
Multitasking doesn't work. And you need to allocate time for yourself. In my case, that would be a swimming pool. Almost every day I go to a swimming pool before office, and it gives a good start for the day. And a couple of times a month, I go to a massaging parlor, and then I'm renewed, I'm reborn. So again, allocate time for yourself. And also what matters is the support of your family and of your management. If I have some issues at home, then I get support from my management, while at home, my parents, my husband, my children support me if I've got some challenges at work. And if children see me wearing headphones, sitting next to the computer, my children know that it doesn't mean that I'm watching movies there, it means that I'm working. And if I haven't had time to prepare dinner, I tell my children to go and talk to their dad about dinner, and no one is taking offense. I can see there are ladies in the room, and me being a girl in cybersecurity, I knew I would face stereotypes. This is not your profession, it's not up to girls. Girls get pregnant, they take maternity leaves, they get tired of the profession. Well, actually, after my first maternity leave, I became a PhD. During the third maternity leave, I became an assistant professor. A maternity leave is a time for opportunities and for growth. I have a baby. I know it's very hard to have a baby, but still it doesn't mean that you need to put your profession aside. You can still develop, acquire new skills, acquire new professions. And right now we live in the times that's flexible. You know, there is remote education, there is remote work. And this gives you new opportunities. When I had my third baby, in 5 days after giving birth, I went back to teaching online. Is this hard? Yes, it is. Does it meet my interest? Well, yes. If my kids get sick, because my employer offers hybrid mode of operation in the office, I inform my management that I'm staying at home for several days, and everyone is okay with that. I can still build career without harming my family. The role of education. I'm an educator myself. I teach. I'm an assistant professor at the chair of secure telecom systems, and I talk to students all the time. I see that education is indeed a tool for self-development. When I communicate with students, I get some feedback, and I learn from them. I find out about new trends, and I grow together with them. By teaching others, I teach myself. And it is especially pleasant when the student of yesterday becomes a colleague of today. And we've got 3 people in the room right now who used to be my students, and I absolutely enjoy it when I see that they're real experts in cybersecurity. They know things that I am not even aware of. I don't want to be aware of the things that they know. You know, Leonardo said that it would be a bad student who wouldn't surpass the teacher. Well, I totally subscribe to that. Teaching is a great inspiration in life. And several practical pieces of advice.
Необходимо планировать не идеал, а реальность.
You need to plan for reality, not for the perfect case scenario. You do things that you can do right now. Don't try to spread out. learn to say no without feeling guilty. I'm not very good at this point, to tell you the truth, but I'm trying, I'm doing my best, and I'm learning. Hopefully one day I'll be able to say no without experiencing guilt. I have to remember about me. If I have myself, I will be a high-performing employee, and I will be a very good family member. And a bit of rest is not a luxury, it's the only way for us to replenish our resources and to move forward. And I think that those who know how to relax, how to take rest, deserve bonuses because they know what makes them really efficient. And stay focused. Don't spread out. I enjoy being here. I'm addressing you. I'm talking to you. And in 5 minutes' time, I will be with my daughter visiting different booths at this fest and enjoying the setting. I will be present elsewhere. Now I'm present here. And as to the takeaways, we can't be everywhere at the same time. We have to stay focused and we need to learn to keep the balance. The foundation of my growth is support. If I didn't have the support from my husband and from my parents, and they do assist me very much, especially in taking care of kids, I wouldn't be able to grow and to develop. I know that there is still room for improvement, and I hope my parents and my husband stay healthy. And I also hope that very soon my 14-year-old daughter is becoming yet another of my assistants. Don't try to do everything right now. Be here, be now, and enjoy your life. Thank you. Thank you very much for your attention. It was good. No, wait. I'm not done yet. It was my pleasure to share this talk with you. And if you've got any ideas, if there is feedback you want to share, then here are my contacts. In conclusion, I'd like to wish you and to wish me to find our own balance between work, education, and family. If we are in harmony, if all our dimensions of life are in harmony, we will achieve happiness. I'd like to thank the speaker for invaluable advice. Let's have a 10-minute break, guys. And then at 12:10 at the Lomonosov Arena, we will start a panel discussion on the labor market in cybersecurity.
Дискуссия посвящена кадровым проблемам рынка ИБ. Многие выпускники вузов и специалисты...
Issues. Many university grads and professionals changing careers face the issue of their resumes not being read, despite the fact that the market is in dire need of the talent. The panelists will discuss how to properly present your experience and what skills are most valuable. Please welcome to the stage Natalia Pechugina, HR Director of Green Atom, Dmitry Lee, CISO IFLT Systems, Елена Morozova, co-founder and managing partner at Search Group, Artyom Belyaev, second-year bachelor student in information security at St. Pete State University of Aerospace and Instrumentation, Dmitry Golikov, independent expert, and Anastasia Fyodorova, a facilitator and head of the educational commercial programs with Positive Technologies.
Коллеги, здравствуйте.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to welcome all of you here at this panel discussion devoted to a very important issue. No matter what we say about the cybersecurity and the various incidents, the most important element are our people and are our staff. And this is what we're here to talk about. Because, like I said, the staff issue is the most frequently discussed problem, and I guess you hear about it from everywhere. The only exception being an iron, because an iron being the only home appliance not linked to the IoT. So we'll be discussing this issue from three different viewpoints. From the viewpoint of a student looking for a job, from the viewpoint of a professional changing his or her career path at a relatively mature age, and from the viewpoint of an HR department, a recruiting department, and top managers who hire people, because we need to find some common ground to breach the time lag in manning the vacancies so that the cybersecurity industry is at the forefront and is able to develop. People deficit is an issue, and we're going to be discussing the fact that we need more people in cybersecurity. It's a pleasure to welcome both offline and online viewers and at our panel discussion. And the very first question I'd like to address is going to be the one addressed to Artyom. Artyom, would you please share your experience in sending out your CV? How did you look for a job? Because as far as I know, you are a sophomore. So what's your experience? Why did you decide to go into cybersecurity? And how come you decided to start looking for a job in your sophomore year? Good afternoon, everyone. Well, looking for the first job became an issue for me because, well, I started looking for a job when I was a freshman. At the very end of my freshman year, I started looking for a job, and I faced lots of obstacles that prevented me from understanding what I was doing wrong. Actually, I can split it into two parts. The first one is the unconscious stage. I just, developed a CV. I populated the CV with everything I could. It was a total chaos on paper, and then I would send out the CV to everyone. For instance, my relatives, and naturally, it did not give me any positive outcomes. Actually, I did not get any feedback from the employers. So all your efforts were in vain. Exactly. How many times did you send out your CV? Well, I have sent out my CV 40 to 50 times. So you are persistent. You're quite persistent. Exactly. But I didn't get any feedback. And the only way for me to score the very first interview, by the way, this is a separate subject for discussion. The main pain point is that advice is published online, pieces of advice published online, and I quote, well, go to job interviews and you'll see what needs to be done. But back then, I had to score my very first job interview to be able to get any experience of conducting job interviews. So I experimented, and that was a way forward for me. I revised my CV several times. I would attach explanatory notes to my CV, but I would just say, I'm a student, I'm a sophomore, I want to work for a company, I have these skills, I will work for food. Please hire me. That was basically my message in my CV. I was desperate at some point of time, and ultimately I went to my first job interview. I realized what people wanted from me, the way it was conducted, and what an average employer actually wants from a potential employee. And the second stage was more or less conscious. I would send less CVs. I would read the vacancy information in greater detail, and I tried to offer more than the vacancy description stated. Ultimately, that helped me strike some sort of balance. And well, I scored 45 job interviews, and at the very last one, I was hired. So that was a rule of thumb, how to make sure that your CV meets the requirements of the employers. Yeah, but no one taught me to do that, so I had to make do on my own. When we got ready for this panel discussion, one of the hypotheses that we discussed was that there are many smart people who are hired from this at the very beginning. So maybe that was something that we came up with, but it turns out to be a real pay point for you. Dmitry, I was just wondering, you have 15 years under your belt in law enforcement, and then you moved to cybersecurity and joined a commercial company. Well, we heard what Artyom had to say, a rule of thumb to gain some experience. What was your experience? Good afternoon, everyone. I'll be happy to share my case and my life experience, but let me go at a tangent first. To change a career path, people have different causes and have different reasons. Some people prepare for that. They find some time in their existing job schedules to select, the right way to develop their career paths. For instance, they might want to focus on pen test, cybersecurity, info security, perimeter security, so on and so forth. And they undergo training courses on their own. In advance, they graduate from such training courses, and by the time they reach the threshold of changing the career path, they do a smooth transition. And I don't think that such people ever face problems like Artyom did. And there is a second category. People decide all of a sudden to change their career paths drastically, no matter what the reasons are. But they are totally unprepared for this point of time. And there are people somewhere in between. They understand that they do need to prepare, but they lack the time, or maybe they are not persistent enough. And I am a good example of the last category. You just prepare a CV of sorts, just like Artyom did. And since I worked for law enforcement, law enforcement careers are quite stable, and you don't even need a CV per se if you are in the law enforcement. So it was something brand new for me to prepare a CV and to start looking for a job. And I specialized in info security. I majored in information security when in college, but there are lots of work streams even in that domain. And it was problematic for me to pinpoint what it is I wanted to do. I started with vulnerability detection, defense analysis. Exactly, you have to stay focused. My very first job was linked to vulnerability detection. Dmitry, how long did it take you to find a job? And how much experience did you gain before you actually found the first job? Just a couple of months. So that was quite fast. So that's the age difference to you. Natalia and Elena, my next question goes to you. From the viewpoint of an HR department or head of an HR department, from the viewpoint of a recruiting department, how relevant is this issue to you? And what's the difference of hiring people for IT and cybersecurity? Thank you so much, Anastasia. I wanted to address what Artem had to say. I was really surprised that you had to look for a job rather than vice versa. You know, we go to colleges, we go to universities, and I believe that it's true for all the employers. Employers try to raise awareness of their companies in colleges, and I don't think any young expert should look for a job, because it's the employers who look for such young employees. The second thing that surprised me is that you have several CVs. In Green Atom, we just leave a QR code for guys to scan it, and they get a phone number, and this is enough. Of course, if we want to hire you, you will have to fill out some papers, which is normal. And you also mentioned that you had to attend 45 different job interviews. It came as a total surprise for me, because in our case, IT guys undergo a maximum of 2 stages in job interviews. We try to minimize the time to securing a job. Well, Anastasia, to address your question, information security experts are in high demand, are in a very high demand. For us, it's one of the most difficult tracks because of the shortage, and it takes us quite a long time to find them, because these guys change jobs via community through recommendations, and I believe this is important. Their CVs are not in the public domain if we compare cybersec with other tracks, and HR people cannot get access to the community chats. So of course, we try to hire the young generation, because the InfoSec recruitment is a difficult thing. It takes us a long time to man the vacancies. Natalia, my next question would be about the cross-functional career transfer. It's easier to adapt the youngsters to the new trends. But how about the more mature and more seasoned experts, 35 plus of age? And this is a huge pool of experts, by the way, who can help you solve the staff shortage problem. Do you try to work with them? Well, naturally, Green Atom hires lots of people, and we're talking about thousands of people. Information security experts are very scarce, and our hiring split is 70 to 30. So 70% is the category of seasoned experts, and 30% are the youngsters, and then we nurture them up to the level of skills that we need. And Dmitry, to address what you mentioned, we offer retraining courses for people coming from adjacent industries and people coming from totally different industries. However, retraining info security experts is not something that we offer. We offer training courses for developers, testers, but I believe that this is a vector of growth for us. Yelena, how about recruiting and recruitment? Well, how relevant are the problems stated by Artyom and Dmitry? Is it typical for the market? Do you think they're relevant when you try to recruit people? Well, maybe Dmitry will share his views on that as well. Anastasia, thank you so much for organizing this panel discussion, which is a 360 discussion. I hear the pain of Artyom and Dmitry when they described their process of looking for a job. And I would agree with everything mentioned so far. Being a recruiter, I do understand that looking for a job is always a stress. It's a difficult process. On the face of it, you might say that it's easy to find a job if you want to do that. But Dmitry, you're right in saying that it's a separate line of work. You have to know what you want to do, in what direction. It takes time. And well, to our audience, I want to say, don't be scared. Stress is normal. It's a standalone process. It takes time. You don't change your jobs that often. Once every couple of years. But you tend to forget things, which means that you need to reevaluate your targets, your competencies. You have to be able to talk about yourself. Being a recruiter, I still have difficulties in talking about myself. And if people if potential candidates come to our agency, we try to help them in developing their CVs, in presenting their best foot forward when they talk to the customers. For instance, we had a case when we had to present a musician applying for an IT job. Was it a success? Yes, it was a success. It's one of the unique cases because this musician was proficient in processing videos. So it's difficult, but don't worry. It can work out. And HR departments look for candidates everywhere. You mentioned communities as the main source. I like the OTP bank case. They supplied this case to the HR Brand Award this year, by the way. And in-house, they established over 33 communities involving their own employees. But these communities focus both on the inside and the outside, and they try to engage alumni. These are the former employees and the potential employees as well. So we're trying to think out of the box and go beyond our perimeter to be able to attract as many potential employees as possible. So hiring via community is really a success story because you attract people who really understand what to expect. Exactly, cross-pollination is important, and the HR brand support is also important. Thank you so much for that. Being a hiring manager, Dmitry, is it a problem for you? Are you ready to hire students? Are you ready to hire seasoned experts who want to go at a tangent in their career paths? Is it really so that it's fast to go through the community? In InfoSec, some vacancies take just a month to man, while others take up to a year. Are you ready to seize a candidate if you see that he or she meets your requirements? And how often does that happen? Hi, everyone. Natalia was right in saying that pain is experienced not just by the candidates, but also by the employers. We do see the shortage. And you're right in saying that some of the jobs, for instance, project leads or mid-level managers, can take a very long time to man. It's easier to attract mid-managers. As for the junior experts, it's a totally different can of worms. As for whether we are prepared to hire young experts, the short answer is yes. But to be honest, sometimes we have our concerns because when there are junior experts of an advanced age, let me put it this way. These people are not always motivated. I'm not saying that one size fits all, but amongst that category, there are people with low motivation. They're primarily attracted by the salaries into the industry, but monetary incentives will not get you far. As for young experts, we are ready to hire them, and we do go to colleges to attract the young generation of experts, just like everyone does. And how often does it happen that juniors come with exaggerated expectations?
Вот несоответствие навыков ожиданиям.
Вот это есть такая проблема на самом деле, когда влетают резюме.
Well, it is a problem.
В резюме, во-первых, ничего кроме суммы не понятно. То есть все, что видно из резюме, человек хочет...
All we see in the CV is the salary they want to get, and we have no idea what their skills are. And this is partially this problem boils down to the fact that junior experts are not taught by anyone how to properly prepare a CV. I'm not repulsed by such CVs for the very same reason that I already stated. Sometimes I see that people are only motivated by money, and I see that they are not going to be working for us for a very long time. Money is important, so let's be frank about that. And there is a range of salaries that we are ready to pay to the junior experts. However, what I want to say is that when we talk to the youngsters, we tell them that it's way more important to make the first step in the long haul. Therefore, they should select advanced companies in information security. Maybe the initial salary is going to be less, but it's more preferable than getting a high salary but less interesting cases, thus undermining your long-term value in the market. Natalia, thank you so much. We have gradually progressed to sharing life hacks. The first point of contact is the most important, and this is true for HR managers, hiring and the recruiting departments. What triggers and what points will help you look through the CV? You already mentioned the salary expectations and remuneration expectations, but what makes a CV better, and what should a candidate do or not do at an interview to get a job? If I may, this is an open dialogue, so you are welcome to take the floor. Looking through and reading CVs with the young generation is a step back because we talk to them online. We do not go through CVs, and young guys do not always have a CV. For us, being a team player is more important. We want to see that their personal ambitions are lower than the willingness to be a team member. And motivation is also important. If a junior expert does his or her utmost to submit their results on time, we have a lab, a pre-lab, and if they do that, then we invite them and they tell us about their hard skills necessary for their professions. Ladies and gentlemen, how applicable is it not only to junior experts but also for mid-level experts who change their career paths? Just a few words about that. Well, to follow up on the shortage of people, the unemployment rates are low in Russia in many industries, as was mentioned before. But if you're looking for a job from time to time, you have to realize that
как можно войти в компанию, потому что вот как Наталья подсветила, там Дмитрий тоже расскажет, компанию делают очень много открытых форматов.
Companies are willing to work in open formats at different levels of jobs, so that they raise awareness for amongst the potential employees. So it's about mindfulness of a potential candidate. Exactly. So you should first ask yourself, what do I want? What company do I want to work for? Companies have their own blogs, they have websites, they publish articles at Hubbard.com, other websites, they highlight their projects. Let's say a company comes to us and they complain that candidates did not apply to this company because it never positioned itself as an IT company. It never talked about the strong team or the interesting tasks. And what we recommend the companies do is raise their awareness in the eyes of potential candidates. As for the cybersecurity, just recently a new community was established. The name is Cyberdom or Cyber House. Please raise your hand if you have heard about this project. Thank you so much. On the third floor, the Cyber House company has a lounge specially allocated for you. And it brings together junior, middle, and senior experts. They organize hackathons and so on and so forth. That's another life hack that you can use to, try and enter the new industry. Dmitry, any life hacks that you want to share with us? Because I do know that you're intensively looking for your dream team candidates. So I was just wondering, how did you establish collaboration with the HR so that the funnel of candidates is relevant to meet your request, and how useful is that for you? I'm not going to be talking about all the channels because everything mentioned by the previous speakers is important. However, conversion in this channel is not that high, at least for the time being, and at least for our company. We keep on using traditional ways of attracting candidates. We still use CVs, we read CVs. For preliminary purposes, we collaborate with HR departments, and they try to deep dive into our specifics, and I'm happy to see that. They provide me with the necessary information for me to be able to understand whether we should invite a person for a job interview or not, whether we should invite a person to take a test or not. By the way, in our case, it's optional. You can either agree to that or refuse to do that. If you agree to do that, if you agree to undertake a test, then it will be a great bonus before the next stage. Many job candidates are afraid of carrying out tests. Some of them are extremely negative, are being negative about that. I don't have any other life hacks about looking for candidates, no matter how trivial it may seem, but the number of people hired is proportional to the number of job interviews done. You have to do as many job interviews as possible. This is the only piece of advice I can share with you. Well, Dmitry, Artyom, what conclusions did you draw based on your experience? What's the way to, have some chemistry flowing between you and a job interviewer? What did you do to make your CV read? Because it's good to hear that the hiring managers are involved in working with community and provide every support possible. But as you mentioned, the problem is still standing tall. Being a junior expert with no job experience whatsoever, I might say that many people make the following mistake. They make their CV too busy. They just try to populate it with every single piece of information on their prior experience. And that just shows the lack of qualifications of this potential candidate. And the relevance for an employer goes down immediately. By experimenting, I drew the following conclusion. If you have any skills and if you want to include them in a CV, should be classified according to various categories and broken down. Let me give you an example of a bad classification. For instance, I know how to use this list of tools, and then you list some terms which are totally not linked. You have to break the tools down by the domains and just give a couple of examples. That will make your CV shorter, and when you draft your CV, make sure that it's short. The cybersecurity industry is very vast, and if you try to describe everything you know or something that you have heard of, you will be short of paper. But actually, this is something that we frequently encounter. People just try to populate their CVs with all the buzzwords, and then you start asking them, what did you mean by that? It turns out that people don't have the first clue about the terms and definitions used in the CVs. Dmitry, was that the case with you? Let me go at a tangent, if I may. A piece of advice for the potential employers. There is no such thing as a perfect candidate to fill your vacancy. You, as employers, look for people who do not meet all your requirements. For instance, they don't have the right set of skills or the right experience. So you have to realize that you have to be prepared for the fact that this particular person can be trained, and sometime down the line, in the near future, he's going to become your perfect candidate. As far as the CV is concerned, I loved what Natalia mentioned. This is a thing of the past, because AI can draft any CV, any perfect CV. So you shouldn't pay too much attention to the CV. Live discussion is what you should focus on, or a job interview, because during a job interview, a candidate might prove that he or she has the right skills. This is what I meant by the chemistry. As for the job interview, my piece of advice to potential candidates would be as follows. Don't try to exaggerate your competencies and skills. Don't try to include skills that you have heard of but don't have yourself. Just be yourself. And if you don't know something, be honest about that. Just say that you'll try to deep dive into it. Give me a month and I'll try to hone my skills. Exactly. Be frank about your strengths. Ladies and gentlemen, we talked at length about the busy schedule of hiring managers, HR departments, recruiting departments. How accurate is the description of the vacancy, and how accurate is the understanding of the HR department? And if it is, then does it speed up the vacancy filling process? Well, of course it helps, but we live in an environment that we can rarely find a candidate who meets 100% all the requirements. We just revise our requirements when we interview potential candidates, and much depends on the labor market and the job market. And Anastasia, you also asked a question about the mid-level vacancies. The higher the level, the more attention we pay to hard skills and hard knowledge. Sometimes we are prepared to sacrifice certain soft skills for hard skills, because oftentimes we have vacancies that can only be filled by a dozen people in Russia. And for junior experts, it's a totally different thing. Teamwork, being a team player are the most important skills, and hard skills come second. Thank you so much, Natalia. Dmitry, anything else to add? Well, actually, I wanted to offer a couple of comments, if I may. Indeed, profiling is important, and this is my personal experience because I was the one responsible for job descriptions and profiling, vacancies profiling. I made mistakes. On the face of it, it was clear cut and so on and so forth, and it was a dream vacancy which I would want to seize, but we wouldn't see any responses, and that means that we had to change things in the description of the vacancy, and then it takes off. Maybe some events happened across the world, but nevertheless, vacancy profiling is important, and vacancy description is also important. And there is no such thing as a perfect candidate. I totally agree with that. We are aware of that, and when we look for certain candidates, for instance, techies, we pay much attention to their logic thinking abilities. If a person doesn't know something, that's fine, because they can learn things. And we're slowly progressing to the skills that they should have. Are you concerned about diplomas, hackathon participation, CTF participation, certificates, or do you think that soft skills come first? Dmitry, thank you. Sorry for interrupting you, but what do you pay attention to primarily?
I pay attention to everything.
Легче не стало, мне кажется, нашей аудитории.
Давай сосредоточимся.
Я с Натальей не соглашусь, но, возможно, я просто не понимаю, о каких там вот
I
действительно...
disagree with Natalia. I don't understand how. I don't understand. Probably you have those specialists in Adam. I mean, you said you only have 10 people to choose from. Probably we have more of a choice. People at different levels, leads, and everything. But initially, I look at, I start with soft skills. Whether this person is capable of actually working with other people. Hard skills, that's something that's important, of course, but if the person enters a team and destroys it, that would be a lot of damage. The higher the request for expertise,
Отвечая на ваш вопрос, Анастасия, знаете,
to answer your question, Anastasia,
ответ зависит от
actually the answer depends
именно информационной безопасности, потому что
on the actual
мы можем не обращать
cybersec
внимания,
job.
например, на диплом,
In
на повышение
some other
квалификации,
positions, perhaps we pay less attention to diplomas,
то именно в этой сфере для нас это
training
также
courses.
важно. Диплом о высшем образовании.
But in cybersecurity, it's very important that the candidate has the relevant education and diploma to prove it, and that this person undergoes continuous training. Elena, does it happen to you too that during recruiting the employers saying, I don't care about 512, but I want this guy to be an excellent DevOps person. They don't care about the actual credentials, but in terms of paperwork, but rather they would be looking for someone who can confirm the skills, who can prove the skills, and what is the evidence that such employers would accept?
Вы нанимаете, кстати, есть кто-то?
I'd say that actually, do we have anyone who is hiring, team leads, anyone who is responsible for hiring? Excellent. When you are hiring,
Мы немножко коснулись там составления.
and we actually talked about
Все-таки нужно выделить несколько приоритетных.
how vacancies should be worded. I think that we must identify several priority skills. There is no silver bullet.
Очень может не хватать.
There is no one size fits all.
Мы вообще ищем только экспертизу.
It may be a case of a project in need of a particular expertise, and then we'll be looking for that particular expertise. Or maybe the project is in the stage of growing, and we need to expand the team and do cost devs and support the customers. And then it means that we will be looking for some other skill sets. So in connection to your question of self-awareness, it's very important to also know at which stage is our project or task. And those of you who raised your hand when answering my question, I suggest that you stay in close contact with your recruiters or HRs, those who are doing the actual hiring. And not all companies have streamlined processes, and your IT teams may be quite small. And then we tend to underestimate the impact of those who help you, the recruiters, an external consultant, or your own HR. Please explain to them who it is exactly you are looking for, because this other person, a recruiter, will save a lot of time for you at later stages. So it's a life hack. We tend to underestimate the time that is needed to brief the recruiters. And again, returning to the skills, in Dmitri's experience, your experience, when you are interviewing, when you are talking to recruiters or the hiring manager, did diplomas ever matter, or were you primarily focused on the hard skills? If you're hiring students, say, and these people, they have several workloads in life, they still need to study and everything. Self-education, self-motivation, and similar factors, life hacks that potentially can help your colleagues find employment faster. Well, actually, of course, the whole field requires self-education. That is to say, you always need to be aware of where you want to be going next, where you're moving. So I suggest that first you need to research the industry before you learn anything about particular technology. There are so many different specializations in the industry. They may look similar, but they may be based on different technical foundations. And after you have obtained some basic knowledge, you can look back, you can look forward, and then you will understand that you don't know where you are in order to always know where you are first. You need to understand the industry and how it is structured. You need to decide where you want to go, and then your path will be easier, and you will overcome various obstacles much easier. Well, I think that the answer really depends on your particular case. That is to say, sometimes diplomas matter, sometimes no one's looking at diplomas. Like Irina said, it depends on the stage of the project. Maybe what your project needs is a particular skill set.
С другой стороны, если наймодатель ищет там какого-нибудь там веб-пентестера, неважно там эти навыки там вы
employers want to recruit pen testers. It doesn't matter whether you attended special courses or you acquired these skills on your own. So it's on a case-by-case basis. Let's go back to the skills, and Dmitry talked about that. If you have a purpose of climbing the career ladder, and, well, of course, to do that, you need to have fundamental education and certificates, and you need to participate in competitions, but at later stages, you need to also develop soft skills to be able to communicate and work in teams. When we were, when we met the colleagues before this panel discussion, I'm a graduate of the Bauman University, and I thought that those who couldn't enter a good university either became teachers or became psychologists. But now, having been working for many years, I understand better
чуть-чуть там утеплить атмосферу в ваших командах,
that
быть
it is so important to be empathic, to be good team players, to know how to build relations. I mean, there are so many people around you, and we all go through different stages in life. We all have our moods, the mood changes. You wake up in the morning, you have had a good night's sleep, you're feeling great, and go to work, and the next day your child is sick, you didn't sleep well at night, and you are only performing at 20%. You can't expect 100% performance from everyone every day. Teams are built of people, so it's very important to hear others, to know how to communicate with others. Yeah, it looks like this means now a new cybersec profile. That is to say, hard skills, of course, that's a must and must develop, but a cybersec expert these days also needs some soft skills. What about corporate education then? The training, advanced training that companies offer. And what should be the content of this education? Some narrowed down skills. Should corporate universities also provide training in soft skills? Well, really, it depends on the life cycle of the specialist in the company, and it depends on the position that this person holds. When we get juniors during the adaptation period, they get a lot of education, not about their profession, but about the company, about corporate culture. And as people build their careers, they get courses on various management competencies, people competencies, process competencies. Again, when people grow professionally, well, of course, the people are offered professional courses. We have our own schools and retraining courses and upgrading courses, reskilling, all of this. And also, no company will be able to offer all possible IT courses that it might need. That's why we cooperate with about 100 different educational institutions, and we can refer our employees to their courses. So again, it depends on where this person is in the company, what is the position, what is the maturity level, and all people have their own educational tracks. And every year we provide training to all of our employees. We have the statistics. Online training is available 24/7, so there is a lot of online, but there is also a lot of offline education. Dima, what about your company?
Своих специалистов, которые взял в команду, где
Do you train your people?
смотришь при навыках soft-skillная составляющая, hard-skillная составляющая.
Hard skills, soft skills.
Я частично об этом говорил.
Well, I think I talked about that already.
Специалист должности, там, в зависимости от того, там, работает он просто внутри команды или все-таки там драйвит какую-то часть команды.
Again, it depends on whether you're just, you are a regular teammate or you are team lead. Well, for me, what matters is soft skills and the ability to build communication. Speaking about middle management, and among middle management, you see good engineers, and you are willing to excuse many of the things that this person does, because you know that really that person is not doing any harm. But again, we also listen to the demands, to the requests from the teams.
Человек обучаться. Если для него это один из ключевых факторов, для тебя это больше плюс или минус?
I don't know, if someone says that education is a key factor for someone to agree to being employed by a certain company, like, is this an advantage from your perspective? Well, of course it's an advantage, because when we are interviewing people, we always discuss with our candidates how they see the further development, how they intend to how they intend to improve their skills, because during the interview we're not only assessing the candidate, but the candidate is assessing the company and the employer attractiveness. So we want to make sure that these people have an understanding of what the company can offer, how what we offer may be interesting to them, whether they will be able to do something here beyond work. Work takes a lot of time. And the candidates need to be able to see whether this work will fit the life schedule that they already have.
Поддержу и добавлю, наверное, лайфхак для
Well, yeah,
зрителей.
I'd agree, and here's another life hack
развитии,
for our audience. If you're interested in the career development,
руководителю и
you
сказать:
should
«Расскажи
go
мне,
directly
пожалуйста,
to
что мне
your
надо
superior
сделать,
and
чтобы там
ask
и
that
так далее,
person,
получить следующую
what
должность,
should
стать
I do
руководителем,
to, I don't know,
менеджером, чтобы
be
мне
promoted, to
назначили
become a
какое-то
manager, to
обучение и
become
так
a
далее». Вот
leader?
этими словами
What kind of
приходим и
education, what kind of
спрашиваем.
training
Мне
should
тоже
I
вот скажу, прошла вот через все вот эти
subscribe
установки,
to?
в какой-то момент думаешь,
And I
будешь хорошо
have
работать,
to
меня заметят, все
admit
будет хорошо.
that
Вот Дима
for a
улыбается,
while I was
на
working,
самом деле
and
нет.
in the
У
paradigm where I
руководителей,
was
ну,
thinking that
конечно,
if I'm a good
мы,
performer,
как
someone will
HR,
notice
безусловно,
that,
есть оценки, мы
well,
формально
kind
меряем
of,
цифры,
and
но когда
HR,
человек
of
приходит
course,
ногами,
is
руками,
driven by
голосом
metrics.
говорит,
We have
как
our
мне
ratings, assessments,
вырасти,
etc.
есть
But when
заинтересованность,
people
вот та самая
come,
мотивация,
when
про
they
которую
approach
Наталья
the
говорила,
management or
это
HR with
максимально
a
ценно
request
и
to
прощаются
study, this is
многие
so
пробелы
invaluable,
в
and
хардовых компетенциях.
perhaps we will
И
again
для
we will
того, что,
excuse
но когда у
some
человека есть
gaps in the
желание.
hard
Еще
skills
хотела
if people are
как раз
willing
мне
to
кажется,
acquire them.
Можно переходить к лайфхакам.
Yeah, I think that we can turn to life. Well, I think that we've been listing these life hacks for the past 40 minutes.
К вопросу то, что Дима сказал, что
As to what Dmitry said, there is a trend.
Космический уровень, но когда вы думаете, о чем я хочу заниматься, особенно опытные специалисты,
When you are thinking what you would like to do, there is the trend for being a multi-career expert. Starting from a certain grade, colleagues can now be occupied on several projects at once. This may be their main job in the corporation, and they may be leading some startups or working in consulting.
Все, как бы идея в том, что вы должны понимать, вот
Basically, you need to understand what is your preferable career trend.
А я здесь добавлю,
Next,
мне кажется,
Dima.
там компаниям
Well,
иногда
actually, I think that
внутреннее перемещение, потому что
sometimes
это там более экономически выгодно. То есть
internal repositioning of people may be quite lucrative. You can turn a developer into an engineer. You can cultivate a second-line analyst from a first-line analyst.
Ищут работу и замещают вакансию.
Совет.
What is your advice to those who are looking for vacancies? Study always. Study on your own. Study at the expense of your company. Artyom? I totally subscribe to that. In fact, I don't know, if there is a vacancy, first you need to understand what this company does, what it offers, whether you will be able to develop there. Well, actually, I think this is great, and this panel discussion is all about awareness of the candidates and awareness of the employers. Anything that you would like to add? Well, I don't think I have any life hacks in this field. Candidates, the mega versatile CVs. I'm willing to be a junior DevOps, and if this position is not available, I'm willing to be a canteen manager. No, this kind of stuff doesn't work. Be brief, be to the point. Don't write things that you don't really understand. Don't claim to understand things that you don't understand, and do not try to be versatile, because at least I can't relate to that. It's best if you say little about you, but be impressive. You know, why am I so focused on the CVs? I think that in engineering, it's very important to be clear, to be precise, either in writing or in conversation. And again, if the CV is not clear, if it's not well articulated, this is telling me that this person is muddled. If you're looking for a job, you have to understand that we need professional IT specialists. There is great shortage of IT specialists, so be confident. Every IT person will be able to find a job in different companies, varying in complexity, etc. And go to the websites of the potential employers, Rosatom, and I think that you'll find so many opportunities. You'll have so much choice, because right now I don't think that the choice is the problem for IT candidates. Colleagues, we actually talked about several very important factors, and the first key insight for me, and I think that this is the insight we're going to share with the audience, is the clear understanding of the candidates as to what kind of vacancy they are looking for, how do they see their future and their career. They need to be clear on that themselves. Artyom, Natalia, Dmitry, Yelena, we all agreed that awareness, self-awareness is very important. When you are selecting a career, profession doesn't mean that you are choosing it for life. But we need to first demonstrate our skills in the chosen profession. And that's why we need to invest into our own development and education. Probably we can't always expect that the employer will take care of that. Do it yourself. Do not set too high demands to the employer, but you need to be clear on how you intend to develop, on what you want to focus, and choose the companies that will enable your inclination to development. So do not look just for any job. Instead, find a company where you can be of benefit to each other. Because it's absolutely correct what colleagues are saying. Not only companies are actually looking for employees, but candidates are also looking for the best fitting company. And then you will be able to make moves inside, lateral movement. And then when you forge that chemistry with your company, you become loyal to the corporate values. This is when the value of employment increases. So we'd like to wish everyone a success.
Я хочу сказать огромные комплименты тем,
And I'd like
кто сегодня в выходной день
those
свое время на
who decided to spend their
обучающем мероприятии.
weekend here at this almost training event. An almost training event. You are definitely investing into your careers. Thank you very much for sharing this hour with us. We pass regards to all the online listeners, and thank you for your participation. I'd like to thank the experts for this well-informed discussion. Let's break for 10 minutes. Please be back at the Lomonosov Arena for the next presentation on Japanese cyberpunk.
Друзья, просим вас занять свои места. Мы продолжаем. Сейчас начнется необычный...
Resume, and we are going to hear now an interesting presentation on Japanese cyberpunk.
Высокотехнологичной инфраструктуры. И тема кибербезопасности занимает ключевое место в этом жанре.
The concept of high-tech low-life presupposes a low standard of living in a high-tech infrastructure, and therefore the topic of cybercrime is one of the key ones in the genre. In short, we will look at several works of Japanese cyberpunk and the cybersecurity themes that can be traced in them. Please welcome Ekaterina Snegiryova, independent researcher.
Да. Всем добрый день.
Yes, hello everyone. My name is Katya Snegiryova. I'm an independent researcher in the field of cybersecurity, latest technologies, and digitalization. Today, I'm going to do a Kinopoisk-style session discussing how Japanese cyberpunk envisions the future of high technologies. I want to somehow establish contact with you. Probably you heard about The Ghost in the Shell. Have you seen the series? Yeah, wonderful. It's wonderful to know that people know what I will be talking about. But if you haven't seen the series, I envy you, because it's a great manga, and probably you will enjoy the experience. Today's presentation, I hope, will make you want to see that movie, those animated series.
Взялось такое достаточно необычное для фестиваля.
Why this presentation? Why this title at PhDs? Let me first tell you a little bit about myself. For a long time, I've been working at Positive Technologies as an analyst and as a researcher. And during that time, I also then co-authored about 20 analytical reports. In the last 18 months, I have been studying cybersecurity and new technologies and forecasting of cyber threats. On this slide, you can see some of the research that I published.
Исследование о безопасности
There is the report on security of quantum technologies in the field of IT. It turned out to be the first one in the Russian market at the crossroads of the quantum industry and cybersecurity. We presented this research here a year ago together with my colleague.
Да, в общем-то, как можно сформулировать киберугрозы для того, что еще только-только зарождается?
If something is just emerging, how can you define its cyber threats that are or could be associated with this emerging entity? Well, you look at adjacent areas, you look at current cyber threats. You need to have skills of analysis and analog comparison, or rather, not analog, but comparison benchmarking, and to be inspired to look for sources of inspiration. It turned out that Japanese cyberpunk is an excellent source of inspiration, at least for me, because they focus on the future and technology and philosophy as well, which is very typical of an Oriental culture. What is cyberpunk? The main formula of the genre is high-tech, low-life.
Высокотехнологичной среды. Обычно пейзажи напоминают
Usually the landscape
в духе бегущего по лезвию.
In the genre is the Blade Runner type landscape, and if you know where this picture is coming from, this is the Akira anime. If you haven't seen it again, I highly recommend it to you, because there is a good reason why it's become an iconic series, and now it's quoted often by other animators. Usually the cyberspace concept is specific for that particular series, but we do see often AI, robotics, VR, neurotechnology, cyborgs, and corporations, influential corporations, and cybercrime is definitely an important component of this formula, because obviously, given that it's a high-tech future, the criminals make use of the
Сразу отмечу, что киберпанк
the future technologies. Cyberpunk evolved in the United States and in Asia, in two parts of the world at the same time in the 1980s. The American, like the Blade Runner or the Matrix, they enjoy a cult iconic status for a good reason, and at the same time the Japanese animators have excelled in that genre as well. Let's start with Ghost in the Shell, the best-known animated series. It's 2029. People can replace parts of their bodies with prosthetics, robotized prosthetics, and Major Motoko Kusanagi from the 9th Department of the Security Service fully cybernated her body, and now she's investigating a hacker who calls himself the puppeteer. So there is a lot about philosophy and politics and technology, obviously, in this manga. And by the way, the Ghost in the Shell used to be the inspiration for the Matrix creators. You can see one of the elements that they borrowed. You see the wires connected to the back of the neck. Here is something very, very recognizable. Cyborgs are at the center of attention. The Major's assistant has robotized eyes, while Masunaga herself has a fully robotic body. Neural implantation has achieved heights of implanting a brain. It's a implant that looks like a shell, like an eggshell, that protects the regular brain. So that's why the movies or the series itself is called Ghost in the Shell. And using these implants, the leading character, the main character in the movies can connect to different devices, like special equipment, and often the characters don't even need to talk, to use voice to talk to each other, because they use brain implants, and it looks like telepathy. This is how they communicate. In different systems, you can connect to them using both wires and wireless connections. In one of the episodes, the snipers were connected to the heart-pacing systems and breathing systems, so that they can target better. Direct access to brains obviously provided excellent opportunities to the criminals, like substituting memories and confusing people, tricking their consciousness. And Department 9 is investigating the most dangerous crimes of this kind. All of the team in Department 9 are basically cyborgs, but at the same time they have an almost human person, someone who doesn't have virtually any implants. And then, since this manga is originally in Japanese, and it was first translated into English, and then the Russian version is based on the English translation. So when Major Kusanagi is asked why you have a human on your team who is virtually not a cyborg, she gives a philosophical answer, like, if the system would consist of the same components, its a response will be predictable, and now we have an opportunity to look at the same story from different perspectives. But in fact, in the original, in the Japanese language, what the Major says is something extremely practical, and she is talking about vulnerabilities. The vulnerability associated with implanted technology says it doesn't matter if you're an excellent soldier, if the system contains the same components, this system is bound to have a fatal defect. In addition to neural technologies, one of the key motives is artificial intelligence there, and actually there are so many movies and series that invoke artificial intelligence. According to the plot there is a special software that is trained in various hacking techniques. It's called the Ghost. The Ghost is something that in the series merges the notions of soul and intuition. So this machine acquires its own soul, basically becomes a ghost, and moves towards its goal. Anyway, let's move on to the next series. It's called Serial Experiments Lane. It's more about concepts than the plot per se. One day, Lane Vakura receives a letter from a friend who died, and this friend says that she's traveling in the realm where the body is not needed. So Lane also decides to travel there. Present day, present time is the opening to every episode. Actually, Chucky Conagra, the scriptwriter, wanted this phrase to be a manifesto that clearly declares that cyberpunk is not a distant future, but we are already living in the cyberpunk times. And the authors create an interesting, they use an interesting technique to create the cyberpunk atmosphere. No crickets are whistling, but you keep constantly hearing the noise from the wires. And I will be curious to see how long during the series we are seeing the wire posts and the wires themselves. They become characters in the series.
Well, here you can see the entire frame is taken up by wires, and the main character going back from school, and this is the view out of her window, also full of wires. And in 1998, people were inspired and awed by the internet. That was the new virtual reality back then. And the authors decided to use as the basis the internet infrastructure. What's interesting is that the very term internet was never used in the series, and the cyberspace space was called wired, or network, as it was translated into Russian. The matter is that the title was actually used to honor the Wired magazine that inspired the authors of the series. They read up on lots of materials and they try to visualize the articles in the Wired. And this name also references the phenomenon of being interlinked, because Wired can be translated as, connected by a wire. And the author in his blog shared that he felt he was obliged to use the internet as the leitmotif of the series, because back then the internet was at its early stages of development. However, the series was never designed to predict the development of future technologies. Rather, it focused on just one of the possible scenarios of what might happen today if the internet was widely used at that point of time. And of course, all of the authors, all of the creators tried to visualize the cyberspace. And since the internet communications were one of the most popular things to discuss, they created unique visual tools. Among other things, when shooting this series, the authors focused on the influence of the new technology and talking online on the development of personality. They focused on various psychiatric disorders, internal contradictions, and the level of trust and mistrust towards the information. And one of the episodes was actually called Rumors. And the authors of the series actually predicted deepfakes by visualizing this particular form. Cybercrime in the series is primarily represented by the operations of the hacktivist group. They attack network systems. They send out spam, which is for phishing purposes probably. They also hacked hardware systems and physical infrastructure linked to the net. And one of the episodes described a crash of the traffic lights, and that caused lots of traffic accidents with some lethal cases in the streets of the city. The next creation that I like to focus on has nothing to do with cyberpunk directly, because it's not about low-life high-tech. However, it also describes new technologies, and the cybersecurity is an obvious topic raised. The scientists came up with a device that can be used by other people to penetrate other people's dreams and record them. Psychiatrists use it for therapeutical purposes, and 3 such devices were stolen. And then the hacker hacks someone's conscious to generate nightmares. At the point of the creation are the neurotechnologies. Back then, the devices were only being developed, and there were no controls and safety means. Therefore, the adversary who stole the devices managed to hack the consciousnesses of everyone who ever used this system. Ultimately, that draws universal attention to the security by design concept. And according to this concept, functions responsible for the security should be developed simultaneously with the main functions throughout the life cycle of the product, starting from the early stages of R&D. And the cyberpunk creations can be called the recollections of the future, I guess, because the authors talked about their vision of the technology's development, and that happened 20 to 30 years ago. Now let's take a look at what is happening with technologies in the modern world. The very first technology I want to focus on is the IoT, the Internet of Things, and the cyber systems. IoT devices are being actively deployed to solve daily tasks. They are part of the urban infrastructure, and IoT devices are used in various industries for production purposes. Smart home, smart plant, smart city, all of these constructs require the use of a huge number of IoT devices. And their number goes up every single year. And by things, we mean everything that can be identified online and that can be integrated into the web. And unfortunately, these devices are attacked all the time. Oftentimes, the adversaries get access to these devices by using vulnerabilities in hardware and firmware, weak passwords and stuff like that. And when I did the research last year devoted to the industrial IoT, I drew this very conclusion. However, the very same problems are relevant for other industries as well. For instance, certain researchers have demonstrated a possibility of hacking heart rate monitors and the pacemakers. And the next category of technologies I'd like to focus on are the neurotechnologies. They were described by all the previous creations I described. So it's a combination of a human and a machine. And healthcare would be a good example. over the years, healthcare has advanced considerably. And right now, there are implants that can help you control electronics with the power of thought. That makes me wonder whether in the future, just like in the Ghost in the Shell, we'll be able to hook up to various systems such as vehicles and then talk to these devices with the power of thought. The next technology I'd like to focus on is robotics. Naturally, robotics are being actively developed as well, and robotics are part and parcel of any sci-fi book. In Japan, they have Mecha, which is a standalone genre devoted to robotics. Naturally, we are seeing much progress, and even here at this PhD Fest, there is a robot that you can try and hack. Companies try to manufacture human-like robots, and they even provide them with artificial skin. Some of them are taught to dance, some of them are taught to sing. According to experts, by 2030, 80% of people will communicate with multifunctional robots on a daily basis. By 2030. AI. I couldn't but mention AI. Every single company rolls out AI components. Please raise your hand if you have never used ChatGPT, large language models, or any other AI-based system. Please raise your hand, but I don't see any hands raised, which means that, well, actually, you are a tech-savvy audience and you use new tools on a regular basis. Unfortunately, adversaries also use, actually, I would say, misabuse AI, and the 65 attacks will probably use AI to some extent by 2030. But the good news is that companies specializing in cybersecurity include new technologies into their nascent products. The AI at the current stage has much room for improvement, and according to experts, they have different views on that. Some experts say that we're going to see a powerful AI system by 2030, while others say that it's not going to happen sooner than in 20 years' time. However, there are already interesting capabilities inherent in neural networks. They can think similar to humans if they are asked to do that. And one of the most interesting phenomena that I came across is that AI can suffer from hallucinations. That's a feature inherent in generative AI models. Not only can they draw a conclusion based on the data analyzed, they can also come up, they can imagine certain facts. Another achievement that I cannot but mention is quantum technologies. Quantum technologies are based on quantum effects, such as superposition and fuzzing. These technologies are being actively developed, and experts say that quantum computers will be made available in 5 years. However, if you want to test the new technology today, there are program simulators developed by Russian developers, and they're available in messengers. And I'm not kidding, this is really so. One of the domains in the quantum technologies is the quantum internet. Quantum internet should not be compared with the conventional internet. The quantum internet will be used for sending shorter messages, but the protection is going to be provided by the physical features of the quantum technologies that I have already mentioned. And there are a number of interesting steps that have already been taken. For instance, last year, 3 R&D teams from different countries tested the quantum internet in the urban communications environment, and it turns out that it works.
то
if you recall what the serial experiments Lane stated, then the author tried to describe the technologies that we're already familiar with. The quantum internet is another step into the future. Right now, it's at the concept stage right now, but the quantum internet, could be used for watching movies, sending the files right now. But progress is made. And experts are already thinking about possible cyber threats that might affect the cyber internet. For instance, data theft or breach of quantum networks and quantum nodes.
И, конечно, множество таких новых технологий.
There are lots of new technologies that have been integrated into the urban environment, and that's why the smart cities concept became possible. Given the ubiquitous introduction of digital solutions, urban systems become ever more interconnected. And of course, we need to pay much closer attention to ensuring cyber security, because cyber attacks are targeted against urban systems, and that can cause huge consequences. Going back to the serial experiments Lane, an attack by adversaries caused a number of traffic accidents, some of them lethal.
И вот мы подбираемся.
So now let's sum up the takeaways pertaining to cybersecurity.
На самом деле, на протяжении того времени, что я изучала,
throughout the time I looked into the new technologies and the problems related to cybersecurity, I realized that
на самом деле нам уже знакомы.
most of the problems are very familiar to us. For instance, let's take the quantum technologies as an example.
Ну, наверное, 30.
I would say 30% of the problems pertaining to cybersecurity are going to be linked with the innovative physical infrastructure. I'm talking about things like instability of key bytes, cross-interference, and features inherent in the quantum logical chains. Other problems are well familiar, for instance, unsafe code execution, access errors to the cloud infrastructure. And during my research, I singled out three categories that deserve primary attention. The first one includes vulnerabilities. There are so many vulnerabilities, and they are so different that I would actually call them vulnerabilities, and yet more vulnerabilities. The next category is unsafe configuration, and the third one is shortcomings in access control. What's interesting is that you can track all these problems in the creations I mentioned. For instance, the ghost in the shell focused on the vulnerabilities per se. Serial experiments Lane stated that most of the attacks were linked to the unsafe configuration, while the Paprika was a good demonstration of shortcomings in access control.
Касательно, проблемы кибербезопасности, которые...
The cybersecurity problems stemming from the new technologies might scare you, but you have to realize that future is not a distant thing. It's what we're building here and now.
Как же можно действовать? Какие предпринимать?
So, what do we do? What decisions should we take, and what concepts should we roll out? First and foremost, we need to focus more on the security by design. I already mentioned what it means. Cybersecurity is part and parcel of a system starting from the very early stages of development. The second most important concept is zero trust. It pertains to access control, and what it says is that not a single system component can be trusted 100%. So it's similar to trust but verify. The only difference being verify is going to be the key point, and it's going to be done in several iterations. So it's like verify, trust but verify. You might say that it's similar to the anxiety pattern or a paranoia pattern. I would say that it's a pitfall of your profession. It's difficult to be an InfoSec expert. As far as the access control is concerned, due attention should be paid to the access provided by the company to subcontractors and partners. Giving the higher level of digital interconnection and interconnectivity, I guess in the future we're going to see more trusted relationship attacks when the targeted company is going to be attacked through the infrastructure of subcontractors and partners. The next important part is the security of supply chains. Companies responsible for rolling out smart technologies should proactively manage risks that are inherent in supply chains of any new technology. Let me give you an example. For instance, in a smart city, you roll out lots of IoT devices. Therefore, you should be aware of the cybersecurity risks inherent in such a deployment. You have to be clear on what specific data is processed by IoT devices and their mode of operation. Another important part is bug bounty, and I believe that this is a great step. New technology problems are linked with vulnerabilities. Therefore, bug bounty are going to be useful for companies. Such programs help you attract a huge community of experts to detect vulnerabilities, to ultimately remove them. And last but not least, keep on studying new technologies. Let me go back to the very beginning of my presentation. I posed the following question. Is it possible to define cyber threats for nascent technologies, for emerging technologies? And let me reiterate the answer. Read cybersecurity materials, read materials on new technologies, read materials from the adjacent industries, improve your skills, analyze data, draw analogies, watch as much as you possible, read as much as you possible, and stay inspired. That brings me to the end of my presentation, and I wish every single one of you to find your own source of inspiration. If you have any ideas that you'd like to share with me, my contact information is shown on the slide, and I'll be happy to talk to you because it's always interesting for me. Just recently, I set up my own Telegram channel where I share my views on new technologies, culture, psychology, art. This is what I call the collective unconscious. And in the near future, I plan to upload some of the things that I didn't have the time to cover today. For instance, just recently, I started studying Japanese, and picking up a new language, incentivized me to analyze some of the translations and dubbing translations. I read a series of articles on that, and I have much information and many conclusions to share with you. Thank you so much for your attention, and see ya.
Благодарим спикера за увлекательное.
Let's thank the speaker for a wonderful trip to the cyberpunk universe. Ladies and gentlemen, please don't go away. We will move on directly to the next presentation on the ethic hacking in Russia. The expert is going to talk to us about the legal aspects of white hacking. We'd like to give the floor to Fedor Mazalevsky, the RTM Group Technical Director.
Всем привет.
Hi, everyone. Please raise your hand if you are a hacker. Please raise your hand if you are a hacker. So I guess they don't want to be known because they know that they can be punished for being a hacker. My name is Fedor Mozalevsky, and for 15 years I've been specializing on forensic. So it's the post-investigation part of the process. Here you have the standoff, CTF, sandbox, blue team, red team. The investigations in their case focus on the techniques. However, there are investigations focusing on the legal domain. And, you know, being a hacker in a legal environment is not that romantic. There are lots of details that you can be punished for. That's me, and I guess I passed the biometrics test. The very first thing I want to mention is very delicate, but many people tend to forget about that, or they ignore it on purpose. Being a hacker and doing pen test requires a license. It's a licensed activity. You don't have to read all of that, but you cannot just pen test a website or an app. You have to be licensed, or you have to be on the staff of a company that developed the file or the app. And of course, this activity will not result in any disastrous consequences, but the tax authorities might, punish you for that. As for the criminal code of the Russian Federation, you have to know the articles about from the criminal code. There are several articles covering activities of hackers, and they cover pen testers 100% as well. Of course, they have to prove the purpose of your activities. But for a couple of cases, pen testers were never subject to the criminal articles. Let me share with you the following case. Let's say we have an internet provider with a couple thousand subscribers, and one of the hackers just sent on internal XPS scan, and he emailed them a request to change their passwords. But one of them turned out to be an employee of Federal Security Service. He was not imprisoned, but he had problems with finding a job. He spent a lot of amount of money on a lawyer. So illegal access to computer information is something that you have to keep in mind. If you pen test something, you have to be clear that you were provided the information. Personal data protection article was approved last year. Keep this in mind. Law enforcement agencies have their plans, and very soon they will get a plan under Article 272.1. So if you come across personal data, do not go near it. The next part concerns Article 273 of the Criminal Code. So it's about exploits, if you know what I mean. Actually, it's about any software that helps you hack systems. And most of the verdicts are linked to these articles. For instance, you find an exploit, you post it on your Telegram channel, someone reposts it, and you can be subject to criminal punishment under this article. Another important article is Article 274.1. It pertains to critical infrastructure. Similar to 272.1, it stemmed from Article 274. Before you pen test something, make sure that it's not part of the critical infrastructure, because any breach of the rules and you're gonna be put in front of a firing squad. Well, we've been talking about white hats a lot. So the change, the amendments to the law pertaining to white hats are still being discussed. They have not been approved yet. For the time being, unfortunately, white hacking is outlawed. There are a number of exceptions, but actually, you cannot, for good reasons, pen test a website just to inform an admin about possible vulnerabilities. You can't. You can't. And if you use an exploit, then you will be subject to several articles in the Russian criminal code. So what do we do to make sure that we don't have to hire lawyers and rake our nerves over that? First and foremost, a pen test should be covered by a contract. Like I said, you cannot just for a good reason scan the website of your university and tell them about the vulnerabilities. You have to have a contract and specification requirements covering what you need to do. Scan traffic, scan ports, launch malware, whatever. All these activities should be part of the specification requirements, and you have to have a permission. If something is not covered, make sure that you include it in an addenda to the contract. Oftentimes, an acquaintance of yours might ask you to pen test your website or a smartphone, but you're going to be, both of you are going to be punished. I already talked about the employers. There is an exception. You might be on the staff of the company that developed an app, and as a freelancer, as a private entrepreneur, you cannot be a pen tester. However, if you are hired by the company who owns the website, then you can. And another important thing, you can only pen test anything on your own in labs. For instance, during the PhD fest, you can use the standoff CTF sandbox to do that. If you find any vulnerability in real life, don't go near it. Just be on the safe side. Right. So, as for not so obvious things that should be mentioned, critical infrastructure. We've been talking about critical infrastructure for a very long time. Communications, communication providers, healthcare, oil and gas, space, nuclear industry. These are just a few examples to name. And the probability that you will come across a critical infrastructure facility is way above zero. So avoid the critical infrastructure as much as possible. As for the second category, just make a screenshot so that no last names are visible, and you'll be fine. Another important thing, make sure that the customer is the owner of the resource you are about to pen test. We were approached by a company who asked us to test 3 of their websites. We signed the contract, and they said, we have a 4th website, we're going to give you more money. We tell them, let's sign a contract, and they say, we'll just pay you more money. The 4th site was similar to the first 3 sites. Is that yours? Yeah, it's ours. It's part of the group of companies. Actually, it turned out it was the website of their competitors. So they wanted us to test for vulnerabilities in the website of their rivals.
So you have to get their signature on a paper saying that the other party is not against the fact. Because if the other party objects, then there is a good probability that law enforcement may be interested in your activities. So if you want to train your pen testing skills, the legal option is to go for bug bounty. There are 3 legal, or rather, legal platforms here in Russia. Bug bounty has advantages and disadvantages. Advantages are that you can get your hands on something that can be pen tested. You can make a bit of money, and you can also improve your skills. So bug bounty in this respect is useful. And besides, you also get legal support with bug bounty. There is no issue with respect to intellectual property. There is no issue with respect to the ownership of the target, licensing, etc. So maybe it's not the perfect option, but at least bug bounty gives you some legal protection. And to monetize that, monetization, hackers, even white hackers, are not all altruistic people. As to disadvantages, then obviously, if this is a normal platform and you are registered there, then if you do find something, this will be known. Some people would like to stay in the shadow, just do some good deeds and find vulnerabilities and get some money. But if you do it on a platform, your name and your discovery will be public. You can't use destructive or aggressive checks.
Маленький парадокс.
It's a kind of a paradox.
Вы должны доказать, что вы нашли
You have to prove that you found a DDoS or DOS vulnerability, and at the same time you can't use aggressive destructive checks. So you have to read the fine print carefully. As to if it doesn't matter for offline systems, but for productive websites and apps, this is a very important limitation. And there is another disadvantage. A bug bounty platform is an aggregator. If you've ever traveled in taxi in Moscow, you know what taxi drivers think about the Yandex as an aggregator. They think that they're the last link in the food chain of Yandex, but bug bounty platforms do value the hackers operating on the platform. But again, for these platforms, the experts, the hackers are not the most important component. Basically, I'm done. If you need me for more questions, I'm not far away. The QR codes are here. At your service. I'd like to thank the speaker for the recommendations for the ethical hackers. Let's break for 25 minutes, and after that, we'll start the session to discuss new challenges in the bug bounty international market.
Друзья, мы начинаем масштабную дискуссию о международном рынке баг-баунти. Программы баг-баунти давно стали...
Bug bounty programs have long been an important tool in cybersecurity, but debates around them continue. In some countries, such programs receive support and thrive, while in others, they're restricted by regulators. Experts will discuss the legal aspects of bug bounty, their value for business, and the prospects in the international market. Please welcome to the stage Alina Tanatarova, the facilitator and presenter with RBC TV. Ruslan Abdikhalikov, chairman of the Information Security Committee of the Ministry of Digital Development, Innovation and Aerospace Industry of the Republic of Kazakhstan. Coyotelis de Silveira, CEO and co-founder of Bug Hunt. Kirill Mekishev, CISO Ozon. Konstantin Shurov, Deputy Director of the Security Operations Center of the Moscow region. Konstantin Yermakov, Head of the Project Security Rambler & Co. Sergey Kolesnikov, CTO Cicada 8. Urvakh Atiyat, an independent researcher.
Коллеги, добрый день.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to welcome you to the International PhD Days Fest. My name is Alina Tanatarova, and I'm a presenter with RBC TV channel. It's a pleasure to be a facilitator for today's panel discussion. Moreover, so that the topic is going to be quite interesting. We'll be talking about ethic hacking and such a thing as bug bounty. Hunting for bugs in Russia has been gaining steam in the past few years, especially since 2022. And bug hunting is interesting not just for business, but for public authorities as well. This is what we're going to discuss. We'll also discuss the bug bounty trends both in Russia and abroad. We have international guests joining us. What are the challenges facing the platforms and participants, and how does the ecosystem change? Let me introduce our speakers to you. Chao Teles, CEO and co-founder of Bug Hunt Brazil. Let's give a round of applause to our guest of honor. Kirill Mekishev, CISO Ozon. Ruslan Abdikalikov, chairman of the Information Security Committee of the Ministry of Digital Development, Innovation and Aerospace Industry of the Republic of Kazakhstan. Konstantin Shurov, Deputy Director of the Security Operations Center, Moscow region. Konstantin Yermakov, Project Security Head, Rambler & Co. And yet another international guest, Urvakh Atiyat from Jordan. And Sergey Kolesnikov, CTO Cicada 8. Thank you so much for finding the time to join today's panel discussion. And I'd like to start with the international experience and experience of leading security operators with Brazil. According to InnoStage, Brazil is one of the top countries in terms of cybersecurity and cyber protection. And of course, this is a huge challenge for hackers, because your country is well protected and hackers want to hack your country. 19% of attacks is the share of Brazil. So, Chao, the question goes to you. What's the role of bug bounty, and what's the role of your bug bounty platform in providing cybersecurity in Brazil? The floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. So, Bug Hunt is a bug bounty platform in Brazil. We started our platform 5 years ago because we saw this gap, about the bug bounty in the market of South America, and it's important for creating the bug bounty platform. We start to educate the market, because everybody thinks that works with hackers is complicated, But no, the hackers is the good ones, and the bad guys are the cyber criminals, So we start this movement of educate the marketing, educate the companies. And in Brazil, we have a lot of attacks, like you told, And to break this paradigm was a little bit difficult. We are still fighting with this. Actually, in Brazil, we already have a public entity. The Bank of Brazil is a public bank. It creates the first program, the bug bounty of a public entity. So we are developing the market of bug bounty in Brazil, right? Maybe they will create laws like other countries, you know.
Thank you, ciao. Ну что ж, переместимся из жаркой Бразилии.
Thank you so much, Chao. Let's travel from Brazil to Kazakhstan, which is also a hot country. And the experience of Kazakhstan deserves much attention. Kazakhstan is the first CIS member state that at a public level approved laws and bylaws that regulate bug bounty programs. Ruslan, would you please share your experience on how this decision impacted the cybersecurity in your country? Did you see any reduction in the number of attacks? Thank you so much. Well, of course, the number of attacks did not go down, and it will never happen. Otherwise, why would we organize PhDs fest? As for what forced Kazakhstan to approve a law to regulate the bug bounty industry, first and foremost, in 2022, we launched a pilot program because we learned from the best international experience, and we saw that bug bounty programs allow us to detect vulnerabilities. What's even more important, we as the public authorities saw that young talents would become white hats rather than the black hats, and they would help the public authorities to counter attacks. Therefore, we faced a number of challenges, just like was mentioned by the previous speaker. We had to deal with obstacles and negotiate obstacles posed by the executive authorities. It took us 2 years to convince MPs, members of parliament, that it's a must. Do you want to legalize the criminals? That was the first question that we received. In our criminal code, we have Article 205 and a number of other articles that cover illegal penetration into information systems. And, we had to explain the difference between white hats and black hats. And today, the bug bounty program demonstrates its high efficiency. And in Kazakhstan, we decided to launch our efforts in 2 domains in parallel. Some people are willing to pay a certain amount of money for detecting a vulnerability as part of the bug bounty programs. We did something in reverse. People can detect any vulnerability in any Kazakh system and report it, and then the bug bounty platform gets in touch with the owner and removes the vulnerability and then pays out the price. If the owner can afford that, he can pay a certain amount of money. If not, just say thank you. Thank you so much, Ruslan. Let's move on. And now let's talk about the value of bug bounty for business. What are the advantages inherent in this tool? I'd like to address my question to Sergey from Cicada 8. Your company specializes in managing digital threats. So I was just wondering, do bug bounty programs really reduce the risks? Indeed. Good afternoon, everyone. We are looking for and detect various digital threats, and we help the MTS group with launching their own bug bounty program to cover external assets. As for the advantages for the businesses, what are advantages and disadvantages of bug bounty programs from the viewpoint of business? I would say that advantages include the following. It's 3 to 5 times cheaper. Actually, let me go at a tangent. How do we convince the business that they need bug bounty programs? And by the way, thank you so much for raising this important question. And it's difficult to explain things to the public public authorities. In the past 2 years, we've done a lot to explain to people what bug bounty is all about and why we need it. And now we work in two dimensions when we collaborate with businesses. C-level and even public officials know what bug bounty is, and you don't have to explain everything from the scratch, why you need that, how it works, stuff like that. And that simplifies the rollout of this initiative. Secondly, decision makers see the effectiveness, and if you take any Russian industry, you'll see that many new bug bounty programs have been rolled out. So you can give references. For instance, you can tell a public official, look, in this particular industry, the top 5 banks, for instance, use bug bounty programs to detect vulnerabilities. These are facts and figures. It's cheaper, and another advantage inherent in the bug bounty is gaining unique expertise. You might not have unique expertise in your in-house business unit, so business looks for things like that. So you're saying that business appreciates the value of bug bounty programs. Indeed, business does appreciate the value of bug bounty, and many companies launch their own programs, and this is a positive trend. So it's way easier. I'm not saying it's always easy, but it's easier to come to businesses and tell them about that. As for the breakpoints, what if we are hacked, right? This is the most widespread fever, and the number of cyber attacks is going up all the time in Russia. But you pay the money for detecting the vulnerabilities. They will be part of your bug bounty platform, and they will not be leaked. If someone is trying to hack you right now, pay for it, detect the vulnerability, remove it. You can use various mechanisms and tools. For instance, bug hunters could use VPN, and the platform provides for such things. Sergey, thank you so much. Let's now give the floor to Kirill Mekishev from Ozon. My question to you is as follows. According to the poll by Positive Technologies, hackers favor hacking marketplaces and the retail industry, because marketplaces know everything about a retail customer: passport details, phone number, your preferences in shopping, banking cards details, and so on and so forth. They know probably more about you than your relatives. So marketplaces bear a huge load of responsibility. Kirill, what's your attitude towards bug bounty? Is that a heaven for you? Well, you're right. The amount of money processed by big tech, not just by marketplaces, is huge. And therefore, the importance of information security overall has been appreciated as for a very long time. And bug bounty is something that we also value. To be short, bug bounty was never a question for us. We've been participating in various bug bounty programs for a very long time. We used to have a foreign platform, then there was a break, then we entered a couple of Russian bug bounty platforms. Now we have an open program with a huge scope, and we pay out over 15 million. We have paid out over 15 million Russian rubles to bug hunters as part of this program. Not to mention closed operations launched by the owners of the platforms. We report facts and figures. In other words, we use a bug bounty as a tool to the full scale. We understand how effective it is, and we, increase the amount of price. We speed up the investigations, and we always see the increasing quality despite the complexity of the vulnerabilities detected by bug hunters who take part in our bug bounty platforms. So there are advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that we are still being tested and we still detect vulnerabilities. As for disadvantages, well, low-hanging fruit have already been plucked, since we've been in the bug bounty business for a very long time. And the entry barrier for the bug hunters are now high because they need more skills. So, of course, we want to attract more professional bug hunters to help us detect vulnerabilities as part of the bug bounty platforms. Was it difficult to convince your C-suite that bug bounty is a valuable tool? The short answer is no, it wasn't difficult. Because in InfoSec for the business has always been one of the top priorities. Bug bounty is just one of the tools that we use. And, I think the credit should go to me as the CISO because I managed to explain the value of the InfoSec tool or process in the form of bug bounty to the C-suite. Our company is ready to earmark budget for the bug bounty program. Konstantin, how about Rambler? What do you do with bug bounty in your company? Well, to be honest, our experience, we're lagging behind Kirill and Ozan. Our payouts are not that significant, but the journey was basically the same. First, we participated in an international program, then national program. But I would say, being an OPSEC, this was the most positive experience because it helps you detect the greatest number of vulnerabilities, and it's a long-standing process, unlike other processes such as scans that can result in false positives and too much workload on the guys. We outsource part of the workload to ethical hackers, and then they do their thing. It's up to them to detect a vulnerability, provide us with the relevant report, and then we get the cream. We can criticize their work. We can say you could have done this or that better. So I believe that bug bounty is one of the most convenient processes for InfoSec guys. You don't spend too much money on that. The budgets are not high. So I believe that it's a super interesting tool. How much did you pay to ethical hackers? Less than 2 million Russian rubles. Over 1 million, but less than 2 million. I cannot give you a precise figure off the top of my head. Now it's high time we talked about a bug bounty in the public sector, because public authorities are actively integrating bug bounty tools into what they do. And the Ministry of Digital Development was one of the first ones to start collaborating with the researchers by launching bug bounty programs. And of course, people followed in their footsteps. Dozens of regional security operation centers and IT centers followed in their footsteps. I'd like to pass on the floor to Konstantin. Konstantin, what does the Moscow region do to use the results, and what do you think about the risks? And how applicable is the bug bounty to the public sector? Good afternoon, everyone. I would agree with the previous speakers, and I do agree with the speaker from Kazakhstan. We're still negotiating obstacles because we want a law passed so that hackers can use more effectively their skills and knowledge. However, our experience is very positive, I would say, both in terms of outcomes and, in terms of risks. I'd like to thank our bosses for having the right perception of this program. We started working on the program in 2023. The very first bug bounty program was launched in 2023. 2 more were launched in 2024. So basically, over 200 reports were submitted to us by bug hunters. Over 50 of them were approved. In other words, the effectiveness of the program is so high that we decided to continue the bug bounty program. One of the advantages is that before launching the program, we already tested most of our systems with ordinary scanners, so we didn't identify any conventional vulnerabilities such as CVEs. So Bug bounty programs are used for identifying and detecting vulnerabilities that cannot be detected by pen tests. Pen test is a targeted story, a limited number of teams, a limited number of whiteheads. But when an entire platform comes in, you get 8,000 people with different experience, and they can get connected and detect something that everyone else missed before that. Therefore, bug bounty programs are extremely effective. The only thing I want to mention is that you have to get ready for launching bug bounty programs, because for public information systems, Article 272 of the Russian Criminal Code covers all these activities. So keep this in mind. Of course, there are certain risks. Because people are afraid that data on vulnerabilities is going to be leaked or hackers will crash the system. But, disadvantages are always connected with advantages. One of the advantages is that you test your system for resilience, and there are big pluses. Thank you so much, Konstantin. And now I'd like to pass on the floor to Ruslan. We already talked about steps taken by Kazakhstan to regulate bug bounty programs, and of course that was a huge step forward and a precedent in the CIS member states. So Ruslan, would you please give us more details on how it impacted the readiness of public authorities collaborate with the research community and initiate their own bug bounty programs? Well, at the present time, bugbounty.kz platform has over 2,000 researchers registered, which is a huge number for Kazakhstan. And we have received over 3,000 reports from bug hunters, and 300 of them were about the infrastructure of the e-government, of the Kazakh e-government. In other words, the Kazakh e-government did not spend a penny on detecting vulnerabilities. People did that out of being patriotic, and then they reported the vulnerabilities to the authorities. And I believe that this aspect is way more important for the public authorities, because we cannot measure everything in monetary terms. On an annual basis, we sum up the outcomes of bug bounty programs, and we actually have our own ranking on who reports more vulnerabilities, especially inherent in the e-government platform. We invite such guys to Astana, and we give them prizes and certificates from the Ministry of Digital Development. And I believe that it came as a shock to the very first guys, because a hacker wearing a hoodie gets a diploma and a letter of appreciation from the minister. That excites young talents, and year over year we see this attitude. People are not incentivized by money. Well, they make money on something else, but if you detect a vulnerability in the e-government platform and you report it in the bug bounty platform, in our case, the platform does its own research to confirm that such vulnerabilities can be exploited. Then they come up with the recommendations, and then they report both recommendations and the vulnerabilities to the state authorities. And we, as the Information Security Committee, have to make sure that the vulnerability is removed. And it goes without saying that initially the public authorities were not happy, because in the past they could just say everything is fine with our system, we don't have any vulnerabilities. But when they get a detailed report, they can hardly refute that they can be hacked. And we tell them, you have already been hacked. Just thank them for not destroying your system altogether, because they are whiteheads. And bug bounty programs tell all the bug hunters, you can research, but you cannot destroy, because if you cross the line, Article 205 of the Criminal Code is not gonna, is gonna punish you. So I urge our Russian counterparts to be as fast as possible in approving applicable laws. This is a very effective way for the public authorities to detect vulnerabilities, and our experience shows that you don't have to pay your own money for that. Thank you so much. Konstantin, would you like to add anything to that? Yes, if I may. I just wanted to say that, in our case, people report vulnerabilities to us free of charge because they are being patriotic. And, on several occasions, we received high-quality reports of vulnerabilities, totally free of charge. But again, the team has to be ready to remove the vulnerabilities. It doesn't make any sense to launch a bug bounty program if you don't have a team of developers. In the public authorities, they usually sign a contract, you roll out a system, you deploy it, it's supported to some extent, but the response time is very long. But if you have the right team in place, and if they get information on the vulnerability, it takes them just a couple of days to rectify and remove any vulnerability, and it works perfectly well. And I'd like to thank our developers for that, because we have established effective collaboration with them. Once again, I'd like to reiterate that it requires a comprehensive approach. As soon as you get a report, you have to have the team ready, because it doesn't make any sense to involve bug hunters. All right, you look through the report, you know what the vulnerabilities are, but you don't know what to do about them. So in this regard, Russian laws have to be passed on that to regulate the industry. Thank you so much. Now it's high time we talked about the bug bounty versus other tools. What are the advantages and disadvantages of bug bounty versus pen test? It's quite obvious that you get paid for a detected vulnerability, and in pen test, the principle is I'm going to hack you. Maybe I will not find anything, but you will still have to pay to me. What are other advantages of bug bounty as a tool? Let's start with Konstantin from Rumbler. The floor is yours. Well, you are right in point now that a pen test is a one-off exercise, while a bug bounty is a continuing process. Another important thing I want to mention is that in a pen test, they test a cross-section of the infrastructure, while bug bounty is a continuous process. We deploy new releases, new objects become part of your perimeter, or something becomes part of the perimeter by chance, and bug bounty can hunt that, detect that. There are hackers who set their scans to operate on a daily basis or on an hourly basis. They keep track of everything, and they are ready to be the first ones to report a new vulnerability. So it's constant scanning, and we don't spend any money on infrastructure, because these guys are interested in deploying their own systems that will scan our infrastructure as soon as possible, because that's their money on the one hand, but it's also advantageous for us. Kirill Mekishev from Ozon, the floor is yours. What's your take on that? Let me argue against that. The advantage of bug bounty versus pen test. Konstantin, you gave a very detailed response. But sometimes you have to go back to pen testing after bug bounty programs. If your bug bounty program is mature, and if all the simple vulnerabilities have already been detected, and as I mentioned in my previous speech, we want the skills of bug hunters to be honed and improved all the time. Pen test versus bug bounty. Again, the results depend on the skills of a specific hacker. And oftentimes, the community is so closely knit that oftentimes we know which of the bug hunters can give the excellent result. Oftentimes, we order a pen test from a company that actually employs the desired bug hunter, because for us, it's the only option to get the expected result from a specific person. that does not cross out all the advantages of bug bounty programs. We launch lots of products, and hundreds of changes are introduced into existing programs. Therefore, bug bounty programs work well, and they yield the right results. A permanent pen test done 24/7, a bunch of researchers. These are all the advantages, naturally. However, sometimes we see the reverse side of the coin, and this is the way we go about solving it. Thank you so much. Now I'd like to pass on the floor to Sergey Kolesnikov from Cicada 8. In your previous response, you mentioned several times that there are certain disadvantages and drawbacks in bug bounty programs. So what tools can be used to augment bug bounty? First and foremost, I'd like to mention that bug bounty, bug hunters are interested in detecting a specific vulnerability. Oftentimes, they can specialize on just one category of vulnerabilities. And the main difference between pen testers and bug hunters is that a pen test program covers a certain domain under the contract. And if it's a high-quality company, then they will test all levels of protection of a specific application. I've seen cases when bug hunters are only experts on just one vulnerability, and they report it to all the companies. I'm not saying it's bad, it's good. And it's a huge plus for bug bounty programs, because there are very narrow-minded bug hunters who don't have to be contracted, but they research your infrastructure and they report specific vulnerabilities to you, which is awesome. It's cool. As for collaborations, how can you use bug bounty results? If a bug hunter reports something to us, we can extrapolate those results. For instance, they identify a vulnerability, and you can try and detect it in your entire infrastructure. That's a collaboration mode. A bug hunter reports just one vulnerability. You test your entire infrastructure for that vulnerability. You can involve the OPSEC team and so on and so forth. You come up with similar cases, and that improves the security.
Спасибо. Перейдем к нашему следующему блоку вопросов, а именно обсудим тему, нужен ли
Let's move on to the next set of questions. Do we need a consortium of bug bounty? Sergey, a question to you. Do you think that all platforms should somehow be coordinated with respect to certain standards, the standards of, I don't know, payouts, perhaps? Well, actually, if you look at the platforms that we have today and the people who are managing them, I think that they are all like-minded people. They understand what the market needs and what the bug hunters want and how to protect their interests. So in terms of positioning bug bounty as a service and as a business, I think that all these people are more or less aligned. And this kind of coalition, I mean, to help the state to provide comments, to participate in panel discussions, to answer the government's questions, to make it all 100% legal. So we must remember that for this, we need to onboard not only platforms, but also bug hunters themselves, those who are looking for vulnerabilities and those who that could be potentially liable. So we need to engage bug hunters themselves into this dialogue as well. Konstantin, what about you?
Что я тут хотел бы отметить, что вот, например, если вспомнить второй год,
if you think back to 2022, when we were disconnected from the international platforms, the market of bug bounty in Russia was minimal, and then it grew, it surged. I think this is the result of open competition between different programs. People are competing with each other, they all want to be the best, they want to attract businesses and hackers, they all are coming with innovations, and they are inventing new models and implementing new ideas, and they are offering new activities and, I don't know, sales, whatever, promotion, special promotions. So I'm not sure that it's time for us to start coordinating, but I think that we need a bit more competition for now, so that eventually we would end up with a vision for a perfect bug bounty platform, and then maybe we will all agree on the need for a consortium. The most important thing is bug hunters themselves are happy with the final result. So it shouldn't be like the consortium comes together, then one little startup comes to the market and is going to offer a cyber feature that all of the people from the consortium would say, hey, that's exactly what we needed, so okay, let's go and capture them. So I don't think it's time for a consortium now. So you're all in favor of fair competition. So I would love to hear from Orwa Khalil, bug hunter from Jordan. What is your opinion? Is there a need for a bug bounty platform consortium?
Indeed, yes. So I'm going to explain why a little bit. So collaborating between the platforms can like help with, as an example, is start like help the ASM and triage team who received the report from the bug hunter. Now, in a lot of platforms, there is a ASM team, triage team. They have a good background, like in web app testing and network testing. But if it's come like a hunter report something in mobile or something hard like to explain, because mostly bug hunter, it's not thinking like the pen tester. They thinking out of the box. So there is a lot of hard explaining. It's happened a lot for the triager or the ASM team. Collaboration between the platforms can help, like if the ASM team here didn't get the bug or didn't get the exploit, they can ask for each other. That's one point. Other point, like there is some platforms, the team they have, like they specialize with, like we can say web app, mobile, API, not hardware. And they receive the client, he want like to do pen testing or bug bounty on hardware, but they don't have like a team for hardware. They can, like with collaborating with other platform, get more idea, get more help. And in the other side, if they don't have a researcher or bug hunter doing pen test on this kind of testing like hardware, they can call from the other platforms, like give me a list of the top 10 with hardware bug hunters, so I can invite him for that program. And for sure, background can be done, checking for the hunter, everything about that, it can be done. And there is a lot of other stuff, like such as they can with each other running live hacking events, running conference, speaks, sharing some like 0 days with each other, secure other sites. So yeah, I think it's indeed important.
Спасибо большое. Сейчас послушаем мнение Chao Teles.
Thank you very much. Now let's give the floor to Chao Teles from Brazil. Do you think that we need to come together on a single platform? What are the pros and cons of such a solution?
Okay, I think the same. We need before the consortium, I think we need to create a framework to prepare the companies, right? Like everybody told here, if some bug hunter found a bug, they need to fix this vulnerability. So if the hacker submit the report stay there and didn't fix it, other hacker is gonna send again, and you're gonna be duplicated, right? But it's gonna make frustrate. For the hacker is a bad experience to find vulnerabilities in that company. So I think all platforms should be reunited and maybe create a framework for the companies. So one company wants to start in bug bounty, it's going to be need to check if they have a bug fix pipeline to fix the vulnerabilities. then they're gonna prepare the reward, the bounty, even the policy. So I think this framework should be help for the companies. And these unity forces of the principles, platforms, should be very useful for the companies, for the platforms, even for the hackers, right? Because the hackers are gonna see the pattern. Because today, one platform follow one pattern, and the other, like you told, one platform just don't have hardware bug bounty, you know, and the other one have. But this to qualify the severity of the vulnerability is totally different. So I think it's very important to create this consortium, even for the laws, for the countries, because the country can go to this and check what they need to prepare, you know.
Чао, спасибо вам огромное. Сейчас хотелось бы опять задать вопрос.
Thank you very much, Kao, and I would like to address our Jordan colleague. Is the Russian market interesting to foreign bug hunters at all? What do international bug hunters think of the Russian market?
So yeah, it's interesting to do bug bounty like on bug bounty Russia platform. Even already start like doing bug bounty a month ago on a standoff Russian bug bounty. So it's like as a bug hunter all the time looking for like where I can find a new kind of programs, bounties, all of this stuff. So any bug hunter, he's keep shifting between platform to platform to platform till he found not the platform itself, a specific program or a client like, I like to work on this program. But on the other side, there is like a little of issue with payment for the researchers out of Russia, but that's something it can be done that not big issue. Maybe a little bit of hard to understand Ruski language in the web app while bug hunter doing testing, but in the same time it can be done. So not that big issue, but yeah, I like even the work on the Russian bug bounty programs.
Спасибо огромное. А вот российские
Thank you very much. What about Russian companies? Would they be willing to share data with foreign bug hunters? Are there any prejudices or concerns? Kirill?
Конечно, предрассудков и опасений у нас нет.
We don't have any prejudices. We do not have any concerns in this respect. When we place our programs for Russian or at Russian bug bounty platforms, we welcome bug hunters from outside of the domestic jurisdiction. It is always good to see that there is interest to that exercise from outside of your own borders. And since our own business is also becoming international, we are expanding internationally. It would be lovely to get bug hunters from the countries of our operations. As I was getting ready to this session, I reviewed the panel, and I saw that there are people from Bug Hunt. I asked my colleagues to get in touch with Bug Hunt, and I think that we will establish a cooperation. We'll be able to get reports from people in Brazil. So, I mean, more bug hunters means more reports, more eyes looking at our product, verifying it, making it more secure. Well, that's wonderful. We see Positive Hack Days opens up new opportunities. Good luck in your cooperation. Konstantin, what about you? Would you be willing to share data with foreign bug hunters?
Для нас, по сути, не имеет разницы.
Well, actually, for us, it makes no difference where the hacker is coming from. Prejudices, I wouldn't be using that word at all, especially as applied to international hackers. But as to how many hackers are hacking us, well, if it's only 10 people, that's bad. If it's 100 people and 50 of them are domestic and 50 of them are international, well, that's fine. We're fine with that. We don't care. Just bring us the report. We will review them. We will fix the vulnerabilities.
будет какой-то тренд,
And if there is a trend,
иностранный хакер
say that a foreign hacker brings a worse quality report, I mean, theoretically, I'm speaking hypothetically, I'm not saying that something like this is happening right now, then we will be able to identify specific hackers. We will perhaps explain to them how to best word the report, how to structure the report better. I mean, I don't have any issue with a hacker being international or foreign. It may be more an idea that would be, that would be more difficult to sell to a business. A white hacker can be blocked, but I mean, the business it's very difficult for business to differentiate, to distinguish between white hackers and black hackers. Like Amazon, for instance, in terms of abuse and blocking, request to block a particular hacker that uses the Amazon cloud services, that's a possibility. But again, and it's a challenge. But as an outsider, I mean, no, not as an outsider, but again, the more vulnerabilities are identified, the better. Would you like to add something? Sure. Now, speaking as someone who represents the state, for marketplaces, well, probably that works, but there are also government information systems, and there are general information systems, and then there are government information systems. And for now, we only admit Russian researchers, investigators. And another thing, how shall I put it? And the Ministry of Digital Development is also working on the documents, but there are certain scenarios where we would be willing and able to work only with domestic investigators or hackers. But maybe in the future, if it's possible to somehow control the work of foreign hackers, maybe we would be willing to consider that as well. Because again, the more eyes you have on your product, the better. I agree with that. Ruslan, what about you? What about Kazakhstan? What does Kazakhstan think about working with foreign bug hunters? Well, we heard these questions from the Kazakhstan parliamentarians back in 2023. That was the first time when we wanted to introduce amendments to the legislation. The same question: do you want foreigners to have access to government information systems? We say, hey, wait, what do you mean to give access to foreigners? That's the difference between bug bounty and pen testing. Bug bounty uses systems that are publicly available, that are already in the public domain. So for a bug bounty, it doesn't matter if you're Russian or Kazakhstan, or it doesn't matter where you come from. And fraudsters and criminals and the black hackers, they do not care where the borders lie, what currency is used in a particular jurisdiction. They will still be attacking you to get profit in whatever currency. So in this respect, bug bounty is it's a method to get as many independent bug hunters on your case. They will provide independent expertise on your case. And that's the difference between bug bounty and pen testing. Pen testing is something that happens inside the company, inside the perimeter. And yes, we would not admit an external pen tester to a government information system. That's why we need internal pen testing. The pen tester is part of this infrastructure, and some exceptions are made in the security privileges and things like that, so that we can test, or detect zero-day vulnerabilities. For pen testers, they need to be inside the system in order to be able to research it. So obviously, foreigners would not be admitted to that kind of work. That we have security operations centers in the country. They are licensed by the Committee of National Security of Kazakhstan. And we also have the State Technical Service. They are the state monopoly for security, for information security, and only their experts are licensed to carry out any work or pen testing inside in government systems. But bug bounty is open, it's public, anyone can participate. And going back to your question about consortia, when we started immersing ourselves into this market, there is this interesting model that called our attention: hackers and bug bounty. They, how shall I put it?
Вот я с тем хакером, мы вместе где-то что-то ломали, мы с ним были вместе на конференции.
There is a lot of friendship in the process, and you know, many hackers stay with a particular platform because they have already worked there, because they met people there, they made friends there. I don't know, and probably they wouldn't be even leaving for a different platform. They would be loyal. They'll stay loyal to the I don't know, regional platform. And we have this company in Kazakhstan. They are partners to Positive Technologies. I know about that. But this company, they also engaged white hackers, and they were sure that anonymity is assured. When we tried to launch a state-owned bug bounty, hackers were thinking to themselves, what do you mean state-owned? Do you mean the Ministry of the Interior? Do you mean the special services? My data will be known to them? Do you mean they will contact me? Am I a suspect? Will they recruit me? Because I mean, the bug hunters, they're intelligent people, right? So in private platforms, I mean, there is so much, personal interaction, personal relationships. I don't think that governments need to interfere. It's a market, and the market will coordinate itself, I think. So in Kazakhstan right now, our position is that let the market regulate itself. Thank you very much, Ruslan. And in conclusion of this discussion, I would like to ask several questions about Russian experts entering international markets. Chao, what are the platforms available today to the Russian specialists, and what are the limitations that they may face?
Okay. Before this, I would like just to complement. Pen test and bug bounty is complementary, right? One not substitute the other. We saw the security like rings of the onion, right? When you put more rings, you are better protected, Exactly. So about the Russian hackers, the most famous hackers of the world are Russians as well. So the security in Russia is very famous. In Brazil, we saw you guys like inspiration for us, So all hackers from Russia can register in all platforms. If there are transactions with, I don't know, PayPal to get the bounty, all platforms should pay in cryptocurrency, so it's easy. And for a hacker, when they register inside that platform, they start to create their profile. So like it was told here, they start to earn points if he send a report, a valid report, so he starts to earn points. Then when he gets, I don't know, it's different by platform to other platform, but when he starts to earn points for their profile, he is invited for private programs. So it's getting more easy to find vulnerabilities because there's less hackers on that program, so it's more exclusive, So for Russian hackers, there's a lot of worldwide platforms, even Bug Hunt. All hackers from Russia is invited to register there, and go have fun.
Спасибо огромное.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I would like to thank all panelists for this lovely discussion. Obviously, bug bounty is evolving, both in the commercial and in the government sectors. It's becoming a powerful tool of sustainable security. Again, a huge thank you to all panelists and to all participants of this discussion. Have a nice day.
Аплодисменты экспертам за интересный и качественный.
Let's applaud the experts for this excellent discussion of bug bounty. And dear guests, please stay in your seats. The awards ceremony marking the 3rd anniversary of the stand-off bug bounty platform is about to start at the Lomonosov Arena.
Запуск баг баунти теперь считается признаком зрелого подхода к кибербезопасности. Отметим организации, которые первыми прошли трансформацию.
The award ceremony aims to recognize companies that were the first to undergo the transformation. Dear guests, please stay in the room. The award ceremony is about to commence.
Нашу дискуссионную часть.
Very well. We have finished the discussion part of this session, and now let's have the award ceremony. Today we'll be celebrating companies that not only launched their own programs, but set a benchmark for quality and speed and vulnerability management. Please welcome Sergey Novikov, Managing Director of Positive Technologies. Yes, indeed, and good afternoon. 3 years. How time flies, basically, and we've been doing stock taking, and we were amazed to see how many programs we had on the platform and how many companies actually decided to trust the platforms. And I wanted to thank all these companies. They decided not to be hostages to the prejudices that were discussed at the latest panel discussion, and that set an example to the whole industry, demonstrating that bug bounty is an excellent tool that complements the company security efforts. It's not scary, it doesn't hurt, it is actually healthy. And when you see now the list of our nominees and winners, you will realize that bug bounty can be used in all industries and at all company sizes. Let's start with retail, one of the most active industries in bug bounty. These companies have felt the tender hand of the hacker's hand. Please welcome Wildberries, record number of reports in one program. Азбука вкуса, the longest lasting bug bounty program, Ozone, the fastest triage of a report.
Так, не перепутайте. Да, торжественное фото. Нас центруют.
Let's get ourselves into the center.
Спасибо огромное.
Спасибо большое.
Занимайте свои места в зале, ну а мы...
Great, please return to your seats, and we are moving on. Banking has always aspired for highest standards of security, and of course they are leaders in bug bounty as well. Please welcome T-Bank, the most efficient bug bounty program among banks,
количество принятых отчетов вне основного скопа.
and the Tochka Bank, the greatest number of reports received outside of the main scope.
Спасибо большое. Я надеюсь, и другие игроки финансового рынка тоже подтянутся и
Thank you very much, and I hope that other financial market players will catch up with you next year. Sure, absolutely. And we were going to have more nominees and more winners. Now, the upcoming programs demonstrate that you can work real fast. Please welcome Center of Information Security of the Moscow region. The greatest number of reports processed among all regions. And the Center for the Development of Digital Technologies of the Sakhalin region for the most speedy response of all government services.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. And now to the industry that produces technologies and must be secure by default. This Bittrex, the first software vendor bug bounty program. Infosystem Jet, the most secure IT service supplier. And the hacker sympathy prize. Hacker's Choice Award goes to Time Web.
Хотелось бы отметить, что в нынешний момент времени на самом деле
Well, actually, what I wanted to say is at the moment, software vendors and IT companies are the number one targets of hackers, and these three companies are an excellent example of how bug bounty makes them become more secure and better. Thank you. A photograph. Online services accompany us in daily life, and if they are vulnerable, millions of users may be affected. These companies are a good example of how not to allow these things to happen. Please welcome Headhunter, the best comeback of a bug bounty program. OCO, the first online movie theater for bug bounty. VK, the fastest triage of reports. And Rambler, visionaries of bug bounty, the first program that evolved into a non-tolerable event.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you.
И, наконец, те, кто не
finally,
правила, но и менял саму игру.
Please welcome those who who didn't only comply with the rules, but who were change makers. Please welcome our winners. Inner Stage, the first IP integrator InfoSec integrator at Cybersecurity, and O2O Holding, the pioneers of bug bounting.
Спасибо большое всем,
I'd like to thank everyone who has been with us for the past 3 years, and I really hope that you're going to stay with us forever, and you will keep on taking part in our events and contribute interesting scope so that the researchers help you become more protected. And I really hope that those who doubted the capabilities of bug bounty programs stop doubting that and make the only right and positive decision. Thank you so much, Alexei. Thank you for helping us with the award ceremony. I'd like to thank all the participants and the guests of honor. These awards are not just a recognition, it's a motivation for future work. Thank you so much for contributing to developing the bug bounty culture.
Мы начинаем сессию.
We're kickstarting a panel discussion devoted to legal threats, and experts will discuss legal and reputational risks,
Спикеры расскажут о защите интеллектуальной собственности,
as well as
новую этику работы с искусственным интеллектом и многие другие проблемы.
AI and other legal aspects.
Приглашаются Иван Преображенский,
I'd like to invite to the stage Ivan Preobrazhensky, head of the legal department, Positive Technologies, who will also be the facilitator of the panel discussion. Alexey Lukatsky, an independent expert, a business consultant on information security. Denis Saushkin, BGP litigation partner and a criminal lawyer. Nikolai Zaychenko, senior partner with Nevsky IP Law. Anna Wojciechowicz, head of the Legal Risks Management Department, MTS.
Всем привет! Сегодня
Good afternoon, everyone. Positive Technologies Fest is a great event for me because I always learn something new, something useful. And today it's a double occasion for me because we have a huge legal panel discussion. This is the first time lawyers were invited to take part in a PhD Days Fest. And this is one of the ongoing trends. Being a lawyer, I cannot help but notice that oftentimes we get approached with questions by IT guys, and this is a trend that we've seen in the movies. Because if you watch the movies, 20-year-old movies about hackers, lawyers were not present. Only internal conflicts were highlighted. And right now, what we are seeing is that any TV series about the IT industry or any movie stars lawyers or trials where lawyers are always involved. So without us, you will not make do in the IT world. I know lawyers can be boring, so I have three important promises to make before we start. The first one is going to be as follows. We are not going to use any legalese. We're going to speak plain Russian or English. We will only discuss real cases from real life. We will definitely not discuss something hypothetical. And last but not least, we will share some tips and tricks and practical pieces of advice for you as takeaways so that you can use it in your daily activities and your work life. Stay tuned, it's going to be interesting. So how come lawyers are so relevant for IT companies? Because, IT companies need to protect their reputation, IT companies need to protect their freedom, and IT companies need to protect their intellectual property rights. Let's start with reputation. Because what we are seeing right now is as follows. Any negative or positive news significantly affect companies. If it's a public company, then a negative piece of news will have a double impact. I'd like to pass on the floor to Alexey, who is an independent expert on cybersecurity. He runs Post Lukatskого, which is a famous Telegram channel, and he knows that a published piece of information on an attack can have a direct influence on your own fate, the fate of their company. And the way it works is as follows. On the one hand, a cybersecurity consultant should do the good for the world. But on the other hand, if he or she publishes information on the leak, then it delivers a critical blow on the reputation. Alexey, where is the boundary between the public interest and the reputational risks of a specific company that has been hacked? Thank you so much. For starters, I just wanted to state a disclaimer. Right now, well, you've introduced me as an independent expert and a member of Positive Technologies team. I'm going to speak in my capacity as an independent expert. I have nothing to do with Positive Technologies right now during this panel discussion, because oftentimes experts who are quite public, who are famous public figures, who run their blogs, who address various conferences, influencers or have their own Telegram channels are still perceived as the staff of their companies. And I'm only speaking for my own self. So keep in mind that during this panel discussion, I'm going to act as an expert, as an independent expert. So being an independent expert, I faced the following situation that can affect any public figure. For instance, I published, actually I reposted an info about a hack of one of the national operating system developers. There was a personal data leak after the hack. So the customer database was leaked, the employee database was leaked, and that was a proven fact, though. And, no one denied the leak. But given the fact that the company I have written about in my TV channel, we're talking about several dozen thousand of subscribers, they said that it was defamation, and they thought that I undermined their reputation, so they went to court against me. They went to a court of arbitration because they thought it was potential damage to their business. And, it's been 2 years since we've been in court with this company, and
было выиграно 3 суда, собственно, первый суд, апелляция, кассация.
So the very first appeal was just over, and now we're gonna go to the Supreme Court, and this is going to be the very first case in the Russian legislation when a person goes to the Supreme Court because of the defamation charge. And the Supreme Court judges will probably learn a lot about cybersecurity and our domain, which is good on the one hand, but what's bad is that the person who is out here to talk to the market about the vulnerabilities and the imperfections in the protection system that can affect the interests of each and every one of us, because we are all customers of one or other company, and our personal data is processed by multiple companies. Data leaks are possible, and of course companies don't want that to be made public.
Not to make this fact public, and should it get into the public domain, they are trying to also interfere. Fortunately, this is not 1990s. No one, took me out to cleaners, but court is a court, and it's not a pleasant experience if you're not ready for it. Fortunately, it's not my first time dealing with court proceedings. I actually enjoy that process because you always get to learn something new. It's a new experience, especially if you have time for it. So it was educational. But once again, if you have not ever come across this yourself, it may probably serve you as a sign that you should never ever talk about cybersecurity, especially problems of cybersecurity, in the public domain. Because if you do not talk about problems in cybersecurity, this may create the illusion that everything is fine. But actually, since we are here at the PhDs, we cannot keep silent about challenges of the cybersecurity space. So it's been 2 years, and there are certain lessons that I learned on the way. Hopefully, within the next few days, maybe a month, this process will be over, because the Supreme Court is the highest judicial instance in the country. You can't go further than that. Unfortunately, we were able to win 3 cases before in the Supreme Court. Hopefully, we will win this time again. But here are the takeaways. If you are a public figure, you have to separate yourself from your employer. If you speak on your own behalf, you have to somehow record that, because if you have a blog, you can add this information to the heading. If it's your social media page, you can also add this information to the header. And you can always tell the mass media, the journalists, that you are expressing your own point of view, a personal point of view. It has nothing to do with your employer. It has nothing to do with you, as a matter of fact. You are protecting your employer by doing that, because the employers will not be happy if there is a criminal or an administrative case against you, and the employer will be smeared by the discussions around it. And yes, it can certainly affect you as well and your career in the company, and the employer may want to part with you, but fortunately positive is on my side, because they are also all in favor of public discussions of the problems and challenges. But once again, I am now speaking as an independent expert. So the first rule is separate yourself from your employer, and secondly, always publish data that has been proven. So if there is a report of an incident, you have to double check that indeed something like that happened, you've got evidence. If it's a leak, then you have this sample, and you understand that it's indeed a leak, it's not a compilation. I understand that for non-experts, to distinguish between a real sample and a compiled sample would be a feat, but given that very soon, on the 30th of May, is it? The amendments will come into effect to the criminal code for illegal processing of personal data. This may involve liability for you. So again, if you are investigating and you are working with samples and there are leaks, there may be consequences. Hopefully, my case will be before the 30th of May, but you will have to be mindful of that in the future. So before you publish anything, double check. You can always repost, but even repost today may result in certain legal problems for you. Another important message that I feel like I need to share with you: if you feel like you are in the right and you publish information, you are standing for truth and for openness, then you have to stand by your words. If there is a publication, then there is pressure put on you and you stand back, you step back. This will not look good. Of course, it will be good for those who put pressure on you, but for you, this will lead to depression. Have you attended yesterday's sessions? Here we talked about depression and the symptoms of burnout and the fact that you need to drink herbal tea instead of drowning your grief and sadness in a glass of whiskey or cognac. So any depression leads to burnout. So if you are certain you are right, stand by your rightness. If you are not certain, don't even start. And the most important takeaway here is if you work in a company and if you know that you know that there is a complaint against you, you have to inform your lawyers. Because indeed, historically, the attitude to lawyers is quite an uneasy one. They are bookworms. There is security for security people. They only do security on paper. And these people, too, they work with paper. They They are very conservative, they hedge their bets, they play safe. So your employer will be able to protect you if the employer knows what's going on, and the employer, while protecting itself, will protect you as well. The lawyers of the employer are your friends, they are on your side. So lawyers will be your helpers. Because on your own, most likely you will not be able to do much. I'm not sure that all people here are very versed in criminal procedure, criminal code, in administrative procedure, administrative code. And you should also take into account the actual legal practice. So without lawyers, you will not stand up too much. So my takeaway, my lesson learned is without legal support, cybersecurity today is not possible, especially these days when the incidents are mounting and there will be more and more of them in the future. We are already embarking not only on the domain of IT and hackers, but all of this is potentially touching upon some criminal laws, and especially if we're talking about international businesses. An offense in one country may not be criminalized, the same deed may not be criminalized in another country, and even if you leave, say, one jurisdiction and you go to another jurisdiction, you may be put under legal pressure there, even if you didn't have any in the initial jurisdiction. So again, please be mindful of that. Alexei, thank you so much. Now, let's put ourselves in the shoes of the company that became victim of a publication, Anya. We are not a company that was victim of a publication. People may think that this previous story has anything to do with us. But no, this is a hypothetical question. People from your PR department come to you and say, "Hey, Anya, there is this well-known blogger who wrote something on Telegram." No, I don't mean you. What do we do? He wrote something bad about our company. We bring him to court? Or what's the best course of action? Well, we don't go to court often. That's the position of our company. We don't we're not very litigious, especially if it's people on the other side. We try to come to an agreement and get to the root cause of the problem. Test is a huge ecosystem, and we've got different methods and techniques of cybersecurity, starting from mobile communications all the way to movie production. So bloggers love our company, quote unquote. They write often about us, but usually we get in touch with the blogger and we try to find out what were the reasons, what drove the blogger to write that about us, why and where is the information coming from. In 95% of cases, as we are negotiating, we usually find out that that was personal opinion of that particular blogger that can be changed or that can be affected by if we were to provide an alternative story. So we do try to share documents or evidence disproving what the blogger believed to be true. So again, 95% of cases it works. And bloggers, we had cases when the bloggers would really write a...
адекватный блогер. У меня был кейс очень неприятный, это до вот этого судебного иска.
Would write a refutation. I had another case several years ago. There was this incident about 100 million personal data of Russian citizens leaked. Ведомости wrote about that. Then Kommersant wrote about that. And then after 3 days, I wrote about it. After all the business media have already covered the story, I decided to write about it myself. And the company who serviced the organization that lost the data, people know me. I'm known in the market. I mean, security people know me. It's very difficult not to be able to find me, to talk to me, to come to an agreement like MTS. It's a great bit of advice. Talk to the writer, find out what drove the writer to write that. But instead, again, I wrote that post in my personal blog. Nobody got in touch with me. Instead, people started calling one deputy general director, the other deputy general director. There were demands to fire me, to punish me. But if people put pressure on other people, any psychologist will tell you that the normal reaction was to get on the defensive and respond in a similar fashion. So instead of trying to come to an agreement, looking for an explanation, instead, I hear that you will be fired, we'll fire you, and they're not talking to me directly, you know, they're calling my superiors. So of course, this is going to cause my very strong reaction. So again, if you're not happy with what you read in the blogs, do not try to put pressure on the writer via their superiors. Talk to the writer directly. So in that particular situation, unfortunately, things got worse. I keep working for positive companies on my side, and this other people who were trying to put pressure on me. Unfortunately, they are, well, less lucky, let's put it this way. No, I think that we need to understand the particulars of the case. If there was a leak, then there was a leak. So probably you should be fighting not the person who wrote about the leak, but the leak itself. We all are aware of the Barbara Streisand effect. She sued the photographer who published the photograph of her mansion, and then everyone got interested in her mansion that she wanted to keep private. So the ability to communicate with bloggers leads to, well, inability rather, leads to a conflict, and it's definitely not a win-win situation. You have to be ethical on both sides and consider the consequences. So we talked about reputation, now I wanted to turn to freedom. In the context of what people in cybersecurity do, when we say freedom, we remember other words: hacker, language, the freedom of expression, the freedom of language. Hacker, you know that in the past, hacker, this word had a purely negative connotation, someone who breaks in and generates damages for people and companies and governments. And now we've got white hackers, black hackers. Hopefully white hackers will evolve into, I don't know, investigators perhaps, or researchers, those who find vulnerabilities. In the current legal paradigm, there is just one step, separating a black hacker and a white hacker. My question is to Dennis, he is a criminal court lawyer. In your practice, when can hackers be brought to criminal liability? Well, hello everyone. Of course, I need to refer to the criminal code because everyone is interested not what for, but for how much, right? What's the term of imprisonment? In terms of white hacking, there are 3 articles pertinent to their activity. One is 272. Without keeping things clear, illegal access and copying the information. So you are a white hacker and you get in and copy the information, but you didn't have the right to copy the information. There wasn't a contract, there wasn't an agreement with the with the owner, with the rights holder, then it's up to 2 years. But if this info contains banking, commercial, or medical secrecy data, then you can go to prison for up to 7 years. There is another article, 273. 273 is coding software for the purposes of unlawful penetration, up to 4 years. Up to 4 years, and that's the minimal imprisonment term. But if the company's operations stopped for a long period of time, or if access was obtained to commercial secrets, commercial or banking secrets, or if you block the computer of an individual and this computer contains healthcare data, then it's up to 7 years in prison. And the last thing, for this personal data, if you copy someone's personal data, and this brings us back to bug bounty, obviously. So again, if during bug bounty you copy to your own computer the name, the surname, the name, the patronymic of the person, and his/her phone number, or taxpayer's ID, or other personal data, then it's up to 4 years in prison. And if you were not lucky and the person's personal data you copied is minor, below the age of 18, then it's up to 5 years in prison. And should it happen so that this data was uploaded not onto your hard drive or not onto your Yandex.Mail or wherever, but if you keep it on Gmail or Drop, then it's up to 8 years in prison. And if you do it repeatedly together with your co-students, this will be treated as an organized criminal group. Then, what is it? Yeah, you guessed right, up to 10 years. And then there is another component to this, organizing these activities, organizing the coding of such software, etc., etc. So that's up to 5 years in prison. Now, that's a very diverse menu. How can we avoid walking into this restaurant? We have known Denis for a long time. I'm the awful person who actually instigated the case, and I got it through to 2 years in prison. That was 3 years ago. My personal data was disclosed, and this led to something bad happening in my life. I managed to get this person tried and sentenced to 2 years in prisons. I'm sitting here in front of you. It has nothing to do with the company where I work. It was my personal data, my private life. But yes, I put this person in prison for 2 years. 137, that was 137? Yes, that was 137, Article 137. Usually Article 137, they are the people, it's usually the exes who are tried under this article. They are the ex-girlfriends or boyfriends who publish the nude photographs of their exes. 271.1, unlawful access to personal data. What's the gist of this article? Well, the key word there is unlawful. Now, why do you need lawyers? Well, you need lawyers because lawyers know how to write policies and contracts that enable white bug bounty. I'm here because I was involved in developing post-technologies policies related to the risks of white bug hunters. And we really do everything we can to make sure that you are not facing any criminal liability. If you are ever involved in any activities related to penetrating third-party systems or computers, first of all, you have to be aware that wherever you go, you are bound to encounter personal data. So if you enter a system and you start copying anything, there is a high risk that you are copying some unauthorized information, and it means the risk of criminal liability. So before you penetrate anything, before you break into anything, you have to be sure that you are entitled to do it. Even during pen testing, these risks are also viable, and before entering anyone's system, any third-party system, you have to make sure that you have the right to do so. There should be a contract, or someone is organizing bug bounty and you must have a participation contract. So, but this contract, this paper should say that you have the right to copy and to store on your side. It's like washing your hands before you eat. It's the same kind of hygiene. And going back to personal data, now copying, that was about copying of personal data. As to, and actually I know that, say, take a Telegram bot. There are Telegram bots that is collecting data. So if you modify an existing software to collect data, again, this is a risk. You should have authorized access to the system with which you work, that you investigate. It must be recorded, right? Must be recorded somewhere, must be registered on the file. If it's a virtual contract, you must download the file that will confirm your right to intervene in the operations of a particular system. If you're doing a pen test, you need to get a scan from the official email of the organizer of the pen test, of the customer, and download it to your email box. You need to make sure that you have all the paperwork. Okay, I have another question. Say, it's an ethical hacker doing everything legally, got the consent of the rights holder, but say that a hacker receives a summons. What do? Leave the country? Flee? Well, if you have not done anything illegal, there is nothing to be afraid of in our country. This is a state of law. And Alexei, don't worry too much. Well, again, if you received summons, it doesn't mean that directly from the police office you will be sent to a prison somewhere in Siberia. There are lawyers. They are investigators. They have the right to call in witnesses or to call in people who they think may be associated or involved with a particular crime. So if you receive summons, then first of all you need to find out what is the reason for this call. You can call the investigator. Well, first of all, you make sure that these are not fraudsters. It's a real investigator. And so you call the investigator and you say, what is the reason for this summons? Because I need to be prepared. I need to review my logs. I need to review my email. I don't want to waste your time. Let me come to you with proofs in my hands. Because this is important. I mean, your words are your words only. I know that you are all law-abiding citizens, but if you bring proof, if you bring evidence, then this will be better. So once again, if in your email you've got the consent of the customer to interfere in the system, if you can recall the algorithm of the sequence of events, everything that was happening, how you got invited, say, to participate in this pen testing or whatever. So once again, you can review all your information. And the case that we had only 3 months ago, there's the company. They collect and analyze information on people. and a certain special service came to this company, they found that employees of the company were storing information that before this article 173 prime came into effect was okay to collect, but now even if you collected personal data 3 years ago and you keep storing it on your hard drive, this now may mean criminal liability for you. So I suggest that you take a closer look at your gadgets. Well, the best thing to do is to replace your hard drive, because all InfoSec people here will tell you that no formatting of the hard drive removes the data forever. I saw many expert studies. In criminal cases, even if there were 7 rounds of formatting, the investigators were still capable of retrieving the original data. So there was a device from one of the leaders in information security. They were totally mad about information security. So 7 rounds of formatting, write, delete. So even after 7 rounds of that, they were able to find information on your hard drive. So if on your computer, some personal data of people is stored on your computer and they never consented to sharing their data with you, automatically you will be brought to justice under this article of the Criminal Code. So once again, store all the proofs, delete the information when it's no longer relevant, when it's no longer necessary. You got the money, I don't know, you made the report, you can say goodbye to this data, especially if it's personal data. Can I have a question?
Гипотетическая ситуация.
Well, hypothetically speaking, let's say I go to a website of a company and I detect a vulnerability that can have an impact on my personal data. Can I report the vulnerability to the company, or will it be considered as a ransom or extortion? For instance, if the company is not a participant in the bug bounty platform, that means that it's illegal processing, because if I got access to a personal account of another user, that means that I got illegal access to personal data. Does that mean that I cannot report the vulnerability and I cannot share this information with the public? I cannot report it to the company because it might be considered extortion, and I cannot report it to my journalist friends so that they can share it with everyone else, thus increasing the cybersecurity. Well, I heard at least 4 offenses in your short speech. That's why I'm asking, because people call me and say, they have a 3-character password on this website that protects my kids' personal data, and everyone ignores me, and I'm worried about the cybersecurity of my own child. What do I do? And I don't know how to respond to a request like that. Once again, let me start from the very beginning. We do not acquire strangers' personal data, but if you get access to your own personal data, you happen to enter someone else's personal account. Alexei, hold on a second. If you're testing your own personal account to show how easy it can be hacked and then report it to the owner, that's normal. That's not an offense. This is your personal data. However, if you hack a personal account of someone else, of a third party, and if you see the personal data and you have to actually report the vulnerability, that means that you're going to store a third party's personal data, and that means this is an offense on the Article 272.1. Extortion, well, this is a different offense under different articles with different requirements and standards. And if you demand the money for not divulging the information that might be considered defamation and so on and so forth, you do not extort money, right? You are there just to report the vulnerability. But if someone demands the money for not telling anyone about the hack, that's going to be the extortion, and everyone was arrested under this article in the most recent scandal. What else did you mention? This is it, right? So I cannot report the vulnerability to anyone if I come across it by chance, right? Well, if you detect a vulnerability, if you go into someone else's personal account, if you did not copy the personal data, and if you just reported the vulnerability to the company saying, you know, guys, you have this bug, I used this technique to enter, and I saw something which I'm not going to report to you, do the same, and you'll see that there is a vulnerability, please fix it. In that case, it's not an offense, but that does not mean that the company is going to fix it. Of course not. So, well, I did my job, I reported the bug, and then I don't care, right? Well, you can go to the Prosecutor General's office because this company breaches the law because it is obliged to safely store personal data. It acquires personal data, but it uses bad tools. Therefore, the Prosecutor General's office will have to double-check that. By the way, there is another case when the prosecutors just went to a website of an educational platform and said, hold on a second, you have several boxes and you don't have these boxes. You're getting a fine. So you can report the links to the Prosecutor General's office. So they will push the buttons, and they're a public authority. And under law, they can do their own investigation, and then, based on the outcomes, they will force the company to do it. So, under Article 272.1, a prosecutor is not liable. Well, you cannot imprison a prosecutor. Hold on a second. If I, as a researcher, send the data to the Prosecutor General's office, can I be incriminated for that? Well, I demonstrated the way it could be hacked. So it's illegal access, and the letter sent to the prosecutor proves that. Hold on a second. It has to be linked to the storage and processing. In other words, it's not just about illegal penetration. It has to have some consequences. Penetration with consequences. If it's penetration without consequences, this is just for fun. Right, got it. So it's a bona fide story. You can go to the Roskomnadzor, the supervisory agency as well. They also work perfectly well. If I may, I wanted to add a few words to that. What do you do if you get a subpoena and you have to go somewhere? Well, if it's linked with your professional activity, report it to your employer, and do not go anywhere without a legal counsel from your employer, because the liability is shared not just by you, but a lot of other people in your company. And a good company, an adequate company, will always find the money for a lawyer, and they will provide you a lawyer. All companies have in-house or hired lawyers. Trust me, it's better to bring a lawyer along and he does nothing than vice versa when you come in without a lawyer and you say something wrong and you're gonna get a sentence for that. So don't hide this information from your employer. Trust me, a good employer is interested in getting all the facts straight and is interested in understanding you, especially if you are not at fault and if someone has been misinformed. Right. Let me add a few words to that as well. And let me follow up on what you just mentioned. Let's put it this way. If you work for a company that specializes in IT technologies, cybersecurity, and stuff like that, then any subpoena, any call from any investigator or a policeman or a prosecutor, if you're getting a fine for the fact that your dog defecated on a lawn, call the security guys. They will take a closer look at it, see whether it's critical for you, for the company. Oftentimes, we came across the following. A person person is subpoenaed as a witness because, for instance, he listened to some loud music after 11 p.m. And then all of a sudden it turned out that he was interrogated by a totally different set of people. So you bear responsibility for your own self, for your family, and for your company. So any call, any subpoena from law enforcement should be reported to your employer. And then the security department will check whether you did listen to Metallica in the middle of the night. In that case, you're going to have to pay a fine. Otherwise, you will get support, legal support. Well, our golden rule is as follows. If you get a call your lawyer, call your boss. We'll get all the facts straight. It's not a pop quiz, right? Go to the prosecutor as fast as possible. It takes more work. It takes serious analytics, and employers are interested in defending its employees because we're talking about business reputation as well. We talked about freedom, so let's talk about IP rights. I saw an online meme recently about an IT guy working remotely for 4 different employers. So it's a short video. There is a bookshelf, a table with a computer, and there is no bed, which means that this IT guy does not sleep at all. So, Nikolai, my next question goes to you. How do you discern between personal projects by IT guys and projects sponsored by the company? Maybe the company comes to you and says, well, your personal project is actually our own project. We have the IP rights for that, and we're going to sue you. Any cases from the Russian legislation and legal practice when there was no clear-cut boundary between the personal space and the corporate space? Thank you so much for the question. Actually, there are lots of cases like that, and all of them are based on a very obvious thing. If you get paid by your employer for doing things, then the IP rights for that belong to the employer. But now let's drill into a couple of cases when it's not really so. Nginx, Igor Sysoev, and Rambler would be the first example. When the developer worked for Rambler as a system administrator, and the product was evaluated at $700 million US, Rambler got envious, and Rambler said, well, he started working on this project when he still worked for us. Therefore, the IP rights belong to us. He did not have the right to set up his own company and then sell it as an exit strategy. So that was the conflict of interest. And to decide who was right, we had to analyze all the papers. And this is a very important bullet. Neither witnesses nor other types of evidence can prove the IP rights. It's the papers. And if you read the documents, it says that he was employed as a system administrator. What's the job description of a system administrator? It's administrating. It's not about developing new products. He was not there to develop app servers or do some research. So when they analyzed all the papers, they saw that it was not part of his job description. Therefore, the court decided against instigating criminal proceedings. The company tried to take him to a Californian court of law in the US, but they also refused to do that because there was no ground to punish a developer for the fact that he might have used his working laptop to do some personal, to develop some personal project, and then the project took off. He made money on that, and the company that employed him did not get a penny. That might be a case, and the Rambler Nginx case is a proof of that. On the other hand, there are other conflicts and disputes when a developer, when he leaves the company, sets up a company and then says, this software piece is mine, and he gets a the patent, but the company wants to take part in this patent as well. Again, you have to see whether he developed it as part of his job description. And by the way, as far as the patent is concerned, there is a caveat. It could be either a part of a job description or specification requirements. And specification requirements, even if they were part of the labor contract, but outside of his job description, in that case, it will not work. It's not as obvious. On the one hand, in your working hours, you use your working laptop to develop something, and then you claim the rights for that. Then, what did you get paid for? There is a paradox in the applicable Russian laws, and lawyers make much money on that, and there are lots of proceedings devoted to that, both in Russia and abroad. That's just one dimension. The second dimension pertains to the know-how and the commercial confidential information that an employee gets access to. And then when he goes to leaves for another company, he might want to use it again. And on the Article 183, there are lots of verdicts against employees who had access to confidential information, and then they would use the same information when they started working for a new company, and then they get a sentence. The good news, we've been talking about criminal liability, imprisonment, and stuff like that, so I'm going to share with you two pieces of good news. If an employee acquires some skills, they belong to him or her. For instance, this person gets experience, you own it, you can use it later on. And the second piece of good news is Anton Mamichev's case. You might have heard about that. He brought to an employee his own outcomes, he used it, then he left the company, and the company kept on using these results. And the court prohibited the company from using it in the future. So if you had something that you brought to the employer, used it, then the employer does not get the rights to this property. What basic piece of advice would you give to an employer who wants to protect itself against, employees? And on the other hand, what piece of advice would you give to an employee who doesn't want to go to court to discuss the IP rights? Well, the matter is that for some reason in Russia we believe that IP rights is something that we need to divide. No, the rights can belong either to you or to me. And to a certain extent, this is true because we're fighting for exclusive rights and for the right to make money on that. However, unlike an apartment or a red Ferrari, intellectual property can be owned and used together without infringing on each other's interests. For instance, you can only drive Ferrari in turn, but you can use the very same database simultaneously. So I would suggest that the employer shuts the vacuum cleaner down because the vacuum cleaner sucks off the intellectual property developed by the employees, and that demotivates the employees. The employees don't want to lose the IP rights for something that they develop. I know it's very thin ice, but if an employer trusts the employee, they might say, if you develop something, we'll analyze it. If we're interested in that, we'll strike an agreement and we'll jointly use it. If we're not interested, you're going to get the rights. And if we get the rights, then we'll compensate you for that. If you don't want to live on a salary, then my piece of advice would be to you as follows. Read the job description and the labor contract carefully. If you're confused about something, clarify it and introduce amendments if need be. For instance, if you are to develop some control software, or if you are obliged to invent things, do you get the patent for that? If you don't ask stupid questions right now, if you're confused about a provision in your labor contract, that would mean
вас, так и против
that this bullet can be interpreted both ways, either against you or in your favor. And if the corporate lawyers are smarter, then it will be used against you. So don't be lazy, ask the questions. That's a bad piece of advice. And a good piece of advice is as follows. You can always agree on things. For instance, you might say, I want to launch this, let's do this together, let's put our relations on paper. Exactly, it's an open dialogue. When you are hired, an employee might say, well, simultaneously I'm going to be working on this, this and that, or for instance, if you're already doing that, you have to disclose this information so that there is no confusion that these rights belong to me, these rights belong to you. If a company is interested in a certain development, they might want to sign a license agreement for the employee to make money on that, to be able to make money on that. You also touched upon not just intellectual property, but the know-how, commercial, confidential information. And intellectual property is not always gold. There are other assets that make companies' business unique. So my next question goes to Anna. What does MTS do to protect confidential information, know-how, and how do you explain to employees why they need to sign all these papers? What do you do, and how do you go about protecting all these things? And what policies do you have in place to protect confidential information? Well, I would be happy to share this information with you, but I'm not at liberty to say, I'm sorry, I'm not at liberty to share this kind of information with you. There are a number of papers that our IT guys sign, but we have 90,000 IT guys working for the company, so we're a huge company. And we have a paper for everything. We are weird that way. And we haven't been signing hard copies for a very long time. Everything has been automated. We are strong advocates of the IT technologies. We just tick the boxes by default. In other words, we have every prerequisite in place for the IT guys not to overdo things. But they have to sign a ton of various papers. One of the prerequisites is specification requirements in the automated system for developing things. So they get specifications, they familiarize themselves with the specifications, they sign off on that, they report the results, and so on and so forth. But we pay for the results of the intellectual activities. In addition to salaries, our IT guys get a compensation for handing over the IP rights. And the fact that they sign the reports is just another proof that they will get the money ultimately. As for the confidential information, we take every care to protect confidential information. When Denis listed the different types of communications, he also forgot the communications secrecy law, which affects all of us. If you have never been to a bank, banking secrecy law is not going to cover you, but you all use smartphones. Therefore, the communications secrecy law affects everyone, even small kids in Russia. Therefore, for us, it's a very important topic, especially given the fact that you all use smartphones and your phone numbers are part of personal data. Whether we want it or not, it is so. Therefore, our security, a huge block of our security pertains to the communications secrecy. Our employees sign a ton of papers around that. We have encryption for data that is provided to third parties. We have confidentiality status for all of our papers and files. And in-house, we have a huge repository for storing code, just like any other IT company would. And we call it our in-house GitHub. And inside that GitHub, the in-house repository, we have an encryption component specifying confidential information. And the developers know that if this is confidential information, then they use the relevant classifier, and on only a limited pool of people has access to such documents. We use watermarks as well. We use watermarks everywhere. The law is lagging behind the technology, unfortunately, and the confidential information law says that it's only the tangible means that should be watermarked. So in the past, you had to print out the papers. Then the same law covered floppy disks, then USB sticks, USB memory sticks, and so on and so forth. So we have confidential code lines, watermarks, and elements that we insert and inject into the file headers. We have different ways, but there are two confidentiality work streams: in-house confidentiality, and this is what we use to protect ourselves. But you also have access to confidential information of your customers for whom you develop stuff. So if you develop something, or if you're pen testing banking papers, you automatically get access to papers that are covered by the bank secrecy law. Therefore, you have to comply with it. Any company that develops anything for someone who has confidential information has to protect a third party's confidential information, not just its own. By the way, I wouldn't say that we have many criminal cases on confidential information, and we don't have that many cases in general because you have to have a list of confidential information. You have to get all the signatures. You have to have an internal paper. Usually, you lack something, and if you lack something, then there is no case that you can take to a court of law. And every case does not stand in a court of law because of a lack of some paper. Therefore, if you value your reputation, just stick to the list, comply with every single bullet. If you have access to confidential information, read the small print that no one usually reads. It's a bullet about confidential information. Even lawyers do not read this bullet. This is the most useless bullet after the force majeure provision. But if you sign a contract that covers access to confidential information, then you hire a subcontractor and you don't report that to the subcontractor. And we all do that. We all hire subcontractors. And if you omit signing a confidential agreement, NDA with them, then you break the law. There is civil liability, criminal liability for that. And in Russia, the most infamous case was the Yandex developer of 2016, who was imprisoned for 2 years for stealing Yandex's code, and the element of the code was linked to their search engine. It's common knowledge. If you have collaborated with Yandex, you've heard about that. He wanted to get $25 million for this piece of code. Ultimately, he was imprisoned for 2 years, and he was banned from seeking a job with an IT company. Another case was when a guy was imprisoned for 10 months, and he would have to pay 10% of his salaries to the plaintiff. And 17 million Russian rubles was the sum of money that was awarded to the plaintiff because the developer provided access to the beta version to a third party. So the company tested the product, and then and it also simultaneously provided access to everyone to do the same. So the fine imposed was 17 million Russian rubles, which is a huge amount of money. So take confidential information seriously. It's a very important tool, and confidential information leak is easy to prove, especially if all the elements are in place. Let's imagine the following situation. An employee works for the company, signs all the papers, agrees that he will not disclose the information 5 years after he leaves the company. Then he's employed by the rival, and the rival starts using your commercial confidential information. Would you take the rival to court immediately, simultaneously reporting the former employee to the law enforcement, or would you just choose one option? That would depend on what rival we're talking about, and that would depend on the nature of the confidential information. If the confidential information was linked to cybersecurity or payments of our subscribers, of course we would go to the law enforcement, because they would be able to get the proof that we cannot get access to. If this is a different type of confidential information that has nothing to do with interests of our customers, we would file a case in a civil court of law. It's like using your code. Unless you get access to their code, you will never be able to prove it. So that you need to get access, and to do that you have to go via law enforcement. Without them, it's almost next to impossible. Well, I have the following question. You all mentioned subcontractors and the fact that we work with subcontractors, and there is a section on confidential information that we sign with some contractors. What if it's the fault of a subcontractor when there is a leak? And since do we shift the blame to the subcontractor, or do we bear the burden of responsibility? Because it's part of the contract, but you cannot prove anything. Well, the customer will come to you and demand the money from you. Trust me, customers don't care about whose fault it was. Therefore, they will claim the money from you. You can, claim the money back from the subcontractor. How do we make sure that it can be done? The contract should state that you can readdress file a recourse claim with subcontractor, sorry for the legalese. If there is no mention, there is no direct mention in the contract, then you have to go to court, and it remains to be seen what happens in a court of law. You have to select the contractors who don't make mistakes. Have you ever seen a subcontractor like that? Well, these are your risks, and that's why you act as a master contractor and hire subcontractors. Actually, I have just one brief question about AI. During the last 3 days, we talked about this topic, so I'd like to address this question to you. Usually, the lawyers get the following question: how am I going to get punished? Let's say someone gets the results, and the results are published. Who's going to be responsible for the failed AI?
Раз искусственный интеллект — это подрядчик, то пусть как бы все равно я несу ответственность, если у меня нет договора там с OpenAI, с Яндексом, с Сбером, Гигачатом и так далее. То есть если в оферте этого нет, которую я там заакцептил, если договора нет и так далее, значит, я сам себе Буратино, сам буду нести ответственность перед тем, чьи данные утекли.
Все принято, так, Денис? Уголовка всегда классика. Если вы не уведомили своего заказчика, что вы будете использовать ИИ накосячил, а вы взяли за это деньги, значит, вы обманули своего заказчика. Это классика, статья 159 «Мошенничество».
Спасибо. Николай?
Ну, я тут душню по документам, поэтому читайте документы. Как правило, это будет нести ответственность за все пользователя. А тот, кто предоставил инструмент, он as is, ничего по умолчанию, никакой ответственности на себя не берет.
Who provided the document is, or not the document, the tool. The document is provided as is.
По предварительному сговору, коллеги,
Everyone, I guess everyone will be found guilty. Right, thank you very much. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for withstanding this first time ever PhD legal session. I know that later in the day, Uma Thurman will be playing at PhD for the first time as well. So we were the warming up party for them. Right, I'd like to thank the speakers for this detailed research of the topic. Let's break for 10 minutes. And after that, please be back for another presentation on how technical specialists and lawyers can agree on a common language. And this will be the last talk of the day.
Мы начинаем серию докладов, на которые эксперты расскажут о взаимодействии юристов и технических экспертов. Часто эти стороны не могут найти общий язык, когда технологии становятся предметом судебных разбирательств. Интерпретировать цифровые доказательства так, чтобы суд...
Sometimes it's difficult to interpret digital evidence in a way that the court would accept that proof. The colleagues in this session, a lawyer and a technical expert with extensive experience in computer forensics, will share their perspectives on working with digital evidence. Please welcome Andrei Chichulin, St. Petersburg Federal Research Center of the Russian Academy of Sciences, and Ekaterina Tytyuk, senior lawyer with Nextens. Hi, everyone.
Добрый день.
Hello, my name is Andrei Chichulin, and I was already introduced Ekaterina, a beautiful colleague of mine. And let's get started. Right, this is who we are. My name is Andrei, and I'm the leader of International Center of Digital Forensics. And because of this occupation, I must, or I'm happy to, well, it much depends on the day, to communicate with lawyers. I talk to them in courts. I talk to them as a consultant. And today's presentation actually is based on my pain. Sometimes it's very difficult for me to find rapport with the lawyers. At the same time, it's a very important part of our job, and that's why I'm here. Hi, colleagues. My name is Ekaterina Tytyuk. I'm senior lawyer of the IP and information technology practice with Nextens. I'm 30 years old, and I have 8 years of experience. So I know my looks are deceiving. I'm not a teenager. I am a graduate of law school, and because my specialization is IP, I have to talk to techies all the time. And besides, I'm very much interested in AI and legal regulation of AI, and this drives me even closer to the technical community.
И, собственно, почему мы здесь?
And why are we here?
Well,
Well, first of all, because we, the techies, we must talk to the lawyers all the time these days. Well, there is legal practice in court. I am a court expert. I go to court often.
Дел, в которых сейчас нет,
and there are several problems in this context.
Потому что забыли про IT. На самом деле это не только компьютерные преступления.
IT is involved not only in computer crime. It's not because someone hacked into your computer, you want to find out what happened, you go to the police, and the police finds the perpetrators. No. Almost any case today it has an IT dimension. Fraud case, economic case, financial, criminal, drug abuse, anything. Everything is it has a digital component. Drugs are sold in the darknet. Signatures are forged. One of the more recent cases that I attended to was about family violence, home violence. The husband beat up the wife, and that gave the start to the case. Of course, it's not to the technical expert to adjudicate the case, but say MRI images, we, the techies, are called to explain to the court whether we see any tampering signs in this evidence or not. Lawyers often become customers for the techie community, like legal tech. AI is used everywhere, and everyone would love to be able to interpret legal documents and then go to the lawyers and discuss with them the documents that an AI hallucinated. And besides, in the digital space, you also need to have bulletproof evidence, right? But sometimes the techies speak language that the lawyers do not understand. Logs, IP addresses. What is required is translators. So, if you are a student, if you are thinking about acquiring a new profession, I suggest that you become this techie interpreter, the translator from the technical language to the legal language. And it's very important also to be able to communicate.
Для начала надо разобраться, зачем вообще юристам нужны мы технари?
So, what use do lawyers have for techies?
Зачем мы сами себе нужны? Ну, мы, в общем, понимаем.
We more or less understand why techies need techies, but what use do lawyers have for us?
Пожалуйста.
Так, ну здесь...
The floor is yours. Oh, okay. Okay, it's my turn. Right. Why would a lawyer recourse to a techie? Now we'll try to avoid legalese. Fortunately, we are not at an exam on criminal law or procedure. Let me explain this to you in the plainest language possible. Now, first, a bit of literacy training. Before us, you also had a session full of lawyers, and as I was getting to this presentation, I realized that a lawyer is a very general, a very generic name, and many people, when they think lawyer, they imagine man in a suit. But in fact, there are many flavors of lawyers, and depending on what kind of lawyer is talking to you, different things may be required of you. I'm a counseling lawyer. I work in legal counseling, consulting, if you will, and if I'm not going to court, so that is to say, if I'm not called to court, most likely I will be providing consulting during, say, an audit. But when you find yourself in a courtroom and you talk to the judge, that's a very special scenario, and the judge is bound by procedural law, and the whole communication happens within this procedural framework. Now, what questions could a lawyer have to a techie? This is based on my personal experience, and of course, this is not the ultimate truth, but that's based on my practice. Well, first of all, a lawyer may request a technical or an engineering opinion as the lawyer is getting ready for a trial. We'll go back to that later in the session. It's a very special procedure. It is also very much regulated because it's a trial. It's a judicial procedure. And there are other ways in which we get in touch with a techie. I'm an IP lawyer, an IT lawyer, and I may be in need of a consultation from an expert. I was into humanities, and I may not be using the proper terminology. I may not be aware of certain details that might be of use to me in my legal practice. I'm writing a contract, drafting a contract. It's a contract for cession of IP rights, and I need to describe the scope of this contract. Otherwise, the contract will be invalid. And sometimes I fail to define the scope. Sometimes it's just not possible, and then I need to call a techie who will help me define the scope of a contract. Or take another scenario when we work on an audit. Sometimes a business owner wants to find out whether he or she is running any IT risks. For instance, it's a software vendor, and the company would request a legal check, really, a review. What are the risks? Is the company looking at any losses? Or say there is a divestment, or part of the business is being sold, or the whole company is being sold. So when the lawyers are called to work on an audit, on such an audit, we cooperate with the techies. We need to find out, I don't know, lots of weird things like what are the working hours, for instance, or which labor contracts are used in the company, how is teamwork structured, how is information input into Jira?
Но, к сожалению, не всегда позитивно
So,
коллеги относятся к нашим
we need
запросам,
these
потому что
details from the techies, but we are not always met with understanding, because they do not sometimes understand what is exactly that we are requesting from them. Without a clear explanation from the techies, we on our side wouldn't be able to perform our job. And another quite popular avenue of work, and many businesses are already considering that, legal tech products, the development of legal tech products. Obviously, lawyers too would like to be able to use state-of-the-art technologies for their benefit, and special products can and are developed and can be developed. So we as customers go to the techies and describe what it is that we want, and they would produce software that will enable us to draft contracts or find trademarks or whatever. Now, what is the takeaway from this slide? In fact, lawyers will never ask a techie to provide a legal qualification of the case. If you think that someone is asking you to perform the role of a lawyer, that's not true. That's not exactly that. Yes, we may be collecting detailed information, but it will be up to the lawyer to qualify the set of evidence.
Мы как раз переходим к
Now,
следующему пункту. Это, собственно, специфика роли эксперта.
what is the role of the technical expert during the trial, during the court trial?
Обобщенные такие ключевые
In very general terms,
пункт номер один.
first of all,
Специальная процессуальная роль, которая...
the role of the expert is a special role in the proceedings. The expert is not involved in the adversarial process. What I mean is a technical expert, when such a person is called into the process, even if this is done by one of the parties, in fact, the expert is operating from the philosophical point of view on the side of the court itself. So his role or her role is to provide information, to provide facts, and to enable justice. The court doesn't have the skills, doesn't have the competence, wouldn't be able to gather the data and interpret the data on its own. On the other hand, an expert in a trial is impartial and independent. I know that Andrei is going to share some curious cases, funny cases, in relation to that particular slide, but we need the experts to stay impartial, for the court to stay impartial, for the court to take independent resolutions. Experts and technical lawyers cannot, because of that, get together over a cup of coffee and discuss things and change things. This is not how the process is structured. For the expert to retain his or her impartiality, all contacts with the parties to the process, to the trial, must be minimized. Next. An engineering opinion is the source of evidence. An expert's opinion is the source of evidence. Of course, different evidence is used in court. The parties want to be able to substantiate their positions, and the expert provides that information. And different kinds of proof used in court have the same status. The expert's opinion is no better or no worse than any other evidence. However, there is something special that we can say in relation to the presence of a technical expert in court. When the expert answers questions very much, the judge, the court, decides on the case based on the answers received from the expert. So if the code was copied, and that, if the case revolves around an allegation that code was copied, and if the expert says in the opinion that yes, the code was copied, the final decision of the court will also depend on, will depend on that. And need to make sure that the experts themselves understand how important, how critical their role is in the litigation.
В других случаях, когда, в принципе, других экспертов вызывают в суд. Заключение эксперта как процессуальный документ.
The expert's opinion as a procedural document. I don't want to go into details now. If you will have to appear in court, then I'm sure you will be instructed as to how your opinion should look like. There are certain requirements that are set to that opinion, to a procedural document, the expert's opinion set by the law, but there is no template, there is no government standard. And it means that you have some leeway. Hence the problem. Not every time the court will be happy with the expert's opinion. What you need to remember, in case you as an expert provide an opinion, your opinion must be substantiated and reasoned. As we were getting ready for this talk, Andrei was telling me that sometimes experts write lengthy and very serious explanations, but they're just simply very difficult to decipher. Well, first of all, the law asks the expert not only to provide answers to the questions, but to provide a proper explanation. And the court does read the expert's opinion. So the expert is invited to the court, the expert shares the information, provides the information, and there is a good chance that one of the parties will not benefit from the expert's opinion, and then this opinion will be challenged. You shouldn't take it personally. This is an adversarial process. The parties compete. So if one of the parties is not happy, if it wouldn't benefit from your opinion, it will definitely try to undermine your reputation, undermine your conclusions. But you remember that you are not taking the side of any of the parties. You are on the side of the court. You are on the side of justice. I had this professor at the university who taught civil procedure, and he was telling us, the students, that you first need to understand whose side you are playing it in the litigation. So your conclusion should contain a clear answer to the question put to the expert. It's one of the problems, because sometimes experts would write a report that would be so vague that the lawyers would not be able to interpret it in any way, wouldn't be able to derive any useful information out of it, because, this expert examination, it has a certain deadline, it's a resource in the process, and if eventually an opinion emerges, but it's useless regardless of your role, regardless of whether you are on the side of the court or you are on the side of one of the parties, acting as an expert, your opinion will lead to nothing. So you have to be absolutely clear answering the questions that are put to you by the court. And we are not always capable of assessing the qualification of the expert per se. We are not competent in the specializations of the techies. Just like mundane people do not distinguish between the flavors of the lawyers, for us it's the other way around. We do not understand the difference in flavors of the techies. We are not always sure that we are contacting the right expert, and we expect this person to actually guide us in the selection process, in the process of selecting an expert.
Well, first and foremost, I hope you're now clear that lawyers are responsible for their thing, while the techie expert is there to deliver justice. Just kidding, everyone is there to seek justice. So anyway, how does a techie wind up in court? Why why would you want to get there, why it's useful, interesting, and something that you should do, and why it might be complicated. There are several pathways. The easiest way, and I guess most of you are linked to cybersecurity and information security, so everything starts with an incident. Something happens, a company does an investigation, a research, you find the culprit. Well, it's up to the court to decide who's going to be at fault. It's up to the lawyers. So anyway, techies prepare the data set. Therefore, data acquisition is a piece of a cup of tea for the techies, so that the law enforcement can go to court. And a techie might be invited as one of the witnesses. Actually, Ekaterina might want to correct me because a tech expert is not a witness in a court of law. He is not even a person. He is like an evidence, like a piece of paper that says, well, it could be a knife covered in blood, and a techie is just like that, just an evidence. You are not a party to the trial. So, like I said, one of the possible pathways is an incident. In my case, it was a different story because I was caught in something interesting. I was asked whether I wanted to become a technical expert in a trial. I didn't know what I was getting into. I had two reports, a 400-page long report and a 300-page long report. And then I decided I wanted to focus on digital forensics primarily. But it was a great experience gained. I talked to people who perceive everything in a different way. Because, you know, in a court of law, it's the lawyers who phrase the questions. And they tend to do that in a very weird way oftentimes. The reason for that is quite simple. When a lawyer asks you a question, you can find 70% of the answer in a question. So they phrase the question in such a way as to get the answer they want. And there are two parties to any trial. I love questions that I sometimes get. Let me share the most recent example. An IP rights trial, programmers developed some piece of software, and another company laid a claim to most of their work. So how do you phrase the question? And the question was as follows. Did the programmer display his capabilities in a very original way? The first thing that came to me, to my mind, was a programmer dancing on a table while developing a code. Is that an original way? It is. Well, I do understand what they're driving at because I'm an experienced techie. But like I said, questions might be absolutely weird. And the problem is that a techie has to answer the questions precisely as possible. And even if I understand that the question is phrased in such a way as to mislead you, and for instance, was there an opportunity to hack a system? Of course there was, because being a technical expert, it's always a question of probability. What's the probability of meeting an elephant in a St. Pete street? Well, it's a 50-50 probability. You either meet one or you don't. What's the probability of the evidence being forged? It's never, the probability is never zero. For me, it's always a duality. And the lawyers want a precise answer, a yes or a no. And these phrasings, these expectations result in misunderstanding. A techie might spend days, weeks, or even months to do research and then say, well, highly likely it was not forged, and it will not stand in a court of law. Highly likely is not going to make any of the parties happy. And Ekaterina already mentioned that, but, you know, techies are not a party to the trial, but his opinion is not going to be liked by one party or the other. But if you are vague, then no one is going to be happy. They will just say that this is an incompetent expert. Let's find a good expert, and he will give us a precise answer. And that might be problematic for a very simple reason, because of the lack of mutual understanding. So, you get a limited set of data, and that's another problem. Let's say you're a techie, you get some data. The first problem is that the data is not enough, and the second problem, there could be too much of data. For instance, I received recently 2 hard drives, and there are more than 4,000 pages devoted to the trial, over 20 or even 30 hours of videos, lots of images, and I don't need all of them. And the case is about a code, a programming code. And what this information lacks? It lacks programming code, because there is no programming code. So using videos, using commercial description of a product, I have to draw a conclusion whether IP rights were stolen or not. So on the one hand, there is a lot of data, but on the other hand, there is no data whatsoever. You can request additional data, but usually it delays the proceedings. And secondly, it's not always that this data is actually available. And parties are interested in their own things. I was once warned that I'm not gonna get access to a computer based in Moscow, but I took a train to Moscow. I took a photo of a closed door. I knocked the door. I was told that I will not be let into the building, and I left back to St. Pete. I loved visiting Moscow because the city is nice. But nevertheless, this is just an example of a case that you might come across. And indeed, almost always, any expert opinion will not be liked by one of the parties, and they'll try to prove that you are an incompetent expert. So what does it result in? There was once a case when I spent much time to talk to the judge, and then he asked me, so ultimately, what happened? Was it stolen or was it not stolen? It's not up to the techie to decide whether it was stolen. So that's why I guess this lawyer addressed this question to me. A wrong question to address to an expert results in the fact that the court is not happy with the response, not just because it does not meet the justice standards. It just does not have any value. It does not create any value. There were cases when 2/3 of the questions addressed to me ended in this very response: not enough data, or I cannot take the question. And if I go beyond my pay grade, for instance, I'm not an expert on legal issues, right? I'm as stupid as this table. I know certain things, but I'm not an expert on the legal issues. But some of the questions phrased by the lawyers, they are way beyond and above my pay grade. A technical opinion might be too techy in the language used, and the judge will not just understand it. Going back to the very first case I was involved in, one of the companies started to actively download data from one of the social media, and they used the web access. Everything was quite clear-cut, and they used it for scoring purposes. And the social media got offended that it was parsed, and it went to court. And my opinion was 400 pages long. I spared no effort, and an entire day was spent on discussing a very simple question. Was the data copied? For me as a techie, zeros and ones were on one computer, then they turned out to be on the other computer, and there is a match. But copying is prohibited by law. Therefore, the wonderful lawyers of the opposing party, the defendant, said, "What's the purpose?" And I say, "What's the? There is no difference because zeros and ones were on one computer, now they're on the other computer." But and I said, "But we deleted the data within the hour." And I say, "So what? But this is not copying, that's caching. And caching is not illegal." And I go, "Hold on a second, zeros, ones. No, hold on a second, the purpose is important." And then I say, "Agreed. If you delete the data within the hour, I have no questions. But the last names, first names are stored in a database forever. Elasticsearch can be done there, and it's part of the database. Yes, we admit that we store it for a very long time, but it's indexing. We don't store the data to copy it, or not to create a similar object, but rather to speed up the search for our wonderful customers. And indexing is not illegal. Otherwise, you're going to have to arrest the Yandex, Google, and all other high-tech companies. For caching, you have to imprison all the developers of all the browsers, and in the second case, all the search engines. So one word, an entire day spent on discussing just one word. All the other things that I stated in my report was not important for anyone. And you being a techie, face wonderful lawyers, and you have no clue what's going to be important for them and what it is that they're going to use in their arguments. And that's exactly what the judge is going to be interested in. That's why there is a gap between a lawyer and a techie. We understand the questions in our own way, and we give an answer that we believe is a correct one. And it is correct. If you don't lie in a court of law, it's a criminal offense, so I never urged you to do that. But your truth, might be misunderstood. It could be harmful to everyone, not just because you are terrible, but just because you have a different version of truth. You have a different understanding of truth. This is an expectations gap. Lawyers expect one thing, and techies are prepared to give a totally different thing. And now we're going to be talking about the expectations gap. Right. I will be speaking on behalf of the lawyers to describe the so-called expectation gap. Andrei mentioned that time and again, so we're talking about terms and definitions. Let's be clear that lawyers have a definition for everything, and these definitions are precise. For instance, this particular slide gives you a quote of a definition. Any paper, any memorandum, any document starts with a definition. And these definitions might seem weird for the techies, useless, and stuff like that. But for us, definitions are important because definitions serve as a basis for the qualification. From the legal standpoint, who is the subject, and so on and so forth. Everything stems from there. Therefore, definitions are super important for us. They are the foundation. The next bullet is also important. Andrei already mentioned that, but we try to shift the blame here, I guess. So the problem is that we do not always understand whether an expertise is possible. We just ask a techie, is an expertise possible? And the techie says yes. And then from the practical standpoint, it turns out that an expertise is impossible because they need some unique hardware that should be imported from abroad, or they would need 1,000 pages of some specific code. And when we start following up with other questions, they say, well, you asked me whether it was possible in principle. It is, but from the practical standpoint, it's not. And for some reason, they omit to mention that. And the last bullet is something that I have already mentioned. Sometimes we don't know whether an expert is a pundit on the question we come to him or her with. we're talking about this problem in general, right? So we actually expect
обращаемся к техническому
a
специалисту
technical expert
в этом конкретном вопросе, что он нам даст
to say that he is not an expert if he is not. Otherwise, we will not be able to use his expert opinion, and it's going to be totally useless in court. And ultimately, that will result in wasted time costs, material costs, and nobody is going to be happy about it, regardless of what party you represent. And well, Andrei is an advanced guy, and well, he writes about lawyers and investigators and prosecutors. Yeah, but these are the definitions of the criminal procedures. In civil procedures, we do not use these definitions, terms and definitions. So I cannot but highlight the gap in our definitions, even the basic ones.
Да. В общем, от юриста слышу, ну,
Right. Lawyers, criminal procedures, whatever.
Плохое понимание.
Well, there is a misunderstanding.
Чуть отвечу на комментарий.
And let me address your questions. I usually get 5 to 6 questions and no materials whatsoever, no data whatsoever. Sometimes I get a request for an open source code analysis, and I asked, is there going to be any open source code? And they said yes. So they transferred 500 pages in hard copy to me. But they didn't have the soft copy, 500 pages of code, and I could not even split the pages apart. So it happens. You get a request for an expert opinion, but you don't have enough data to give this opinion. Is that possible to carry out an expertise and offer an expert opinion? Theoretically, it is, but then it turns out that you don't have enough data, and that results in delays and various problems during the trial. And the very first one, well, indeed, different terms, professional terms and definitions that we use. AI has generated a person with three arms, so it's a mistake made by an AI, not a human. So, like I said, we're talking about logs, protocols, IP addresses, laptops, PCs, and so on and so forth. You know, traces of changes in certain documents and stuff like that. But what lawyers want to hear is whether there was a fraud, and we cannot give you an answer to this question. We can just tell you what we found or did not find, and sometimes it's not enough.
Все технари меня поймут, а то отсутствие...
All the takers will understand what I say. The lack of traces does not mean that nothing happened. It just means that we did not find them.
С большой вероятностью документ...
And if you go to a court of law and say it's highly likely that the document has not been forged, and it doesn't mean anything in a court of law. Is there a probability that it has been forged? Well, there is some probability, sure, and that causes problems. Under evaluating the scope and the complexity of the work, this is something that happens on a regular basis. Multiply the time frame by 3, increase it 2 more times, and then maybe you will have enough time. Oftentimes I get a list of questions, I get the materials, and I'm ready to answer, just like during an exam. And sometimes you get 500 pages of text in hard copies, and for the first week you don't even know how to go about working with that, and then you sigh and you start coming up with things. And why that happens is that because we have a different focus. Lawyers want something useful for their case, and takers want to give a correct answer to the question. And the objective of one of the parties who don't like your expert opinion, because, in a court of law, there are trial proceedings, is to accuse a techie of being incompetent and B, of being affiliated by one of the parties. And Ekaterina already mentioned that talking to one of the parties to the trial might lead to the fact that the techie will be expelled and his expert opinion will be expelled. And lawyers spare no effort to do that. I even quoted one of the lawyers who took part in this particular case that I was involved in. And the lawyers not only ordered my expert opinion, they actually visited my high school, No, I'm serious. They actually went to my high school, and there is a museum there, and they found out that I was in the same class as top managers of one of the large companies in Russia. We were in the same high school at different times, and we were in the same college, by the way, in St. Peter University of Technology. We studied in different times at different departments, and I was really sad to hear that because they are top managers, they are C-suite guys, and I'm just a techie. I was really sad to see that my career did not take off. But, the lawyers were wonderful on both sides. And I decided to remain a court techie because, when professional lawyers speak, it's like a song because they phrase what they want to say precisely. Their stances are clear-cut and well-structured. It's not like an earworm or some music. It's logic that pats your brain, and this is great. And of course, when you listen to the talented lawyers, when you listen to them trying to prove that you're incompetent, that's funny. But when the lawyers approached me, when the lawyers of one of the parties approached me and they took my calling card and said that they wanted to get in touch with me, I was happy. For the past few hours, they tried to prove that I was incompetent, but then they went out of the courtroom and said, well, nothing personal, this is business, but we want to get you a business card. And anyway, in this particular case, they visit my high school, and I hope that the high school is grateful to me. Right, anyway, what will help us establish cooperation? No matter how many problems we have, we need to demonstrate a way out, which is important. So, Ekaterina, you have the floor. So, what can we do to establish, to improve cooperation from the viewpoint of a lawyer? We will not be talking about proceedings alone. We'll be talking about cooperation in general. So, we have to agree on the terms and definitions. From the very outset, we need to define various terms, and techies might want to explain some specifics inherent in their industries. And by the way, this is also true for lawyers. Andrei already mentioned a story about the word original. Indeed, original is something, is a term that we use when we're talking about intellectual property. The second bullet is more in the arts domain. Unlike Andrei, I majored in arts and humanities. Therefore, as far as techie terms are concerned, sometimes you have to simplify things for us and, use some simple language to drive the message home. We are experts, but we're only legal experts. And when we start infringing on the domain of technologies, of course, we ask the experts to use some simple language to state some obvious things. The next bullet is not always possible because it says joint analysis of a question. During the court procedures, you don't have this luxury, but you might find a way to hire another techie to phrase the questions in a proper way so that these questions can be stated in a court of law. It's like an interpreter from the techie language into simple, from the legalese to the techie language. And, precise questions phrased by the lawyer. This is a comment, this is a bullet for my counterparts. IT guys have a different perception of the world, so we need to phrase the questions as precisely as possible. So there is no chance of misunderstanding. There is no chance of getting some useless info. If you want to get some precise information, phrase your questions precisely. Right. The neural network finally depicted someone who looks like me, though he looks more Chinese than Russian. Talking to each other is important. It is. And in a courtroom, a technical expert can talk to both parties. However, the parties it's vice versa. The parties cannot talk to an expert, and I love when I'm asked to phrase the questions for other techies. I'm not trying to advertise my services. It's important because, like I said, a question contains 70% of the answer, and my experience shows that lawyers might order architectural expertise, medical expertise, soil expertise, and usually they invite seasoned experts who have written lots of reports. And medical experts are seasoned experts who are quite well-versed in legalese. As for the techies, my experience shows that since there are no specific requirements to be met by techies, for instance, job experience and a college degree are enough. And when you start analyzing someone else's expert opinion, you really understand that it's good from the techie's viewpoint, but I realize why the court got confused. So talk to each other. It's important. And if you ever wind up as a techie in a court room, you have to be well versed on the context. Going back to the originality, you can interpret different words in different ways. And you have to realize that this question was phrased by a person who thinks differently and in different terms. On the one hand, a question should be specific, like a yes or a no. But on the other hand, it should have a more detailed description. And lawyers will not understand this detailed description. I mean, these are great experts who are well versed and tech savvy, but there is a high probability that they will hire another techie whose job would be to dismantle your expert opinion, and you have to prevent that. You have to give a detailed description so that he has no chance to criticize your job. And technical experts, when they submit their technical views, should seek advice from lawyers. Of course, not from the opposite side, but you can go to some outside lawyer, and while you're lacking experience, you can ask them for a piece of advice. For instance, ask them, what did they think when they phrased the questions that you have to answer? So what I'm saying is that we need interpreters from legalese to techie language and vice versa. Mutual respect is another important thing. Sometimes I see very weird questions from the techie's viewpoint. They might seem stupid, but I realize that it's not because,
недостаточно обладают мыслительными навыками.
People are stupid, as it might have seemed on the surface. These are seasoned and great people who are better experts in their domain. They're just not versed in my line of work, and that's why they phrase their questions like that. And patience is, of course, something that you're gonna need.
Ну, как бы да, когда пытаешься понять вопрос.
Because when you try to understand the question and when you try to analyze the data submitted to you, when you, I have lots of cases coming from the courtroom. For instance, analyze a computer classroom. I once traveled to Voronezh, a wonderful city, and I was taken there. I was driven around. I was welcomed. I was received well, and the CEO of a subsidiary actually presented me with a bottle of moonshine after we were done. Everything was fine. And I had to investigate computers, PCs that back in 2021 were used for something, and all the PCs in a computer classrooms were replaced in 2022. And no one even thought about how I was going to investigate them. You have a computer classroom, you have a techie, so I loved Voronezh, I loved this trip, but I only investigated just one PC that was, for some reason, left behind. The data was still there, so I just analyzed it. And there are lots of things like that.
Каждое судебное дело, в нем есть что-то, что
There are lots of cases like that, just like in a meme, with your ears behind and you don't have any clue what to do.
И нужно то самое общение. Потому что не только мастерство владения технологиями, которое у всех...
Mastering technologies is important, and we're all tech savvy. We are becoming more tech savvy, and this is true for both techies and lawyers alike, healthcare professionals. All of us are getting better at using technologies.
There are wonderful people who are lawyers, who are very knowledgeable in law, but only through communication and mutual respect. Can we make sure that the logs that the lawyers cannot read, and that the courts who cannot read the logs will arrive
чтобы сделать работу хорошо, зато всегда находится, что переделать.
At a justified and a well-grounded solution of the case. And of course, it's best if we establish proper communication from the very beginning, not waste time. Once again, my name is Andrei Chichulin, and this is Ekaterina Tytyuk. Here are wonderful pictures. I don't know, well, definitely one picture is wonderful here. Anyway, thank you. We'd like to thank the speakers for sharing their unique expertise and experience. Dear friends, that was the last presentation of the day and of the event. The business agenda is exhausted here at the Lomonosov Arena, but we will welcome you to the Kulibin stage later in the evening for a musical gig involving Minaeva, Uma Thurman and Grunge to come to dance and to join with us under the open skies, together with your family and with your friends. And see you next time, see you next year, Luzhniki.